Hello, Canada. Hello, United States of America. Greetings to all of you here with me in Panama and all over the planet. My name is Kevin J. Johnston. This is the Kevin J. Johnston Show, which normally runs at 9 p.m., but we're going 4 hours early, and we're going to go 4 hours late covering the U.S. election because, well, dang it, someone should. And yes, we know millions of people are going to be covering this thing today, but we still would like to do it ourselves, mainly because, well, you know, I've been following politics for the last 25 years. I'm sure that my insight means a little bit to those of you out there who are looking for somebody who happens to be insightful. And I've got my special guest joining us tonight in just a very couple of minutes here, which is April Lejeune. You all remember her? April Lejeune in the central United States of America. And she is someone who's also been following politics for even longer than me. So I'm very happy to have her come on board to issue a whole bunch of commentary. Not sure if she's going to be staying for the entire time, but we do know that we're going to get some really good insight from April Lejeune. My name is Kevin J. Johnston. For those who don't know, I am a Canadian citizen who had to escape communist Canada. I'm all the way down here now in Panama, where the Canadian government can no longer make assassination attempts on me, to which there were 7. The Canadian government took my house, took my car, took my money, took everything I have. Here I am rebuilding my life in the country of Panama, a country that's been very, very good to me, I might add. It's been a wonderful place, and I just simply cannot wait to continue to blab. The Canadian government does not like people like me. Well, especially me. Why? I've got a big mouth and I understand the Canadian judicial system incredibly well. I have been following politics, like I said, for more than 2.5 decades. And I have been following and learning tax law and criminal law in Canada for the better part of 40 years. It's always fascinated me how ridiculously poor the Canadian judiciary is. So I've learned how to navigate it and circumnavigate it, to which I am not popular with the government. So I have to be outside of the Canadian border. And I was also very recently ordered to my death in Canada. That is correct. I had a judge in Toronto order me to come back to the province of Ontario, where that very same judge is aware of the fact that there is an Islamic fatwa on my head. The second I enter the province of Ontario, I will be killed by the radical Islamic contingents that actually run Toronto and the entire area. So for those who ever wondered if Canada has the death penalty, well, yeah, it does. It is unfortunate, but it's true. April Lejeune, good to see you again. Thanks for being here. It is so, so good to see you. So let's talk. We've got an election happening tonight.
I'll tell you.
You're an American citizen.
Crazy. It's crazy what's going on. I mean, really, seriously, a clown? You know what I mean? This is what I call Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, the clown and her fairy.
Well,
what it is.
Well, it is. I mean, watching Kamala Harris behave the way that she has as a foreigner and someone who is a foreigner to the United States, but also living no longer really within North America. I'm in Latin America, as they call it.
Yeah.
I'm seeing nothing but news down here about how crazy Kamala is. And she and Biden, the diaper filler, they're both highly unpopular with the presidents of Panama and El Salvador. Highly unpopular. They are viewed for exactly what they are, clowns. Panama, just so you know, is doing its part blocking the Darien Gap. So the number of illegals in Panama has dropped to almost 0 since the new government took office here about 5 months ago. So Panama is not contributing in any way to this illegal border crossing nonsense that Kamala seems to love so much. So tell me, how do Americans feel about this unfettered immigration, this open border policy of the Democrats? Go ahead.
They hate that. I mean, it is the majority of Americans are for Donald Trump and closed borders. Okay. They can see the crime is increasing. They can see that, and it's mainly more than anything else, the crime. The crime is ridiculous. And then the Democrats just release them into the communities, and the people, they're getting murdered. I mean, seriously, you don't have to be on one side or another to experience the issues of having all these illegals. We call them criminal invaders. coming across the border. And I think that that is probably, I'm going to say that and the economy are the two biggest issues right now that Kamala Harris literally said that she doesn't see anything wrong with Biden policies. Now, of course, we know it's not Biden. It's whoever's
we know.
pulling the puppet strings, you know. And she's not going to be any better. She's going to be worse.
Well, she's going to be worse because she is just outright stupid. Listening to her speak makes me violently ill.
I know. It's like putting a bunch of words in some kind of a shaker thing and then going like this and then throwing them on the table, and she just reads them from left to right.
I think she reads them upside down and backwards. That's what I think she's
Yeah,
doing.
whatever she's doing, it's stupid.
Nonsensical.
It's just like constant stupidity. And you know what? I really think that the Democrats are doing this on purpose. I really do. And I think that they have no problem certifying the election for Donald Trump. I mean, I don't know if we want to say this now, but I don't think, maybe we should. I'll put it on the record. I don't think that they have any problem certifying the election for Donald Trump, because I really think they're going to go after the Senate and the House.
Well, that is what I think as well. And for the Canadians and the Brits and the Aussies who are watching the show right now, if you could explain the House and the Senate, please, just give us the rudimentary definition of that, if you could.
Well, they're basically the ones that put forward the bills and make the laws. I mean, the laws for the federal system. Okay.
Right.
And so the president, I mean, sure, he can do executive orders and stuff, but really he can't do a whole lot. This is his last time to even run, you know? So what would be the point of worrying whether Donald Trump is the president or not? So if you control the House and the Senate, you can pretty much control what's going on. And I don't think they're going to, I think they're going to be worse than they were already.
Well, they'll do everything they can to get in the way of every single decision that's being made for the benefit of the country. That is the unfortunate part of it. And of course, they'll be able to outvote everything. And I'm sure they'll try impeachment processes again and again and again.
They're already drafting that up. As far as I can see, they've been dangling this hysteria over Donald Trump and the election just so that they can steal the House and the Senate. Because, I mean, who's looking at that? Who's looking at that? Hardly anybody.
I know. And that is the problem. I think that one of the biggest problems in the United States is the fact that Americans actually don't understand their own country. Americans are the first ones to say it's a democracy. And I have to correct Americans saying, no, it's not. It's better. It's a constitutional republic, for God's sakes. I think the electoral college is something that I actually adore.
Well, we have two different things going on at the same time. We have what I call a global organized crime syndicate, which is the government. And Biden and Kamala Harris are the ones who were anointed and selected to be the face of that thing. Now, I think they're just throwaway candidates. I really do. I think that definitely Kamala Harris and her little fairy are throwaway candidates. Because who's going to take them seriously? I mean, the only people that take them seriously are literal lunatics that you need to have a straitjacket. They should be in some contained situation because they're a harm to themselves and others.
They are. They're dangerous. I've been watching a lot of, YouTube sucks as a platform, but it has been good to show just how foolish the Democrat supporters truly are. The Karens that are bashing on people's doors, screaming about the fact they've got Trump signs. And I think one of the funniest things going right now is a lot of Americans have homes in rural areas where their property line goes right to the 1-lane highway.
Yeah.
And they've got Trump signs on their grass and people are driving through them. So now you've got Americans putting pieces of wood with nails in between each sign to puncture the tires of all those idiots who are doing this. But what is it about Trump that drives Democrats so crazy? Could you please enlighten me?
Well, they don't really have a justified position is why they do that. So it's going to have, it's because of the media propaganda. That's the real thing. They're saying that he's a racist and a misogynist and that he's going to take away their rights and they're not going to be able to have blue hair. And, women aren't going to be able to decide what they want to, that if they want to murder their children or not, which, I mean, that isn't even the case. It's not even the case. So it's kind of like, what are you talking about? Donald Trump didn't do that in his first 4 years. What would make you think that he's going to do it now? And besides that, no one really cares that your hair is pink or blue or you got green hair or you're whatever. I just don't want to see them doing that. But I mean, the Constitution doesn't guarantee that you have the right to be smart. I mean, the people went to war to defend your right to be as stupid as you want to be, as long as it's not infringing on me. So, they can do that. But I think their main issue is the fact that they've been fed for actually more like 10 years now, this total propaganda hysteria against Donald Trump. Like he did these things there. I even heard yesterday, I was watching Steven Crowder. He was on Piers Morgan. And I don't like either one of them, just so you know. I was watching this thing where this liberal commentator actually brought up the comment about him grabbing women.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
and
yeah.
Like he physically did that, which he never said that he did that physically. He said they'll just let you do it, which you and I, both being in entertainment, know that's true.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's like
yeah. I actually, April, I talked about this on my Tuesday night show when I ran for mayor of Calgary. Here's a photograph for everybody who doesn't know. I ran for mayor of Calgary. I had 11 rallies bigger than this, where 5,000 to 10,000 people would show up. And by my own admission, women threw themselves at me.
That's what they do.
The whole time, to the point where I actually had my selection. I had to beg them to leave so I could sleep alone, just get some sleep. I don't understand how it is that Canadian and American women can say, I'm a strong, independent woman. I don't need no man. But then you see a guy speaking like Donald Trump or me or somebody else, and they have to flock to it.
I know. I don't get it. I don't get why they don't have any self-respect to begin with. But I mean, when Donald Trump said that, that's exactly what he meant, because that's exactly what I have seen being, I was an entertainment reporter. And I could see backstage all the time that women just were falling all over these guys. And some of them were disgusting. I mean, literally disgusting. And they're like, oh my God. I'm like, you know what, honey, how good can 15 minutes be? I'm just asking.
Yeah, well, we're not going to make this a dating show tonight. So yeah, there's a lot of commentary and jokes that'll come from that, but I'm just going to let them slide.
Well, Kamala Harris should know.
Oh,
just saying.
I think Harris was like this. That's how she got there all
that
the
is
time.
Exactly right. Yeah. And I can't remember who it was. I think it was Tulsi Gabbard said something about that. And also, of course, Marjorie Taylor Greene. But somebody else said something. I think it might have even been Tucker Carlson said something about that on the recent, he did this tour around America. And I'm pretty sure he said the same thing. Yeah. So it must be apparently a well-known deal.
I imagine that it is. Well, so April, here we go. We're right now at 5:20 p.m. currently. I see that none of the polls have closed yet, and they're not going to start closing on the Eastern Seaboard until roughly 9 p.m., I suppose, maybe a bit later. What are the actual election laws there? Is it just a 12-hour opening? Is it 9 to 9?
No,
how does it work?
No, it's not 9 to 9. It's usually the polls close at 7 p.m.
Really?
Yeah. Now, there's a couple of times when I've seen them open till 9, but usually that is only if somebody's still standing in line. And from what I understand, I don't know if you guys got any pictures of it, but from what I understand, there are long lines. I have seen long lines just waiting. And as long as people are waiting in line, they will allow them to vote. Now, when I cast my vote with my straw man today, I have to caveat that. I didn't have a line. There was no line. There was a lot of people, but there was no line. And it was kind of interesting because I've never had them ask me this before, but they said, do you want a regular ballot or I think electronic or something? I think she said electronic. And I said, I want a regular one, of course, which is the paper ballot. And so they gave me the paper ballot. And I could see that they had probably, I want to say, 40 chairs set up, 40 little places where you could go and cast your vote on a paper ballot. And they only had like, I want to say 3, but it might have been 4 little stations to do digital. That's it.
Oh, boy.
Yeah,
So,
because he wants digital.
Well, I would tell any American out there you don't want digital. I happen to know that those machines are a complete and total scam. They are built by a Toronto-based company. Dominion is a Toronto-based company because that's, yeah.
Did you see?
Canada is not a country. It's a Dominion. So they use that term Dominion. It's a very common term used in Canada. Go ahead. Sorry.
Did you see the tweet or whatever X calls it now by Dominion that said that if you say anything derogatory about Dominion, then we're going to just come after you. We're going to sue you. And I saw the first thing I did was I said, so you guys are lying scum. What part of this do we not understand? You guys are cheaters, liars, scum. What about Eric Coomer? Remember him? You weren't even supposed to talk about Eric Coomer. And now people are bringing it back up. But sorry, Dominion, I don't care what you have to say. We have the right to make up our own minds about what's going on. The thing that disturbed me about the voting system is that the tabulators are still there.
Really?
Yeah. See, what good is it to get rid of the digital casting of your vote when the tabulator is still there? And that's the part that's the even bigger problem than the actual casting of the vote.
Well, I guess the other question I've got then now really is it was told to me that there was going to be a large number of American patriots armed to make sure that there was going to be fairness. You weren't going to be able to pick up thousands of ballots and burn them like it happened before. Are militia groups actually watching the polling stations right now?
Well, we've actually said that over a period of time, like watch your polling stations, make sure that you're there. If you have to take turns and document every single thing, all the cars that are going in and out, and make sure that you watch the where they're dropping ballots and stuff. We've already caught people dropping multiple ballots and coming back and stuffing the ballot box more than one time in a day. We've already caught them. And they're just, it's just so blatant. I mean, the Democrats do not care about breaking the law, or if anybody sees them doing it, they don't care. I mean, last time it went straight to Stacey Abrams' office, the trail of people stuffing the ballots. They stuff the ballot, go back to Stacey Abrams' office, go back and stuff the ballot some more, come back. And they kept doing that. And it was like multiple people were doing that. Where's Stacey Abrams today? Still sitting there. Still doing the same thing she was doing before.
There was a day when Americans would have armed up and just dealt with that. Arrested them themselves. What the hell happened? Why are Americans the same as Canadians now? Pacifists, I guess, or just maybe pussies.
I think, yeah. And I really do think, and I know this is going to be weird, but I kind of attribute it to several different things. One is the rate of divorce where the fathers are not involved and mom is making a pussy out of the boys. That's one thing. The second thing is, I think that it has to do with nutrition and all the crap that they're putting in the food, feminizing men. And so they know, I call these guys man buns. That's what I call them.
Yeah.
Oh, so you're a man bun, are you? Uh, they can't change tires. They can't do anything. If they break a nail, they cry. Now they're wearing women's clothing. They're wearing makeup. It's just over the top. And we've got more of those kind of guys than we have actual men, is what it appears to be. Even the men.
Mm-hmm.
If you really pay attention to them, their voices are feminized.
Well, I don't disagree with that. I mean, I'm the first one to state, as a masculine man, I like to hang around masculine men because the conversation's better, the sports are better, the golf is better, the general atmosphere is better. If I'm hanging around dudes for the day, I want them to be men, so that the conversations that we're having are masculine. But at this matter, cars, politics, guns, Elon Musk, whatever we're talking about.
I feel
yeah, well, and I know you do. And what frightens me is how good the plastic surgeries are now around the world, because the guys out there that choose to look like women, they really look like women. They're having their hips curved in. They're having ribs either shaved or removed at the bottom to be able to get that shape. They're on enough estrogen to kill all the body hair that they could possibly have. And then they're doing all the exercises that a woman would do to shape herself out more like a woman.
Yeah.
And then the makeup and then the plastic surgery on the face. It's frightening how much like women these guys look. And this is what they are aspiring to. They don't want to be men. They want to be either women, or they want to be, what's the word there? They want to be the fetish out there. And then they'll come out. This is where it gets really strange, is the men that go out of their way to look like women, they'll complain that men don't want to date them, except for the ones who have a fetish for that kind of thing.
I know.
Like, you are a fetish. That's what you are.
Of course.
You're not a woman.
You know, I got to say, I'm not even so sure that some of those surgically altered people are necessarily cutting off everything. Here's why I'm saying that. I mean, sure they are, but okay. Did you see that thing that recently they did the DNA test on that Olympic guy who punched out that woman? Okay. And they said he had a micro tiny. Okay. So if that's the case, there's not much there to even do anything with. You know what I'm saying? So it isn't that big of a deal for a guy like that.
Yeah, double entendre on no big deal. So it's
that's for sure. And the doctor can prove it. Sorry.
Well, no, it's okay. I am bothered by the fact that America was number one for the longest time. Probably the better part of 200 years, America was just number one in the world. Nobody could touch America.
If Donald Trump gets back in, it will be again. But
I get that.
I seriously think that if they cheat enough, because it should be a huge landslide. All right. That's actually what it would be. If they just let it naturally go and do its thing and people just went out and voted, it would be a landslide. That I know. But if they cheat, I'm just really afraid that people are going to take to the streets this time.
Well, I'm not afraid of it. I'm actually saying it has to happen.
Well, I'm not afraid of it. It's so unnecessary. If they would just stop cheating. Well,
to alleviate yourself of the left wing, it is necessary, unfortunately. I mean, okay, for the Americans who are watching right now, I'm a Canadian citizen. But I lived in the United States for 4 years, and I've spent a lot of time in the United States. I love America. I loved American culture when America used to brag about American ingenuity. I used to love that slogan, which was all over Southern United States whenever I would visit Florida, Georgia, and so on. So I know more about the United States than I'd say 90% of Americans do. I have always enjoyed myself, and I've always prided myself on being right next door, living in Toronto as I was, or raised in the town next door called Mississauga. I could drive to Buffalo, New York in 80 minutes. That was it. We couldn't afford Toronto Maple Leaf tickets, so we drive to Buffalo and buy the $10 hockey tickets instead and just stick around and have ourselves a good time in the United States. But what I can say is Canada has become a completely communist dump where the men are not men anymore. The foreign invaders have completely taken over. Radical Islam runs every city around Toronto, and communist China runs every city around the greater Vancouver area. Canadians have no fight in them whatsoever. And now I'm seeing the same thing in the United States. All the blue states, the men are complete wimps. They're caving into everything. And I just saw footage today of Portland, Oregon, where 75% of the entire city is shut down. Just boarded up or burned.
Yeah.
Wow.
And that's what's going to happen. That's what is exactly going to happen if they cheat enough and anoint that clown. I mean, Kamala Harris is not a serious person.
Kamala Harris is not any particular type of material at all. She's not smart. She's not interesting. She has no quick wit. She is not attractive. She is not somebody who exudes any particular type of power when she enters a room. When she enters a room, people just go, "Ugh." She sucks the life out of the room.
Did you see her rallies? They're booing her. They're booing her at her rallies so much that she literally had to say, I'm talking. And I thought, you know what? Anybody who has to say that their whole audience is out of control.
Yeah, and of course her accent changes all the time. The fake Southern drawl. Where did that come from?
I don't know. The preacher thing was over the top. I was like, I really wanted to throw up right then because I thought, one, I don't know what God you're talking to because it ain't the one that I worship. Because if it was, then he probably would have struck you dead. I could not believe the mockery. That's really what it is, the mockery.
Oh, the mockery is crazy.
Yeah.
All right.
So, is that the map?
Yep. Just there's the map there, April. And what I just want to show everyone is that we have, hold on, let me move your face a little bit there. Hold on. Almost had it. There we go. Okay. April's gone for just a second here. We have 538 regions in which to call. Right now, nobody's called because the polls still have 90 minutes to go on the Eastern Seaboard. So I have not actually physically been inside the United States for a while. Could I get a feeling from you here on the actual political climate? Now, what do Americans actually know about how the outside world is perceiving America right now?
I think they think that the outside world thinks we're a joke. I mean, really, how could you not? When you have a bumbling vegetable that is in the seat of a president, then you have a basic whore who she can't speak worth anything. And she's continually lying. And then you have Fairy Boy following around everywhere. I mean, how could you not think that that is a joke? How could you take the United States serious at all? It's like living in some kind of a cartoon world where you're like, is this real? Is this even real? Have you ever seen any country put up that kind of garbage as their main leaders?
Not leaders who would behave that flagrantly. There have been absolutely
even Trudeau isn't like that. Even Trudeau has a little air of dignity.
Little.
That's what I'm saying. He at least has some dignity, at least a little. These people have absolutely zero. It's like somebody went into their toy bin and said, I think these 3 toys will be great. And put up a clown, a vegetable, and I don't know, Tinkerbell fairy and said, let's put them up there. I mean, I'm just going to tell you right now, I think Tim Walz is gay. I think that his wife is a cover. That's what I think.
Well, Justin Trudeau was the same thing. His wife was a cover. Do you know that she left him back in 2017? Okay, what had happened? And this for my American friends. I am a former journalist. I do taxes now. I help Americans get rid of all their IRS debt on the corporate side, and I help Canadians get out of all of their tax debts. So if you ever have tax problems, get a hold of me. But I was doing journalism full time from 2016 until even earlier this year. And April, what happened is I got a call. I can't name the source, but I got a call from a member of parliament in Canada who said, you're not going to believe this, and sent me photographs, and not really all that grainy. It was, you knew what was in the image.
Yeah.
But it was moving around like this because somebody was on a boat filming Trudeau doing stuff in the naughty place with men. There was him and two other guys doing stuff. Now, I get the footage, and this guy says, please don't release this footage. Don't put it out. They will come and get you. I thought, not making much money doing this. I'm putting this shit out. All right. So I put it out. It was on the internet for maybe, I don't know, an hour and a half, perhaps, maybe. And then the Royal Canadian Mounted Police showed up at my front door, outside their jurisdiction, I might add. They don't have jurisdiction inside of the cities in the province of Ontario. They come right in. I opened the door. I didn't even know they were there. I had a cup of coffee in my hand. I got this big smile on my face. I'm on the phone with a buddy. Yeah, dude, you got to see it. Trudeau, he's doing this and he's getting it that way. Yeah. I open the door and I just get grabbed. So my phone goes back over my head. Coffee goes everywhere. And they got me on my front lawn, beating the living snot out of me.
Oh my God.
They broke 3 of my ribs. Bruises absolutely everywhere. I had a crack in my knuckle, like my pinky finger, the knuckle is not even there anymore. Like they broke bones. And this one guy gets down on me and he's got his finger right in my face. But I didn't even understand him because with the broken ribs, I'm gasping. And the one guy says he's laughing. He likes it. Give him some more. Like, dude, I'm not laughing. I'm trying to breathe. So that is how Canada functions, everybody. And I swear to you, April, about 5 minutes later, when I finally, I got inside the house, I went to the computer. I said, you know what? I bet they scrubbed this. I didn't go to the hospital until I checked. It was all gone. Scrubbed. Couldn't find it anywhere.
Not even on the Wayback Machine? Well,
Yeah,
they even?
2017.
Oh, yeah.
I'm hoping somebody finds it.
That's crazy.
The video setup was like this. My window was up in the screen in the top left of the screen, and the footage was down below. And I'm just cracking jokes, saying, "Okay, Justin, no, don't put that in your mouth. It's dirty." I'm just cracking jokes like that, and boom, that's what you get for reporting the news in communist Canada. So it was no wonder for my American friends again that when I was running for mayor of Calgary, which you can see here, as soon as I polled number 1 in the city, 2 hours later, I was arrested and locked up for 7 weeks in solitary confinement. So everything that they're doing to Trump has been done to me since 2014.
Maybe you were the test person. Let's see how this works.
Yeah, it could be the case. Yes, they took enough from me that you would think that I was the test case
I
for
just
it.
think that is so weird that they're doing that. I mean, how much? It's the same thing with me, though. I'm like, so they delete my YouTube channel because I have that much influence? Really? That doesn't make any sense to me at all, unless you're super scared of what I'm saying.
Well, fear is always going to be what gets these types of reactions. So let me give you another example of fear. The IRS, you got the logo down below me there. Your IRS, they're pretty insane. Mm-hmm. They have anointed themselves as the overseers of money in the entire country, and they are armed to the teeth, and they cannot wait to jail you and so on. Now, the Canada Revenue Agency, they don't have any authority in Canada whatsoever, but people think that they do. Mm-hmm. So I've been recording conversations with them where I ask them questions. Can I do jail time for owing tax? No. Do you sue people? No. They admit to all their policies. So they send this letter out where you can see it there. It's on my Twitter channel. On the left side, what they're telling me here is that they don't like the way I speak to their staff. And that they're no longer going to allow me to represent my clients in tax cases, which of course they can't do. A government body without a court order cannot issue commands to do absolutely anything.
Yeah, that's right.
It's fear. It's called fear. When they lash out like that, you can't do this. It's fear.
Now, I just noticed, I wanted to look this up and make sure that I was right. This says that the polls close at 8 o'clock unless there are 100 people or less in the community and everybody's had a chance to vote. Then they can close them whenever they want.
Oh, okay. So we'll see the small towns closing up in about an hour.
Yeah. This is 7 p.m. What does it say? Georgia, 7 p.m. Eastern. Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Vermont, and Virginia. 7:30 is North Carolina, Ohio, and West Virginia. I was looking for Maine is what I was looking for, because Maine should be the first one that closes, right?
I would think so, yes.
Maine, then New Hampshire and Vermont, and then, with Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, all those guys, they should be closing around the same exact time.
So we're going to start to see some results in about 1 hour and 15 minutes. Some, not all, but some.
Now, all day long, we've been kind of, hi, Gwen. We've been kind of looking at this, like, what is the temperature, I guess? What do people actually think? And surprisingly, the liberal media is saying that they believe that Donald Trump's going to win.
Well, there's a vast majority of people that think that. Even the mentally incapacitated liberal media in Canada, and there's not one single conservative news outlet that's got a mainstream access. They're all saying the same thing. You know, Donald Trump's going to win. You can expect violence in Canada to increase because of Donald Trump. They're already saying that.
Well, do you know that they even set up in these liberal areas, and it makes me laugh because it's so bizarre. Safe spaces for liberals to go cry with Kleenex and teddy bears and blankets.
Okay.
Okay,
could we not
tell you right now, if I see any men doing that, you are automatically a man bun. Just saying.
Yeah, we need to have a database of all the man buns out there. We got to have a database. Yeah, we got to create some kind of masculinity scale out there and have it tattooed on the foreheads of men.
I know, it's so crazy.
Yeah, and it can't be from 1 to 100. It's got to be from 0 to 1,000. How masculine are you, or masculine are you not?
Yeah, and put some points on there for certain things. But like I said, the voices are getting feminized, and I really don't like that because, back in the 80s when I grew up, and I graduated in 1981. Okay, men didn't have female voices. They didn't even have it. It wasn't even a thing. I think I can only think of one guy off the top of my head that was feminist, sort of, and he wasn't feminine. He really liked women, and he got married, and he was the most feminine guy I knew in the whole entire high school. Hey, Shaunavision. Yeah.
What was his name? Richard Simmons?
No, his name was Larry. Larry. I would tell you his last name because I actually remember it. He was, all the girls liked him because he just could really relate with them a lot. And funny, my daughters had a ballet teacher, and he was very masculine. And so I remember asking him one day, because I was kind of like curious as to why this masculine guy would want to be a ballerina. And he said, well, while all the guys were out there slapping butts, I was in here with the girls. I thought, oh, okay. That makes a whole lot of sense.
Hello.
Yeah, exactly. He's like, oh, cardio one.
I'm old enough to remember a day when you could do that, and it was liked. Oh, but hold on, April. You're allowed to smack asses down here in Panama. The women love the attention. They're very traditional, and oh yeah, they love it when you pay attention to them here.
Well, paying attention and doing that is probably a different story.
Different country, different culture. I'm actually, I'm enjoying this culture very, very much. It reminds me of how things used to be. This town, I'm now in the capital city of Panama, Panama City. It's just like Miami of 1988.
Nice.
Except better. Right? It doesn't have the Cuban gangs shooting everybody up and shoving cocaine in 10-year-olds' faces like that, like used to happen. Yeah. I remember I was only ever in downtown Miami once. And I remember it was 97 when I was there, making a left turn at a red light, and 3 guys came running over. One guy had joints and the other 2 had little bags of cocaine.
Wow.
Like, dude, for real. Like, it was drive-through drugs at the red light. Now they eventually cleaned that up, but I do quite remember it. It's not fond memories. It was amusing, at the same time quite frightening.
Did you see where Lizzo did that rally with Kamala Harris? And she said proudly that if Kamala wins, then everywhere will be like Detroit. I thought, really? Are you stupid? Are you literally stupid? Do you think that I would want my entire place to be like Detroit? Absolutely not.
What was she referring to?
I don't know. Drug-ridden, boarded up houses, manufacturing going. I don't know what she thought was so great about Detroit. I'm sure that there's probably going to be some people who are like wanting to defend Detroit, but you can't defend something that's failure.
Detroit's a complete failure. Right now, you can buy houses in Detroit for $500, but you don't just pay the property tax. You know where they really get you? Is the $2,000 water bill per month. That's where they get you. So you're going to buy a house that it's not even a house anymore. It's more of just a frame with some burned out rot, and there's going to be drugs in it. I can guarantee you that. So Lizzo wants Detroit.
Yes, she wants every place to be like Detroit. You know, if people had a clue of what they were voting for when they voted for Obama, which he was installed too, obviously, and had read his book, they would know that in his book, it literally said that he thought that America needed to be brought down to the same level as a third world country. And I don't see how you can't be more obvious than saying that. And that's been the road of destruction for the United States ever since, with the exception of Donald Trump.
Well, that's a treasonous remark, and it's treasonous activity. And for those out there who think the third world is so great, I've traveled to third world countries. They're not great at all.
No, they're not.
America, well, listen to everything Schwarzenegger had to say when he was a younger man and a smarter man. He's dumb now. But when he was a smarter man, he said he wanted to leave Europe, Eastern Europe especially, to go to America. He wanted a house. He wanted cars. He wanted women. He wanted to be in the big gyms. He wanted to be where it was at, and America was where it was at. And for 4 decades, at least, this guy was in the zone. Then he got stupid. He got left. And he was saying, vote Kamala. What a friggin' idiot. So
I just don't understand it. All these celebrities, too, coming out. I think it's a loyalty ritual. You know what a loyalty ritual is, right?
Not entirely, no. I've never been in Hollywood.
Well, a loyalty ritual is actually a military thing. And it's asking a group of people to do something that is so bizarre that no one would actually believe that you would actually do it. And that's what these celebrities are doing. I think it's a loyalty ritual, because I can't see that many people thinking that the economy would be better, gas prices would go down, food prices would be better, that we wouldn't be in a war. I mean, my God, after they left millions and millions of dollars of military equipment to the terrorists, Why would you think that they're going to do something good? Why, when you have a sieve for criminal invaders to come into the United States of America and take over all kinds of communities, what part of that should you be endorsing? You know, it just makes sense to me. And by the way, I did know that they were going to lower gas prices. Today is the lowest gas prices that I've seen ever. I mean, since they've been in office.
Is this going to get them votes?
I'm not even sure people are paying. I don't know. I don't really pay that much attention when I go and fill up my car that much. I mean, but I did notice today it was like $2.73 a gallon. And at the height of their terrorism, it was like almost pushing $4 a gallon. So, and I thought, okay, so you guys are going to lower it when election time rolls around. And then they're just going to raise it again. Now, see, under Donald Trump, it was under $2.
And that is gas prices. Cheap gas is required for an economy in the Western world to function. The United States absolutely is the car culture country of the world.
Well, you can't hardly go
Sorry?
You can't hardly go anywhere without a car.
Well, yeah, and I've driven the interstate. I've done 95 from north to south. I've done 75 north to south. I've done east and west. I've done them all, essentially, except for the ones in California. And I can tell you it's the most remarkable system of roads ever. It is very easy to get anywhere. And every single capital city is connected to every other city by road. You need cars and trucks, and you need cheap gas to do it. And spare me the notion that one day we're going to run out of crude oil. That's never going to happen. The planet is too big. This planet's so big that even when you are standing at the top of Mount Everest, you are not high enough to be able to see the curvature of the earth. You're going to tell me a planet that big is going to run out of oil, which it creates on its own. It's not even like blood. It's kind of like pus, like some byproduct that's everywhere. And now that we can drill it by going sideways through mountains, it only takes a couple of days to tap new wells. We're never running out of gas. Oh, and global warming's not a thing.
No, it's not. It's not a thing. It's just a distraction. It's a control mechanism. And, the electric car, if people thought about the electric car, there's no way an electric car is more efficient than a gas-powered car. It's not. Especially if you think of all the things that have to go into the electric car to even make it, which goes right back to oil and gas. It's just stupid.
Yes. And plastics are made from oil, and some candies are made from oil. The clothing that you're wearing is made from oil. Yeah, I like oil. I do. I love black oil. For anybody who's curious, let's say the tar sands in the province of Alberta, if you take a piece of paper and put a little bit of ink on the tip of a needle and just go touch, that dot is still, in comparison to the piece of paper, is still smaller in comparison to reality of how much land is being taken up by digging oil in the province of Alberta. Exactly. Now, Texas is huge. It's about 3/4 the size of Alberta land-wise. And again, all the oil rigs combined would not even be a dot on a piece of paper in comparison. There is no way for human beings to heat the planet up. Hate to burst your bubble. Actually, I love to burst your bubble. And I want to say one more thing, April. In Canada, the boreal forest, Canada's got the better part of 540 billion trees in the boreal forest. Canada's carbon negative right now, which means that there's simply not enough carbon dioxide going into the atmosphere in Canada. That's frightening stuff.
It's kind of odd if you think about all the trees and stuff that are there.
Well, the trees need carbon dioxide. We need to create more. That's what I'm getting at. We need more gas-fired cars. We need more coal-powered plants. We need every single solitary house in Canada to heat itself with wood. That's what we need. Mm-hmm. We need carbon in the atmosphere. What bothers me, I lived in the city of Calgary for 2 years, 2.5, not quite 3. Calgary's cold. In the wintertime, it's minus 40. It sucks. And if you go further north into the city of Edmonton, 3 hours north, it's minus 50 Celsius. Don't know what that is in Fahrenheit, but hot coffee is going to be frozen in less than 2.5 minutes in some cases in that kind of temperature. Did you know that fewer than 10% of homes in Calgary actually have fireplaces or wood-burning stoves?
Wow.
Everyone's reliant on natural gas being pumped in or electricity.
What are they going to do when they can't get that?
That's the question I would have for everybody. What happens when the pumps don't work and you can't get your hands on natural gas? What happens? No one ever thinks it through.
Well, I've thought it through. That's why I live off grid. I mean, we rely on wood to heat. I do have a propane heater, but that's just like a temporary thing because I'm not stupid. And I know that one of these days they're not going to even let us do it, you know?
Yeah, well, you're right. They're going to try to ban everything. So I guess if you have the means to put a wood burning stove in your house in Canada or anywhere in the northern United States, please do it. Because they will eventually ban them. They will. Yeah. They'll ban them.
Even if they didn't ban it, let's just say, okay, and Kamala Harris and company steal whatever they're going to steal and all that kind of thing, and Democrats do what they're going to do. The problem is, are they actually going to let someone like me buy it?
It's a true story.
Mm-hmm.
That's a true story. Well, you're correct to say that because we've already had a taste of credit card companies, for example, sending letters off telling people, well, you said something on November 3rd at 2:15 p.m. that we didn't care about, but someone who's not a customer of ours did care about. So we are going to debank you now.
Exactly. So I'm preparing for in case they literally say, I am not allowed to buy something. Okay. Because I'm pretty sure that's going to happen. So when they say that Donald Trump is going to take away your rights, they mean them. They are going to do it. When they say that you're not going to be allowed to do this, that, or whatever, they mean they're going to do it to you. Okay. So I am not stupid. And I know that there's going to be a time when they're going to cut off all my ways to buy anything. So I've got to be completely self-sufficient. I have so many seeds. You don't even know. I could grow food forever, you know. So,
good. And you may have to one day.
I know. By the way, I'm eating football food. This is my Super Bowl.
Keep going.
Election night Super Bowl.
Yeah, no, I stuffed up before showtime there. What I can say is you talked earlier about food being garbage in the United States and Canada and how it affects the human body and the brain. Since I got to Panama, I look younger. I feel younger. I'm down 25 pounds and I have zero sleeping problems. I have no sleep apnea. I have no headaches. I have no nothing.
That's good.
I feel like $1 million.
These are mango, dried mango. And
that's not American food at all. You're definitely different.
Nope. I've already started drinking and we'll cook a chicken later.
I bought myself a piece of steak, 22 ounces, cost me $4. So it's just, yeah. You didn't know about that, did you? I didn't tell you that.
I'm going to have to come and visit you, man.
My grocery bill here in Panama City is less than $30 a week. Wow. For me, everything. That's meat, that's chicken, eggs, that's whatever beverages I buy. Coffee I'll buy once or twice a month. If I feel like junk food, that's where it goes up. Things like Lay's, Doritos are expensive here because they're an import. Right. But the local Panamanians, they don't use potatoes to make chips here. They use yuca, and it tastes a lot better. Yeah, and you can buy big bags of yuca chips, higher than my head for $1. Everywhere I go, everything's $1. 5 apples for $1. Yeah.
This is water.
Oh yeah.
Water.
Me too tonight.
Yeah. It's water. I'm not drinking.
I just have to address somebody here because, yes, I was in Costa Rica for 5 months. I left Canada in November of last year. For those who are curious about Costa Rica, I couldn't make it work. Costa Rica is a third world country for most part with higher than first world prices. When a burger and fries is $25 in Costa Rica, in a place with no infrastructure, where less than 20% of the roads are actually paved, it's time to go. I saw no value in that. I freaked out because the rents are horrendously, they're just huge. The rents are ridiculous. Mm-hmm. But I flipped out one day when I went to the gym with my buddies in a town called Uvita, and I was hungry. I just went and bought a yogurt. And on my credit card, you tap your card, it shows up an email. It was $9 for one yogurt. I told my buddies, I'm done. I'm done. I can't do this $3,000 US of rent with electricity that fails 5-6 times a day. I can't even do my show because the internet would drop out 2 or 3 times a show. I'm out of here. I jumped on a plane, came to Panama City, and I haven't left. That was 7 months ago. And April, the number of opportunities that there are down here are absolutely unbelievable. There's money on every street corner. The investors are here. There's 52 major banks here. The Panama Canal is at full capacity. The infrastructure here is second to none. The subway trains here are 35 cents, and they are better than New York City's subway. Better than New York.
Have you seen New York subways? If you go on there, you're taking your life in your hands.
Certainly, yeah. So for those who are curious about Costa Rica, it's completely unaffordable. There's 2 industries in Costa Rica. Excessively overpriced real estate that's worth nothing, and cocaine. And I am not touching cocaine. I'm not selling cocaine. I'm not dealing in it. I'm not swapping it. I'm not trading it. I don't want it near me. So I left. Here in Panama, investment banking, investments in general, real estate, creating a business, it's all available to you down here. And everybody here wants to do business. People are eager to do business down here. Panamanians love it when gringos show up with cash.
Well, until I find out what's going on with Donald Trump and this whole global cabal, I feel extremely uncomfortable leaving the United States because of the attitude of the people around the world towards Americans. I don't think it's favorable. You see what I'm saying? Now,
in some places, yeah, that's true. Yeah. I'll tell you this though: if you got white skin and you speak English here in Panama, they love you. Americans are loved.
Panama might be different. I know several people who've told me that they actually live in Panama, and they're just regular white people too. And yeah, they didn't say anything that was crazy. But I mean, like if I was traveling Europe, I would not want to travel to Europe. I have friends that do it all the time, and they're like, "Yeah, it's not a problem." I'm like, I think it's a problem. You're just lucky. So far, you have taken your chances, and one of these days you keep doing that, you're going to lose. So, yeah, I probably wouldn't mind going somewhere like Panama or whatever. But man, it's just, how do I know I'm going to be able to get back? Well, I guess I could come as an illegal, and I could get right back in.
Yeah, I don't think you want to actually go back to the United States as an American citizen if the Democrats win this thing.
Yeah,
I find that crazy too.
The only thing I'm worried about, like I said, is them actually stealing the down ballot. Because the presidency really doesn't matter. In fact, the federal government doesn't really matter. If you want to know the truth, it doesn't. And I don't think that most people know that. If they were watching what was going on this whole entire time, even within the first year or two of what I call the soft coup, there were many states that pushed back against Biden and the tyranny they were trying to rain down on people when it came to the masks, when it came to the vaccines. And also on the election fraud stuff. They were saying, no, we don't want you here. You need to leave. And some sheriffs even said, get out. And that's how you deal with the federal government. You just say, get out. You're not welcome here. Go. It's the problem is the people don't believe that. The people don't understand that. And so that's why I think that the Democrats are not focused on the presidency. That's a shiny bauble for all the rest of everybody to see. And they're going to be more focused on running candidates that are really Democrats and putting them in Republican positions, saying whatever it is that the people want to hear, so that the people will, because what will happen is, like today, this is a perfect example. I didn't want to vote for Mike Kehoe for the governor of Missouri because I know that he's the same thing as Parson and pretty much a Democrat at heart. But he was the only guy on the tap. It was either go full Democrat or vote for Mike Kehoe. So I didn't have any choice. I had to vote for Mike Kehoe. And that's what they do. So they'll run somebody who really deep down inside is a Democrat on a Republican ticket, make it so that you feel like you have a choice when you really don't have a choice. And then in the primary, they don't really care who wins because whoever wins, they still win anyway.
Yes. Okay. So we need to explain that one. That's it sounds a bit more complex than what everybody would be expecting here. So if Trump is going to win this election, which it seems like he's going to, because the Dems, they had the two worst presidents ever in a row. Boom, boom. They had Biden and Harris. So we know that Trump's got a good shot at winning here. They're already drafting up the impeachment papers. We're sure of that. And they're going to try to aim for control of the Senate and the House so that Trump cannot do anything while he's in office anyway. And it's unfortunately, it's going to be his second term, so he can't serve in a third. But is there any proviso in the U.S. Constitution that would allow him to pull off a third term? Is there any way he can do that?
Well, we'd have to be in a war. And if we're in a civil war, that could happen. But I don't think we're going to be in a civil war under him. I think the best option, which I think is the one that they're really afraid of, is using the military and charging them with treason. They can't do anything about that. All the people who've committed treason, all the people who've been committing treason. Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, Liz Cheney, Adam Kinzinger, Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, all of them have been committing treason constantly, because what is the definition of treason? It is actively working against the people of the United States, the people of America, the Republic of America. That is treason. Not working actively against the corporation known as the United States, but the Republic of America. And that is what they are doing. And what about all the people that are doing the news stuff? They're not news, they're propagandists. And they are literally pushing it. Committing treason, actively committing treason. That's what they should be worried about.
Well, I guess the question now, and I really hope I know the answer, but is there any possibility whatsoever, if Trump gets in, that he'll do to the Democrats what they've done to him?
I think there's absolutely
round them all up.
Yeah, but I think he's going to do it where there's actual charges that can be provable. And I don't think it's necessarily, and it's going to have to be a military tribunal. That's what it's going to have to be. It can't be just some regular prosecution like what those guys have been doing to him. It can't be that way, because it goes back to the difference between the corporate United States and the actual Republic of America. Under the Republic of America, they have to commit treason in order for anything to happen. in the corporate America, which is commerce and all that stuff, they would have to physically do bodily harm or property damage to have any criminal charges brought against them at all. And they're not doing any of that. That's all civil. So in order to get rid of them for real, I think it would have to be a military tribunal. And Trump is the head of the military. And that's the only thing I think that they're actually afraid of.
All right.
So I think that they're hoping that by giving him the presidency, it will make him back off. That's what I think.
Is that really, you think that? Yeah.
Yeah.
The Democrats are going to give him the presidency today so that he'll back off. I'm certainly hoping that he's not the back off kind of guy this time.
I don't think
he had an opportunity to lock up half of them when he was in office. And I get it. He was busy building a nation. I get that. And fixing a nation.
Yeah, but also, okay, so let's just say, hold on, I'm going to deal with my camera just a second.
Yeah, of course.
Let's just say that he, yeah, that was shining in my eye, getting on my nerves. Let's just say that if he would have done that, then the groundwork wouldn't have been laid. So that if he did decide that he needed to prosecute Nancy Pelosi or any of these guys, okay, he wouldn't have been able to do it without backlash of probably 50%, maybe even 45% of the people of the United States. Right now, I think, this is my opinion, I think he's got at least 75% of the people on his side. So if he did that, and decided to prosecute these guys in a military tribunal, people know it. He uncovered all the corruption. They could see it, and now they know it, and they're not going to obstruct it because they want it. See, so you see what I'm saying?
Yeah. I do. So essentially, I'll just recap what you said.
Okay.
Is that the first time Trump was in office, he could have locked up the Dems. He wouldn't have had the support from the people. But after listening to 4 years of F Joe Biden, let's go Brandon, 4 years of that, we've had about 6-7 months of this Kamala idiot. We've had Hollywood becoming Holly woke and getting found out for all their pedophilic actions. We've now got Diddy locked up. We have all the celebrities splitting. They're leaving the United States, expecting that European countries won't extradite them. We have all this going on. So now if Trump chose to use the military to lock up the Democrats, the American populace would support it. That's
right. That's what I think.
It's a fair argument. It's
well, I'm not stupid, you know, and if you're actually going to lead people, it's a lot easier if they're following you.
Right.
Working against them is not going to help you in any way. Then you become a dictator. That's exactly what Joe Biden and Kamala Harris want to do. They want to be dictators. They want to tell you what to do. And they think they're smarter than we are. And they're not. Well, obviously the vegetable isn't, but Kamala isn't either. Biden is. I don't even know what Biden's doing right now. I don't think we have a president right now.
No, I don't think so either. And I think every country around the world recognizes that fact. Yeah. America does. No one respects America right now. Nobody around the world at all. And I'll never forget watching Trump get off the plane for the first time in Saudi Arabia, where the king and all of his cousins, they all flocked, and they were all, they couldn't wait to see this guru, couldn't wait to meet him. And then Trump standing on the border between South Korea and North Korea, asking if he may enter the country. And the little guy, no, come in. Mm-hmm. He just walks in to North Korea. What other president would ever have done that in history with this, with that type of demarcation?
Also, remember when there was actual peace in the Middle East? That lasted about 5 minutes. I mean, have you ever seen any of them all come together at the same time? Ever?
Oh, no, I haven't.
Exactly.
At all.
That's right. And then they couldn't think of anything else. That's why they started COVID.
That's exactly it. And we can't, unfortunately, because we're on YouTube, I think we can't really talk about COVID at all because, Google was complicit with the whole thing, right? So Yeah, I know it's really sad. Yeah, all you have to do is tell one truth about it, and YouTube instantaneously shuts that video down, kills the video, and gives you a strike.
Information. How dare you? Stop
Yeah.
Stop it now.
Yes, and in Canada during COVID, I know this, they were locking everybody up that was disagreeing with it.
Yeah, I know. How is the pastor, by the way?
If you're referring to Pastor Arthur Pawlowski, he did an American tour and he sued for something crazy like $100 million. He sued all the government agencies, including the Calgary Police, for all the assaults and all the harassments and all the stolen property. They're widely leaving him alone right now, but it's also because he's not currently running for public office. If he was to run for public office, they would be right there arresting him again. They'd be right there doing it, period. And with me, during my run, when I was running for the mayorship of Calgary, they arrested me 22 times just to keep me off the streets. Because when you're sitting there with handcuffs on, there's my campaign. When you're sitting with handcuffs on, even if it's only 2 or 3 hours, that's 2 or 3 hours where you're not campaigning. And that's a very big problem.
Yeah, for the last, I'm going to say maybe 3 weeks. Well, yeah, maybe 3 weeks. The liberals have been actually saying that Kamala isn't doing well in the polls and all that kind of stuff, which is weird because they never admit anything. So that's why I'm saying they absolutely they're going to acquiesce to and allow him to win, I believe. I don't think they're really prepared for a civil war. Because all their side has been pussified. And so what are you going to do with that? I mean, they have military running around with long nails and high heels.
Yeah, Canada too.
How is that fear? That's going to strike fear into the heart of a conservative? I don't think so.
Oh, no. Everyone's laughing.
I know. The only thing that a real military person would probably have to do is grab their purse from that guy and smack him over the head with it and keep going.
Yeah.
I don't even need to waste a bullet.
Well, I do. I absolutely do recall. It was 2.5 years ago where the Canadian military brought forward that don't ask, don't tell policy. So the soldiers could start wearing bras. Men could wear women's bras underneath their getup. And while that was going on, the Russian military was putting together hyper masculine commercials of hyper masculine men doing masculine stuff.
I saw that.
Yeah, it was amazing. So Russia is to be worried about right now if you're on the Western side of the argument, because he's been building his country while the Democrats have been tearing apart their own country, just like the United Kingdom's been ripped apart, France by Macron, Canada. And Mexico now has got this far left white Jewish broad who's a freak like the rest of the LGBTQs. She's now been selected to run Mexico. And what pissed me off about her is that her inaugural speech, behind her here, pride flag. Behind her here, trans flag. No Mexican flag. The pride and the trans flag. So I'm thinking, oh no, okay, well, I'm going to forego my elongated stay in Mexico, and I'm going to stay here in Panama. Forget it. They can have that nonsense. That stuff doesn't apply here.
I've never been interested in going to Mexico ever. I don't know why. I just never have. And now I remember seeing that and going, really? Seriously? That's the kind of leader you're going to put up? I think that, I think the reason that they put up Kamala Harris and Tim Walz is because they're throwaway candidates.
Yeah, well, here's hoping that that's absolutely correct. And it looks like we are going to have a red wave here. It turns out about 20 minutes ago, Florida, there was already 1 million votes for the Republicans over top of the Democrats. And
there's
Florida
also Indiana and Kentucky.
Wow. This could be another Reagan.
Well, I don't. I mean, are they going to really let us go that far? Are they really going to let us go in a landslide? They should, because otherwise people will know it's right. See, the thing is when they chose Kamala Harris, I think they were trying to figure out how they could. I mean, like, okay, so let me see if I can explain what I'm thinking here. So Kamala Harris could have been a potential serious candidate. All right. But they weren't really sure if they were going to be able to throw her away or should they keep her at first. And then they saw that there was zero enthusiasm with her. And she did so badly. She was doing so badly in everything that she was doing. And so I think that they decided, all right, we're going to have to throw this one away. We don't have any choice. So we're going to just choose somebody we don't care about and put him with her. So that's why they chose Tim Walz. Nobody knew him really. He's ridiculous. I mean, he's more ridiculous than she is, which is really hard to do. And
yeah, you're right.
But he did it. And so I think they were like, okay, we're going to have to just throw this away. And we're going to have to concentrate on something else because there is no way we're going to be able to convince the American people in any way that the majority voted for them, for Kamala.
Sorry, April, I'm on TikTok and Kick on two different phones here. My special guest tonight, everybody, is American journalist April LaJune. She's in the central United States and is someone that I have been doing some podcasts with for, oh God, how many? 6 years now. So it's been a while. 6 years ago we met. So I'm very happy to have her on board. We're talking about the election and we're going to be covering it very shortly. The polls are going to start to close in 40 minutes in some states. We will just keep you updated as best we possibly can. This transmission started at 5 p.m. today, and my ass is already sore in this chair. I should have got a softer chair. Right? So, and we got a couple hours to go.
Oh, my God.
Yes.
Well,
so, April, I just got to make a quick announcement here for everybody. If anyone out there has IRS debt, if you're running a corporation and the IRS and the state is looking for their taxes and you want to get rid of that corporation, I will take it all away from you. I buy corporations that are struggling and have immense amounts of IRS debt. I also do the exact same thing in Canada. If you have a ton of CRA debt or GST, CEBA loan debt, whatever you have, get a hold of me right now at kevinjjohnston.me. That's kevinjjohnston.me. And I'm going to buy your corporation from you, take away every single penny of your debt so you can start over. Get a hold of me right now. Oh, yeah. And I've only been studying American tax law for the last 6 months, Canadian tax law for 40 years. And I'm finding in America, there's a lot of holes in a lot of the tax, like, are they even acts? They seem to be ideas, but they don't seem to be laws. It's really strange reading through American tax law.
They're not laws. The United States has a voluntary tax system.
That's the part that blows my mind. How the hell did Wesley Snipes do 3 years in jail for not reporting his income? Oh, okay.
Yeah, most people don't know the law. They don't. They just take whatever the word of some official and an attorney say. They don't read the law themselves.
Yes, well, 3 years he got for that. They said it was income tax evasion because he underquoted his earnings on the second Blade movie or the third Blade movie or something. Yeah, 3 years he got.
Don't you find that weird that they went after him and not Al Sharpton?
Oh, absolutely. I find that bizarre. Sharpton's a maniac. We've had C.L. Bryant on this show a couple of times talking about Al Sharpton, and seemingly the only thing he's there for is to be a paid agitator. That's all he does.
Well, remember when I was talking about the loyalty rituals?
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, do you think that men would really come out to the Grammys and the Academy Awards in ball gowns like that if it wasn't a loyalty ritual? And the COVID thing, and saying that they endorsed Kamala Harris when they know darn good and well they're going to lose tons and tons and tons of people from their businesses, from their movies, I won't even watch a lot of movies anymore because it's like, I'm not going to pay your salary. I don't even want to see your stupid face on TV.
All right.
And I don't buy their music. I don't even listen to their music most of the time. I listen to old stuff because I don't want to give them the place. So,
I hear you. Okay, so let's bring this map up here.
Okay.
For a second. There we go.
Which
so
one?
Here we go.
Okay.
This here, these are the results. Obviously, none of the polls have been closed yet. Let me just pull this down. So if we're having a look here at the presidential results, we've got 0 and 0 for Harris and Trump right now. Not yet called 538, and at the top there, 270 to win. You are an American. Could you explain that for the non-American audiences? How does this work? Go ahead.
Well, you've got to have a certain amount of electoral votes to win. And the magic number is 271. Okay. 270. And right now, Donald Trump is leading in 2 states. I don't know if you know that or not, but Indiana and Kentucky. And he's got 63% of the vote there, and she's got 36% of the vote. I just sent you a link in case you want to look at it. But you have to have the electoral votes. And the reason that they do that is because if they did not have electoral college, then the cities that are Democrat dominated in California and New York would overwhelm the entire rest of the United States, and there would be no representation for the rest of the entire United States. It would be whatever it is that they do. Now,
all right.
Did you see that thing I just sent you?
Yes. I'm going to share that one in just a second here, for sure.
Now, what's interesting about this particular one that you're going to bring up, that is a left-wing website.
Is it? Okay, here it's coming. It's coming.
Okay.
Here we go.
That is a total left-wing website. And
okay.
Already showing that. And if you hover over the state, it'll show you how many precincts they've got. 61% of the precincts are for Donald Trump. 37.3% of the precincts are for Harris. Now, as you go through, you're going to see that. And I've been thinking about this also. I don't particularly care for the fact that the cities dominate the counties, because almost every single county, I can't even think of a county that is out, doesn't have a big city in it. All of them were for Donald Trump, all of them. So to have it so that the majority of the people, it seems like, aren't even being represented is, I don't know, kind of makes me a little bit like, what? But that being said, all right. So what I found interesting about the cities in the United States that are predominantly Democrat, okay, like Los Angeles, Philadelphia, Chicago, St. Louis, Kansas City, okay, all these, they have 2 election boards. 2.
Go on.
Yes, they have one for the county and one for the city. And why do you think they would do that?
Oh, my guess is that they know that they're all a bunch of left-wing libtards, and they want the city to dominate the county.
That's
my
right.
guess.
That's exactly right. Because if they can see that the county is going to go in the way they don't want it to go, it's a lot easier to manipulate your home base than it is all the way around. So you don't have to manipulate every single place in the entire United States. You just have to do the right ones. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I got you.
That's why they have 2 election boards, which I think is ridiculous. Now, see, if we would have won our race as county commissioners, and I say county commissioners, but where we were running, it's called county legislators. If we would have won our race, we would have been able to, as county commissioners, tell the city no more machines, period. So what we were going to do is we were going to say that in our county, there will be no machines at all. That includes tabulators. All votes will be cast by paper ballot, hand tabulated at the polling station and certified by the election judges that are right there on the scene without having those ballots taken and driven around the county. Because that's what happens.
Mm-hmm.
They gather up all of the votes and then they supposedly put them in a locked thing, but you don't know. And then they drive them around and pick up another one and pick up another one and pick up another one until they get to the election board. Now, we don't know that that's exactly what happens. And we also don't know what the chain of custody is because there's really no verification of that. That's why we wanted them to be certified at the polling station, counted at the polling station. And the ridiculous Secretary of State, who we will no longer have, thank God, Jay Ashcroft will be gone.
Thank God for that.
Yeah. He would not get rid of the tabulators. And he said that he couldn't get rid of the tabulators because it would take too long to count the votes, and that the people who are at the polling stations doing the administrative work would be too tired. And so I was like, then why can't you just bring in a fresh crew? Keep the judges there, like myself. I was an election judge. Keep us there. Bring in your fresh crew and count them right in front of us. He still wouldn't do it. And we were like, okay. So I had contacted the Secretary of State's office in Missouri and said, okay, is there anything that is stopping us in the county from saying we're doing this by hand? And he said, no, there's no statutes at all that say you can't. And we were like, golden, if we could just get elected. But of course they know they rigged that one too. So that's the way it goes.
Yes. Okay. So what you're referring to there, it's something very similar to what we have in Canada. Is they're called ridings.
Mm-hmm.
And the way that Canada was set up is that by the time the Eastern time zone, the Atlantic and the Eastern time zones have voted, the election's over. The federal election's over. So you've got Quebec City, Montreal, Toronto, Ottawa, and the Niagara region. That area determines federal policy for between 4 and whatever number of years for the entire country. So what you're talking about there, it's kind of two-tiered, where the city of Philadelphia wants to override whatever the rest of the county residents have to say on the election. So you want to, if you want to win the Canadian Fed, you just got to win Toronto, Montreal, Ottawa, essentially, where all the liberal morons end up being.
That's right. And you know, it's so dumb. And people still think that it's fair. And I'm like, how is it fair when they're rigging it?
Well, Canada was set up. It was rigged from the very time that the provinces of British Columbia and Alberta and Saskatchewan joined. Mm-hmm. Toronto has more votes in it, or more ridings, than 3 provinces combined. And all the liberal idiots live in Toronto. Toronto is an absolutely unbearable city because it's all left wing. And that's the problem, is the left wing gets to, just by populace and electoral policy, determine what everybody else in the country can and cannot do. And it seems like Philadelphia and other cities like that want to do the exact same thing in the United States, is control the county and the state.
They do.
Quite frankly, people in Philadelphia, you're just not smart enough to make decisions for all of America. And that goes double for those in Atlanta. So let's factor in that Atlanta and Philadelphia, these are 2 cities I'm very familiar with. I lived in Philadelphia for a while. They are not smart places. I would say that the average IQ in those cities is about 10 points less than other major cities that are comparable. It's not a place you go for intellectualism. It's a place you go to be a complete idiot. And
Well,
they want to run the county. Go ahead.
I agree with that. I mean, to me, part of the problem also is the fact that, okay, so these politicians, they'll come, and I'm referring to the Republican Party in particular, they'll come to your location, to your meeting. Like, let's say, you know who Josh Hawley is?
Yes.
Okay. So Josh Hawley comes to your Republican meeting, and all the people are like mesmerized, like, oh my God, it's a Hollywood star. And they're not thinking, this guy works for me. That's how I always think of him. This guy works for me, and I want you to be accountable for whatever it is you're doing. Because my response to Josh Hawley all the time is, okay, so I'm glad that you did the questioning. Where is your criminal referral for this person? If anyone in the Senate and the House can make a criminal referral, why aren't you doing it? And they never do. They don't make criminal. The Democrats do it, but the Republicans don't.
Now, why is that?
Well, it's either because the Republicans are continually Charlie Brown and the Democrats are Lucy.
Okay.
I mean, like, oh, don't do anything to us. We'll change, and they never do. Or it's because they're just as corrupt as the Democrats and doing those gotcha questions and bringing the evidence is so sensational that the people don't think about the criminal referral, and they're like, oh, we got to vote for Josh Hawley because he's just great. And it's like, well, wait, is he just great? Where is the criminal referral? When you do that, then I'll be okay with it. Now, they were making the excuse, well, even if we do a criminal referral, the Justice Department isn't going to be doing anything. And I said, so put it on them. I would rather put the hot potato in their lap and say, I already gave it to them. See, here it is. Here's my criminal referral. I already did this. And now it's up to you people to make it stick. But you can't do anything if they won't make the criminal referral.
Oh, all right. So is there a solution to that at all?
Yeah, there is. You got to get rid of your local election board. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Could you explain that though? Because an election board is not something that the countries have. So go ahead.
Okay, so everybody in their county has an election board, and it's made up of Republicans and Democrats most of the time. I don't know why they don't have libertarians and Green Party and other people, but it's usually just the two parties. And so when there's 4 of them, they're 2 and 2. Okay. Now, I think it should be an elected position. And in order to get that done and target the election board, the American people would have to go to their own House of Representatives first. State senators are great, but House of Representatives first. Get cozy with them, push them, whatever it is, and get a bill on the table that says that election board people need to be elected. You need to choose 2 Republicans and 2 Democrats, and then find out what the record of these 2 people are and have them do a debate. I want to ask you questions before I vote for you. If I can't ask you questions and you're going to just treat me like you're holier than thou, which is what they do, I don't want you. You're accountable to me. And people are not thinking this way. They're not thinking we got to get rid of the election board. And here's why. So the election board in Jackson County knew that they were using Unison Voting Solutions. And Unison Voting Solutions is owned by International Lottery something or other. Okay. And the international part should have been the clue. And that leads directly to another company that has its headquarters in China. So it's just China, this international company, and Unison Voting Solutions. The election board already knew that. So that means China's little devices that are in the software, in the hardware of the voting system, they're reporting right back to China. And they already knew it. This is why you have to get control of the election board. And then once you get control of that, you can go out and out and out and out from there. But you can't correct anything until you get control of that election board.
All right. You want to talk about control also. The province of British Columbia in Canada, it's on the west coast, so it's north of Washington State. We just had the New Democratic Party, who are equally as communist and pro-pedophilia as the Democrats in the States are, and they cheated in the provincial election. So for Americans who don't understand how Canada functions, the country of Canada, if you will, is not a country. It's a dominion. It's an administrative body that kind of oversees the 10 provinces. All 10 provinces are independent countries, all of them. British Columbia, on the far west side, where Vancouver is, trades on the New York Stock Exchange. Oh, yeah, it does. The whole province trades on the New York Stock Exchange. So it just had an election stolen by the New Democratic Party, who are communists, staunch communists. They are the ones that completely approve of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police just driving onto native reserves all over the province,
Wow.
kidnapping good-looking girls. This is what they do. And they drive them to a town called Prince Rupert, where they board ships and they go to China and they're never seen again. They're sold as sex slaves. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police are into this. And now that the New Democratic Party runs the province of British Columbia, you can expect a whole lot more missing women all over the place. Canada is rotten to the core. So don't think it's just America that's corrupt. But I wanted you to know that this American-style cheating is now in Canada, en masse.
I'm not sure that it hasn't been this way since, well, in the United States, I think it's been a cheated system since probably the 1870s.
I don't think I can argue that. I really don't. But
Yeah.
At some point, there was at least enough faith in the system that rebellion was not just around the corner.
But
now there's no faith in any of this.
But it was the appearance of doing what's right. They had they weren't doing blatant crimes. When they did crimes, it was kind of underhanded, where they had a squeaky clean person in the forefront, and you know, there was the appearance of wholesomeness. There's no appearance of wholesomeness now. They weren't trying to murder your children. You know, they might have had an alternative. I mean, Planned Parenthood's been around for a long time, but I'm just saying it wasn't something that was blatantly in your face 24/7.
Right.
And now it's almost it's to the point where they're bloodthirsty. I mean, the women are actually going out there saying how many abortions they've had, how many times they've murdered a child, and are proud of it.
That one actually took me by shock a little bit when they were interviewing Los Angeles University students, and girls would come out, girls under the age of 20 would come out saying, I've had like 40 abortions. I'm really happy. I love killing babies. Like this, that is bizarre phraseology to come out of someone that young. And how could you possibly have been pregnant that many times under the age of 20? That it's moral decay. That's where this leftist LGBTQ nonsense has come in. It's completely destroyed any and all morals that made America great, that made Canada and England great, that made Ireland great, that made Western European countries great. These values are gone.
Yeah, completely. They're gone. It's okay. You know, when you're in a different country, I don't know, I guess I can say it. When you're in a Muslim country and you're a tiny child, or even China, you're a tiny child, you are taught from a very young age to basically hate Americans. You are. They teach kids how to disassemble and reassemble guns. Life is not the same value in other countries as it used to be in the United States. Okay. Now these bloodthirsty Democrats, because they're bloodthirsty liberals, bloodthirsty Democrats, are becoming those kind of people. And it's from a very, very, very early age.
I saw a video that I played when I still lived in Canada of a Saudi Arabian toddler, all done up in the stupid mask and the black gown and whatnot, came out of a closet, came screaming over, grabbed a teddy bear and beheaded it and held the head up just like this. And the American flag was in the background. So he rips it down and dances on it. And the parents are really proud of him. Now, in Canada, when I showed that video, guess who came to my front door? The police. I call them Fag Force One. It's this far left-wing police force in my hometown, Mississauga. There's 2,600 of them. They're all losers. They're all just complete wimps, but they're all very staunch defenders of the LGBTQ radical agenda. So when you say, I hate pedophiles in that area of the country, you get arrested for hate speech. Yeah, that's how sick that police force is. So they came to my door to tell me I couldn't talk about these things.
And which is weird because those countries themselves are filming themselves doing it.
Yes.
So they obviously want you to know.
They absolutely want you to know. They want you afraid.
Yeah. So if they're indoctrinating their children from very young, then that's why, I mean, the left is doing the same exact thing. They're doing this very same thing. And now when you go and you ask some left-wing lunatic's kid a normal question like, do you think it's okay to murder babies? A left-winger kid is probably going to go, I don't see any problem with that.
Yeah. And they're actually saying these things. They're doing it on camera and they're proud to be saying it. It is actually quite bizarre.
Yeah. And this is why I don't understand why they think that it's hate speech. Are we not phrasing it in fluffy terms enough for them? I don't particularly like sugarcoating anything. If you're going to tell me that you're going to murder children, then I'm going to call you a murderer. If you tell me that you think it's okay for adults to assault children in sexual ways, I'm going to call you a pedophile because that's what you are. And there's nothing that's right about that. Nothing.
You can't ever justify it. You'll never convince me otherwise. And I am the first one to say that I would like to see all pedophiles absolutely just hanged in the public square. I can say that here in Panama, where they would agree with me, actually, but you can't say it in Canada. You are not allowed to discuss how bad the criminals in Canada are, because most of the criminals in Canada are far leftist maniacs. They truly are. And the left wing run the courts in Canada and the police and the education center and every branch of government. It's frightening. It's a terrifying country to be in. By the way, America, for all my American friends who are watching right now, for those who do not know who I am, my name is Kevin J. Johnston. I'm Canada's biggest mouth. And in order to be able to be a big mouth like I am and serve Americans and Canadians by helping them with their tax problems, I actually had to escape Canada. And I have to use the word escape Canada. There were 7 attempts on my life as a journalist. I've served 7 months of prison time without charges in solitary confinement just for exposing the Canadian government, just for telling the truth in Canada. And if the Democrats win, everybody, you're going to have that exact same problem all over the United States. Even Musk said it himself, that they'll come for him and shut down X if they win. So, America, you got to be prepared to defend yourself. Now, April, let me finish one thought here, and I want to get your take on this. Bill C-63 in Canada is going to have it so that if you offend anybody online who's a left-wing nut, you'll go to prison for life. It's literally, read this for yourself. Bill C-63, punishment is life in prison for offending a freak on the left side of the argument. That's coming to America if you're not careful. That's why I can't be in Canada. That's why all the millionaires have left Canada, because millionaires can't be millionaires unless they've got a big mouth like mine. They've all left. Kevin O'Leary, everyone knows him from Shark Tank.
Yeah.
Okay, he's Canadian. but he doesn't go to Canada anymore. He lives in Maine. He's also now an Irish and a United Arab Emirates citizen. He's had enough of Canada's nonsense too. It's a horrible country. Stay out of Canada, America, and please do not let America become Canada. I promise you'll regret it, because the only option you'll have at that is civil war. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's so weird because I never thought that Canada was like that until I started really basically knowing you and Mike and, you know, several Canadians. I never would have thought of it as a tyrannical place ever. And it just seems to be getting worse and worse and worse. But I don't know. Do you know that we're all under still British rule?
Oh yeah, definitely still under British rule. And I'm a little bit torn on this British rule thing. I'll tell you why. Mm-hmm. Because in Canada, the only thing that secures private property rights for Canadians is the fact that the crown, the British crown, is still intact. That whole structure. If the British crown, the political structure known as the crown, if that gets dissolved, private property rights in Canada will disappear. Everyone's properties will drop to zero in value. Canada's entire housing market right now is propped up on money laundering. And if money laundering if money laundering was made illegal, the housing market would go down to 1/10 of what it is right now in value. If the British crown dissolves, private property rights in Canada are gone. Now, I don't know if that same level of power is in the United States with the British crown. Let's get your thoughts. Go ahead.
Well, first of all, they're over there. They're across the ocean. So that's one thing. But in the United States of America, we are still sort of under British rule. The only difference between you guys and us is that we have a constitution that has a Second Amendment in it. And we really, really hold on to the Declaration of Independence, the Bill of Rights, and the Constitution as a thing. Now, why the British allowed, I guess, I don't know any other way to put it, us to be able to have those documents, mm-hmm. I don't know, except for the fact that we defeated them in a war that was actually funded by them. So It was funded by them. So maybe they just thought at the time, I mean, I wasn't there, so I can't really speak for that whole thing, but maybe they were just like, you know, it's easier to just let them fend for themselves than try to rule them, because we're just going to have more and more wars if we keep doing that. Their whole goal was to put the central bank into the United States of America so they could control everything, which they eventually did. That's why I said the 1870s was like the beginning of a soft coup to take over the United States of America, which, you know, if you think about it, 1776 to 1781, that's really not a very long period of time to try to take over a country, an entire country. You know, that's a big area, you know.
Yeah, it is.
But the only way that they could do it instead of fighting wars was to get control of the money.
Well, they did to a degree. Thomas Jefferson crashed the big banks, but unfortunately they got a stranglehold again. And it does concern me that the Federal Reserve is still where America gets its money. It's weird that a mint can just print paper and then sink an entire nation into debt, and nobody seems to know about it. No one seems to understand how it works. And to explain the monetary system of the United States and Canada to people on fractional reserve banking, they don't get it. They don't get it.
No, they don't, because it's hard for them to believe that the paper notes that we have are just promises to pay in the future. They're not even real. They're nothing.
I want to share something with you here. In 2021, my podcast in Canada was over 300,000 viewers a night, because COVID was on and I was dead set against it. And I was also running for mayor of Calgary against a whole bunch of liberal maniacs. And I was the only one defending Canadian values. There was 21 people running for mayor, and all of them sided with the COVID nonsense. Mm-hmm. So we had 300,000 people a night watching. Canada's population at the time was only 39 million. So we controlled the airwaves. Canadian government didn't like it. So the cops came to our door every night to remind us to not say these things. It was It was unreal. Like one night in the middle of my show, my car was getting towed. So I had to tell the guys, the cops are taking my car. Hold on. And I ran outside. Like, dude, for real. Oh, it's the wrong car. Like, what do you mean it's the wrong car? Like, it's a 94 Trans Am. How do you not know what a 94 Trans Am looks like in comparison to all the egg-shaped garbage on the road? They were just doing it just to keep the show, just to piss me off. That's what it was all about. But while we were doing that show, whenever we talked about masks and all that stuff, whenever we talked about the government, the left wing, the radical LGBTQs and so on, the numbers were high. We did a 5-part show on how money works, going all the way back to the creation of the Wailing Wall, where Jews would make you pay a gold coin to be able to pray. We went that far back. We talked about what currency is. We showed every example going. And as we got through each episode, the audience got from 300,000 all the way down to 90,000 by the time we got to the 5th part. Nobody seemed to care about the university level education that we were giving on the show for free about what money really is. So I said, all right, next week, we're not doing anything to do with money. We're going to go right back to being crazy and funny. And the numbers went right back up. As soon as we stopped being educational and just stuck with controversial, we made money. And that saddens me. It saddens me that we lost 2/3 of our audience by trying to educate the populace on how to protect your wealth. Money it doesn't exist. It's not real. My God, please stick around and learn something.
I know they hate it. They want entertainment like 24/7. It's it's kind of annoying to me too, because I'm basically in an educational type role, I think, and I have a hard time getting through to people. And you know what's so interesting that you said that as soon as you got different food from Panama, that
Yes.
all of a sudden you had this clarity of thought. And that's because they don't have the stuff in their food like we do here.
Yeah, even if they wanted to poison food with antibiotics and whatnot, the country doesn't have the budget for it. So no, it's crazy. When somebody buys a plot of land in Panama, they want to clean up the weeds and the grass and the dandelions and everything else that grows. So what they'll do is they'll phone farmers saying, how many cows do you have? 100. Bring 30 and let them eat my grass for free. And so the cows clean the land up, and then they can go in and cut the trees down and build something small. That's how they do it. And then they'll move the cows to the next property where someone's trying to clean up the grass and the weeds. Everything here is grass fed. The meat is unbelievable.
Awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome. See, we have to be very, very careful here, because almost everything you do is tainted in some way. It really is. And, I remember when I was in Europe, in the 70s, it was the late 70s. And I remember the food being so much better and cleaner and more tasteful. Then it had a better flavor than what we have now. Even when I'm going to the market now and I'm buying vegetables and fruits and stuff like that, it's still and it is more flavorful than a boxed thing. I don't feel like it's as flavorful as it should be, whether it's organic or not. Does that make sense?
Oh, it does make sense completely. Now that I've had a taste of just real food here in Panama, I can tell you that I agree with everything you're saying, because from time to time when I do buy a bag of chips because I'm just missing Lay's or Doritos or something, I can taste the chemicals in it stuff. I go back to the natural stuff they have here. Yeah.
Exactly. See, I'm not a fan of RFK at all. Okay. I think he is still a Democrat through and through. He had a couple of good things that I like, but other than that, he's still a Democrat. However, he has said if he's in the Trump administration, if all this goes the way we want it to, and he's going to get rid of all those chemicals in the food. And I think that would be the restoration of the basics of America, including, I'm wondering how it's going to affect the people who have this brain imbalance that's making them think that they're women when they're really men, and vice versa. Are they going to suddenly wake up and go, holy crap, I cut off my body parts?
Okay, April, we got some breaking news here in Philadelphia. The law enforcement's already been called out in downtown Philadelphia. There's been a couple of attempts to steal ballots already. So there's some breaking news for everyone right now. Philadelphia, law enforcement's been contacted to get down and start protecting the ballot stations. Now, we want to get this back up now. Check this out, everybody. Right now, Trump has 328,630 votes in to Kamala Harris's 184,825. So far, that's Indiana and Kentucky that are reporting. It is now 7 p.m. Eastern time, and the polling stations are going to start to close in some towns on the Eastern Seaboard. So everyone have a look at that. Trump is ahead. Now, that's only 2 states so far. We haven't seen California's numbers yet. We haven't seen, communist New York's numbers or Marxist New York's numbers yet either. But as the news comes in, we're just going to keep letting you know what's going on with election 2024. For my American friends who are joining us here, my name is Kevin J. Johnston. I am a Canadian former journalist who had to escape Canada to get to Panama just to not be killed by the Canadian government. They made 7 attempts on my life. And this is the astounding April Lejeune, who is an American citizen and an American podcaster. Her and I have done a lot of shows together over the course of the last 6 years. I'm very happy to be doing the election night with April Lejeune. All right. So, April, you were right. Just like that. You said Philadelphia just 20 minutes ago. And they're already trying to steal the election, or at least steal the ballots out of the ballot boxes in Philly.
Well, also in Fulton County, which is Fulton County, Georgia, where Fannie Willis and the ridiculous prosecution of Donald Trump for absolutely no reason, made up, trumped up charges. They have already said that they're not going to let any Republicans help count the ballots. They are not going to have any Republican poll workers, none of that stuff. And I'm like, really? I mean, you literally came out and said you're going to commit fraud. And they did. Yeah. They said that. Now, I just put up in the comments there on the back area there an article that says a Georgia poll worker, Nicholas Wimbush, was arrested for a bomb threat. That was in Georgia.
Let's have a look at the article. Here we go. All right. So, Georgia poll worker arrested, accused of sending a bomb threat to a polling place to frame a voter. My Lord.
I know. Isn't that crazy?
Well, it doesn't come as any surprise. Democrats have been pulling fire alarms everywhere that they lose debates. So why would they not try this?
I just think it's ludicrous. I figured that they would try everything they possibly could. And I don't know. I think I can find this other one. In Pennsylvania, the electricity went out in one of the polling stations.
Okay. April, hold on. You want to talk about power going out? In my hometown, the city of Mississauga, which is to the west of Toronto, Toronto's airport's completely enclosed within it. I ran for mayor of my hometown. At the time, population was about 1.1 million. I placed second in that mayor race. Now, first off, there were power failure. 3 grids in the city went down, which is not possible considering the fact that there's a power generation plant in Niagara Falls. The grid is completely stable. There's a nuclear plant 2 towns over in the city of Pickering, and Mississauga actually has its own hydro company where they are pre-buying mass quantities of power. In my hometown, the electrical grid is new. It's actually one of the newest ones in the entire country. So 3 full grids went down, which put 20 polling stations without power. 20. They also didn't even put signs up to say vote here. They rigged the entire election with power failures, lack of signs, and they accidentally locked the doors. And one school, I can't remember the name of it, I'm sorry, but it's in the far northwest side of the city. It's one of the biggest schools in Canada, like actual land-wise. Somebody went over there with a TIG welder and just welded the door shut, and nobody could find a metal grinder to open the doors. Yeah. Nobody. That was 2018. That was being done. Oh yeah, just to stop me from winning the mayorship. They knew what I was going to do. If I got in, they knew exactly what I was going to do. Yeah, so they didn't want me winning.
If you refresh your map there, it looks Vermont, which is like duh, has gone for Kamala Harris, which with no precincts reporting. And Florida and Georgia are right now for Trump.
Okay, so that stands. Oopsie, where we go?
Are you looking at Axios? Are you?
I am looking at Axios. Yes. So right now, everybody, we've got 1,510,000 votes for Trump, and somehow we've got Harris with 1.245 million. So she seems to have won Vermont. Trump's got Indiana, Kentucky, Georgia, and Florida so far.
Remember when I told you that it was going? They're going to try to make it as close as they possibly can because they don't want it to look like a landslide. It will be amazing if they keep with that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Look. The numbers just flipped. Now it's 2.1 million for Trump and it's 1.84 million for Harris. Look at that. It's flipping fast right now.
Yeah. You got to wonder what's going on. And I don't know if you saw Georgia. Georgia is also a Trump state. So.
Well, Barack Obama, sorry to have your face hiding behind me there. Yeah, so Barack Obama comes out and he tells Black Americans who to vote for. And he's essentially telling Black Americans, if you don't vote for Kamala Harris, who's like, what, 1/8 Black, then you're not Black.
She's not Black at all. Have you been watching Candace Owen?
I do watch.
Yeah, she's not Black at all. There's no Black in her history at all. They actually England.
Is that tattoo that they put on her face to make her a bit darker?
Her mother's Indian. Remember?
Oh, okay. Well, is that even true? With these people,
it's true.
No.
Because her mother was some kind of communist CIA plant, and so was her father. So, but her father, her whole family's from England, and they were slave owners in Jamaica. She's not Black at all. Yeah, that was crazy.
Okay. All right. So now we're at Trump, 2.33 million, and we've got Harris at 2 million.
Which I don't believe 2 million people.
Oh, not a chance.
No.
Not this early. Not at 7:08 p.m.
No.
No way it's that early.
There we go. Yeah. I mean, Vermont is kind of like a given. It's like those people are so, I don't know if they have a brain freeze up there or what, but you know, I usually figure that the northern states like that are going to go for any liberal, no matter what.
Well, you know what? I think it's because they're right beside Quebec, and Quebec it's got a big population along the U.S. border there that it shares with Vermont. So right now in the province of Quebec, they've got a federal party that it's called the Bloc des Québécois. And even though they are a federal party, they just do everything they possibly can to interfere with the rest of the country to get what they can for Quebec. So, and they're very liberal in their thought processes. Every LGBTQ maniac ends up in Montreal and the south part of Quebec there. Now, I'm sure you've recently seen all these images and videos of men putting on dog masks and walking around barking.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, that was Montreal 15 years ago. That's how liberal that place is. Wow. So I think the people of Montpellier they're too much influenced by the French Canadians. So if they go liberal, we do liberal too, because we want the dog mask on. They're stupid. Yeah.
Here's the question somebody has. Do you think Trump can actually change what's coming to America and the world?
I'll field that one first if you want.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
My answer is going to be very simple. With executive orders, yes, he will. Trump got off the plane in Saudi Arabia and everyone swarmed him just to touch his jacket because that's the aura the man has. He walked over the border into North Korea. He met up with that, whatever his name is, the fat guy. He did all this stuff. Trump implemented so many incredible policies that the American economy shot right through the roof in less than a year. If it wasn't for the fake pandemic nonsense, America would have been number one on the planet. Trump is feared. It's the same idea of coming out of the Jimmy Carter era and going into the Reagan era. The Middle East was afraid of Reagan. The Middle East is afraid of Trump. They know exactly what he will do. And the Middle East knows they got to play ball with this guy because he'll unleash hell. That's my thought. April, you've got the floor.
Well, I think he can have tremendous influence, and the executive orders are one of the ways. But I do think you're right that they fear him because they know, one, he's not going to tell them what he's going to do. Okay, he's not going to sit there and say, "Oh, by the way, we'll be over there tomorrow to bomb you." He's not doing that. Yeah. He's not telling them what the strategy is, which is good. And I see they just flipped Georgia to the commie, which
so far. So they're saying 78,000 votes are in so far in Georgia.
Well, 78,820 are supposedly for Harris, and 63,858 are for Trump, which Fulton County, remember, is in Georgia.
All right.
Yeah. So I'm sure that's going to be a contested thing because it's just, I mean, they have a Republican governor. You know what I mean? There's mostly Republicans that are there. Conservatives are there. So it would be an embarrassment if I was living in Georgia to continually deal with this, what I say is a clown show. But there probably will. We'll see, because, I mean, you know, Trump and team successfully sued a county in Pennsylvania to reopen the polls when they closed them. There's, let's see, what is that? Virginia, Trump 53%, Harris 45%.
Okay, we'll put the map back up full screen here, so you can see that we have. Yeah, Virginia. Now the mouse over is not working. Hold on, come on. Oh, this is annoying.
They better not give that. It just makes me sick that people are so stupid to cast a vote for an absolute disgusting piece of crap like Kamala Harris.
Well, we got Trump in the lead right now, 2.79 million, and we got Kamala at 2.4 million. Again, there's no friggin' way that she has that many votes this early on. Some polls closed just a short 13 minutes ago. Let's hope that we can flip Georgia back to red here.
Yeah, let's hope, because, I mean, that's 16 votes. I mean, it's not the end of the world. Yeah, Lion Kamala is for sure. I just can't hardly stomach the thought of that kind of disgusting piece of crap, even in a position where she is giving a speech for any reason whatsoever. Because every single speech that she's made in the entire time that they have pretended to be a government when they're actually a dictatorship, to me, she hasn't one time said anything that was even worth listening to. Yeah,
I agree with that.
The only part where I would clap for her is when she's leaving the stage. Like, I'm super happy you're done. Goodbye.
Yeah, for sure. Wow. All right. Well, we're just going to keep watching the numbers coming in, everybody. This is election 2024 coverage. As news comes in, we're going to share it with you. And as the map changes here to do with the time zones, we're going to hang around as long as I can handle sitting in this chair, which is not the most comfortable chair in the world. But here we are doing what's right. We want to make sure that we are a part of the election process, because we'd like to offer whatever advice we possibly can, if it's worth anything to you at all. Terry's asking here on TikTok, Kevin, what are your 2 cents on if Trump doesn't get in? Well, I can tell you there will be unrest, that the Republicans have had enough. In general, Americans have had enough. They've already had one election stolen. and I got to take this off of YouTube just because I said that one line. But yes, the election was stolen. Americans do not want to have it stolen a second time. There will be bedlam. Everyone's had enough.
Joe Rogan said that it was stolen. Joe Rogan's on YouTube, just so you know. Apparently, South Carolina has been declared for Trump also. CNN is projecting that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's not on that map right there. And also, I see that Biden says he's not going to be attending the Harris watch party. Why would you?
Of course. Why would he?
He hates her. It's so apparent that he hates her.
All right. There's the numbers, everyone, so far. We got Trump at 3.1 million, and we've got Harris at 2.6 million votes so far. She's got Vermont, it seems. Virginia is going red. Kentucky, Indiana, and Florida seem to be red so far. Georgia was red, and it flipped to blue for now. But I don't think that the polls are all in yet.
Yeah, and Breitbart News is also saying that the exit polls suggest poor black turnout for Kamala Harris. Could it be because she ain't black? And they know that?
Yeah, that could be the case. Yes. So unfortunately, what's happened now is whether it be the media or the powers that be, everybody, Vermont has been called blue. So Harris has Vermont, which is incredibly unfortunate. It is what it is. But
News is also projecting South Carolina for President Trump.
All right. Well, we're just going to keep our eyes on all of this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So for everybody who's watching on TikTok and Kick, I need everyone to start going double finger. Just double finger that screen, everyone. Keep tapping. Let's get the likes up. We're at 4,200 likes right now. Can we get those numbers up past 20,000? Let's go ahead and get this going because TikTok's algorithm loves it when you do the double tap with them fingers. So just get it rocking there. Let's see the hearts flying up. And if you're watching on Rumble, you'll see directly below April's lovely face there is a thumbs up button. Please hit that button immediately because it helps the Rumble algorithm as well. Rumble is it's a really stable platform, everybody, but it's a difficult one to crack the top 1,000 on. Until all of you lovely people out there decide to thumb it up, we're still not going to make it in the top 1,000. Let's get that rocking if we could, please. I see the likes are starting to jet up here. Thank you for all of that.
Now, this is interesting. This says that there has been an approximately 20% shift to Trump with independents in Georgia per the exit polls, which was updated 1 minute ago. So I don't know if Axios is going to put that up there.
I don't think they are because Trump just gained 1 full percentage point now. So
they just turned it back red. Axios just turned it back red. Yep. And they still don't have the reporting on South Carolina.
Oh, there it is. Georgia's back to red. Okay. So isn't that remarkable?
Yeah, that's good. Now, Gord asks a question, who would be a good president after Trump's 4 years? Probably J.D. Vance. So far, now, if everything goes like it should, J.D. Vance would be the candidate and should be the candidate. I just have a lot of trouble with not continually thinking in the back of my mind of the movie Manchurian Candidate. Just saying. And here's the reason why. Have you ever watched that movie? The newer version? Okay, the guy looks like J.D. Vance. I was like, oh, whoa, that likeness is crazy.
Fantastic. And thank you, TikTok, for the likes. I see the hearts are still flying. Appreciate that. Over here on Kick, you're slowing down a bit. Can you guys just get rocking there for me? Greatly do appreciate that. Every single solitary little bit helps. If you're watching on Twitter or X, if you're watching on X, everyone, could you please re-X this, retweet it, flip it, whatever Elon calls it now. God bless Elon for what he is doing. Elon has done a great job revamping Twitter into what it was when it first came out, an actual free speech platform. You know, as the left wing, April, kept shutting me down as a conservative journalist in Canada, I had to open up more and more and more accounts. I had at one point over 40 of them shut down. Well, Elon has given me back 24 of them. I'd rather just merge them all into one. It's a lot of work to go through that.
I know it. I know it.
So much work, But God bless Elon for giving me back my my Twitter accounts. There we go. All right, we have another development here, everybody. Looks like South Carolina. Yeah, South Carolina's going red here.
Sure.
Yeah, so Trump is at 5,143, but how could it only be 5,100 votes at this time of night? But that's okay. It's red right now. That's good. New Hampshire is red right now. New Hampshire is red. Woo! Oh, I'm loving that.
I like this trend so far.
Yeah, I'm enjoying this so far. I really am enjoying this so far. Let's put the map up full screen here, everybody. So there we are. I'll just scroll it down a bit for you here. We got Trump at 3.84 million votes, and we got Psycho Lady at 3.13 million votes. Oh, yeah.
Crooked Kamala.
Oh my God, yeah. I'm actually embarrassed for Americans. I'm not an American, but I'm embarrassed for
really
you.
Terrible that someone would have to be embarrassed for us. Usually we're the ones who, you go, oh, if you're coming up and against an American, you're going to have a hell of a fight. And now this. It doesn't make you want to leave the country, but can't do that. Yeah. And if all the celebrities who promised to leave the country actually did, then definitely Donald Trump has made America great again, for sure.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And Hollywood's lost everything. Yeah, I just found out by accident on YouTube about 5 hours ago that there was a new Forrest Gump movie that came out, and I knew nothing about it. Nothing. Yeah. What? And apparently it's bombing huge at the box office. Apparently.
Yes, there is a Forrest Gump.
I don't even know what Hollywood's doing anymore. Nobody cares about Hollywood. Yeah. And what's really embarrassing is the cast of the Avengers movies, the Marvel movies.
Oh, yeah.
They all got together. Hi, Avengers. Avengers assemble. Let's vote for Kamala Harris. It's sick. These are adults. Some of them are my age. I'm in my 50s. I would never behave like that. Not even if you paid me to do so, would I behave like that and try to be taken seriously. My God, I'm floored at how stupid everybody in Hollywood is. But Hollywood's dying. Thank God for that, too. We don't need.
I know. I just don't like anything that has to do with Hollywood at all. I don't want to go to any concerts, which is bad because, I'm a musician. Of course, why wouldn't I want to? Well, I don't want to when it has to do with these kind of people and making them richer and richer, and they already think that they're gods. So I'm not doing it. Nope.
No, not at all. And nor should we. All right, let's go to the vote count here. Trump, 4.17 million. Harris, 3.4 million. All right. So far, they say that he's won 2 states. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
They've already called Indiana and Kentucky. They've been called.
To me, like they're going to, New Hampshire is now light blue, but I hope it will go back to the other. It would be a saving grace for the East Coast if one of those states is red. But, I don't know. Maybe the further up north they go, the more brain freeze they have. I don't know.
Again, the proximity to Quebec and all the liberal crap that comes out of Canada. It has to be. I think Quebec's influence on stupidity is higher than we think because it's not a smart place. And it's also, I find that in the northern United States, especially the ones that share a border with the province of Quebec, they've got the same communist mindset that the Quebec mindset is. The Quebec government is very radical in all of its approaches to everything, like language police. If you don't speak French properly, you get tickets. If your sign is not twice the size in French as it is in English, you get a ticket. When kids in Montreal were putting out ads saying garage sale at an address, the police, the language police, would cross out the English words and write everything in French. It's weird. It's a very Hitleristic place in Canada. The northern states seem to be affected by it. It's stupid seems to emanate. It grows. It grows like an orb.
I believe it.
All righty. We seem to have Virginia flipping blue and New Hampshire flipping blue here. That's not good.
Well, I think it'll go back. I don't know about New Hampshire, but I'm thinking Virginia will.
Well, Virginia's 13 electoral votes, and that is something that we want to see here. Virginia, depends on which website you're looking at. I'm looking at apps.npr.org. They seem to be a non-for-profit organization. They're showing Virginia with Trump at 58.6% to Harris's 39.9%. Yet,
but they are a liberal. NPR is liberal too. They're Kamala land.
Are they?
Oh yeah, absolutely they are. They're government-owned radio. Let's see. What is this question here? What actionable steps can he take towards change? Executive orders, of course. Do you think he could force a digital identity on the populace of America and use that to identify illegal immigrants for deportation? I don't think that he would. South Carolina is still red. Good. I don't think that he would force anybody to do digital anything. Really what I'm hoping that he'll do is he'll reestablish the Republic of America. That's what I'm hoping he will do, because it's important for people to understand the Republic, because we're not a democracy. We have not been a democracy. The only democracy that there is in the global organized crime syndicate, which has Kamala Harris and Biden and all those guys in it, because they think that when they cast a vote, it's 50-50, 50-50, 51, 50, whatever, 49. But the point is they think that they're the only ones and that we have to obey them. And I don't like that.
Nope, I don't like it either. I also, something I really want to point out tonight. I'm actually following Twitter as you're talking. Mm-hmm. And I noticed the left-wing fools out there, like Schwarzenegger, like the cast of the Marvel movies, like George Takei, Sulu from Star Trek, all these left-wing turds. Nobody's talking on their platforms. All the Republican and conservative people, their Twitter accounts have just lit up tonight. It's seemingly Americans just don't want to interface or interact with these left-wing jerks who have wrecked America for the last 6 to 8 years. So that's also a good sign, everybody. Oh, it looks like South Carolina. Oh, they put Virginia back to red. Look at that.
Awesome.
All right. So, right. Yeah, they're saying it's neck and neck. So there's other sources I'm looking at right here. Trump's at 49.3, and so is Harris. All right. And for those of you out there who are currently watching on TikTok and on Kick, please share. Everyone, get sharing right now. It really does help the algorithm. If you're watching us on X right now covering the U.S. election, would you please go ahead and retweet? I think they call it. I don't even know what he calls it, but share.
I don't know what he calls it either. Re-X. I don't know.
X it out. Get it out there, please. Let the whole world know that we're covering this thing. We're trying to be, I am biased as hell. I'm a Trump fan, and I absolutely want to see Trump back in office because I want to see America return to its former glory. Because I loved the United States of America the way that it was in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. I loved it. I wanted to be an American. I still do. I don't want to be a Canadian citizen. There's nothing to stand for. There's nothing to do as a Canadian citizen at all. I want to be an American, but not under Harris. I would not even enter the United States under Harris. I wouldn't waste my time.
Yeah.
Under Trump,
what would be the point?
You're absolutely right. What would be the point?
Yeah. So now they're saying that Harris is 59.3 and Trump's 39.7 in Virginia. So we'll see if that lasts. I hope not, because
on the other site on NPR, they are Yeah, okay, so it just flipped. So it went from 44 each. Now somehow it went 58 to Harris and 40 to Trump. That doesn't seem possible to me.
Yeah, it doesn't seem possible to me either, unless you're trucking in a few votes here and there.
Which could be the case. I mean, 13 electoral votes is a lot.
Well,
You
I
know,
hope that people also understand that all we're doing tonight is we are telling the electorate what to vote for when the votes are actually cast on January 6th. West Virginia just went red for President Trump. And they called it. They literally called it for him.
Okay, so we said West Virginia?
Yep, West Virginia. They called it.
I'm on a couple of other maps right now. I don't see any callings yet. Which one are you on?
I am on Axios. They have called
it. Oh, there it is. There it is. There it is. Okay, it just flipped. All right.
Yeah.
And they called it.
All
right. They called it. Look at that. West Virginia.
Good. Yep. They called it on all three of these maps that I'm looking at right now.
Trump.
What this does is it tells the electorate what to cast their vote for when they actually cast their vote on January 6th. That's what's going on right now. Does that make sense?
Oh, it does make sense. So with the Electoral College, they're told how to vote by the American people.
Right.
Has there ever been a time in American history where the Electoral College went against what the people voted for?
Well, it always usually goes against the popular vote, but I don't think so. Not that I know of. Well, I guess you can't really compare 2020.
Yeah, that wasn't an election.
That would be the one that I would say, yeah, because that was definitely, that had nothing to do with what we cast our votes for. They were already rigging it before anything started. They know not to even do that. I don't think Brett Baer on Fox News is going to make the same mistake that he did last time by calling a state before the poll is closed. Remember he did that last time?
Yeah, I do remember that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I don't think he's going to be doing that again.
I think they're going to be very careful what they call this particular time. And I can't wait to hear the left wing bawling their eyes out. I want Trump to win just to see the left wing go bananas. I'm going to sit down. I'll be up all night, probably 3 straight days, watching the left wing cry. That's what we got.
The memes will be amazing.
I'm at a loss as to understand left wingism. I don't get how you can live in a country like the United States of America and enjoy all of its perks, every single one of them, yet shout at the top of your lungs how terrible it is because reasons, and none of your reasons make any sense at all.
This guy is asking, what threat does Trump have to Canada and Trudeau? Canadian media on all main channels have smeared him. I'm going to tell you what I really think the bottom line is here. Sex trafficking and pedophilia. I think that's what he's got on all of them.
Oh, I absolutely think he's got that on all of them. Now, for our American audience here, when Trump was in office, I was still living in Canada. The left-wing media, Trump. That's it all day, all night. They refused to speak about the Canadian economy being completely dead because of Justin Trudeau. Justin Trudeau shut down the entire oil industry in Canada. Canada has enough oil inside of it to supply the entire planet forever. And he shut that down. No one talked about that. Diamond mining got shut down. Copper, cadmium, nickel, gold, silver. He shut all the mines down. He shut everything down. Then he started shutting down the potash industry. He started shutting down the fertilizer industry and started shutting down the beef industry. Trudeau did all this. Not one report on Canadian media about how horrible Trudeau was. Trump. Like howling like dogs. Oh, Trump. That's all that it was all the time. And now let me tell all of you this. There is a man in Canada. His name is Mohammed Fakih, Fakih. In Canada, I'm not allowed to speak about him. Good luck stopping me now that I live in Panama. Mohammed Fakih came to Canada, or so he says, about 25 years ago, and started working at this junky donut shop called Tim Hortons, or so he says. Then he opens up a garbage restaurant in my hometown of Mississauga, and he builds it right beside a whole bunch of auto mechanic shops where nobody could see it. And somehow this restaurant expanded from 1 to 48 restaurants in a matter of 5 years, serving garbage food at high prices. I'm thinking, this sounds like money laundering. Yep. Let's go into the restaurant on a Friday and see what happens. So we went to his biggest location on a Friday, and we sat there. There was 3 people, including me and my cameraman, in the restaurant for the entire Friday night. But they had an old school cash register there. Not old school, like maybe a 90s style. And this chick is going, typing in fake receipts. There was nobody there buying food. Okay. So then when I went to the war zone in Myanmar in January of 2018, the Burmese army general and his staff explained that Mohammed Fakih was a wanted criminal. They would execute him if he ever traveled to Myanmar for funding terror groups that killed 50,000 Buddhists in their country. This is all through Toronto. All of this is going on. So we reported that story. Now what happens is the cops start assaulting me because he was giving the cops free cash and free food. And then he sues me for defamation. The judge did not allow me to enter any defense on my record whatsoever. And I just had to sit and listen to this harangue from this loser lawyer. His name is Jonathan Lysis, the biggest wimp you've ever met. And this guy talking about me. And Mr. Johnston said this. And Mr. Johnston, he cracked this joke about Muslims this one time. And then Mr. Johnston, he went down the street and he said this other thing this one time. And then Mr. Johnston was questioning me in the street this one time. And then that's what he was crying to the judge. But when he said to the judge, oh, by the way, Your Honor, Mr. Johnston here has declared himself the #1 Trump fan in Canada. The judge, what? She was livid. Really? And then she stops the proceeding and leaves the room, leaves the courtroom. And of course, guess what happened? I lost. She awarded him a $2.5 million victory in this farce of a show or a court hearing, as you call it, because I'm a Trump fan. Then the same lawyer was complaining about me to a different judge when I was running for mayor of the city of Calgary. And here we are. This is my photograph of me running for mayor. I had huge audiences, and I had hats and T-shirts that said, "Make Calgary great again." I mean, why wouldn't I have that slogan, right? In fact, hold on. I've got the shirt. Give me a second. Yeah, I do have it. There we go, April. There you go for everybody else. All right. So make Calgary great again. I had shirts, we had hats, we had everything. So this lawyer, he's livid with me, and he says to the judge, Mr. Johnston's got a slogan right now running for mayor of Calgary, make Calgary great again. Now, we've heard that kind of rhetoric before, haven't we? That's how he's talking. And the judge decides that he can't have a white male running for mayor of Calgary who is a fan of Donald Trump and is using that same slogan as Donald Trump. So what does he do? Sentences me to 18 months of prison time because I'm a Trump fan. That's how Canada functions, everybody. Stay the hell out of Canada. Just don't go. Don't invest in it because you're not going to get any money back. And think about this, everyone. Everybody in Canada who's in the media and on the left, and it's about 75% left-wing in Canada, they all hate Trump. It's going to be the same thing. When Trump wins, Trump, 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 bad man, bad man. Yeah. Canadians have no money because of Donald Trump. They're going to say this stuff. Not because Trudeau is a pedophile pervert who destroyed the country deliberately. Not because Trudeau is a staunch communist. Not because Trudeau was given his instructions on how to destroy the country by the Aga Khan, who is the Pope of the Ismaili sect of Islam. None of that. It's Trump's fault. Trump has not been in office now for just about 4 years. And the Canadian media for the last 2 years, blah, 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 Trump's fault. They're talking about him all the time. It's sick. It's an absolute illness. Yeah, it is. It's weird. It's very, very weird. Okay. They're stating that Virginia, that Harris is leading at 57.
Yeah,
sorry,
I'm seeing that, but it's not called yet. Which is
so North Carolina is at 68% Harris, or so they say. Georgia, 60%, 61% Trump, and Florida is right now at 54% Trump. I don't think Florida is going to change. I think Florida is red.
I think Florida is red too. They're calling. Okay, so CNN is showing that President Trump is leading in Georgia. That's what CNN is doing right now. Right, Donald Trump has flipped Duval County, Florida, a very positive sign for Georgia. That's good. Breaking: President Trump wins Indiana.
No, well, really?
That's what it says.
Yeah.
He did. Yeah.
No, we did call it earlier, but now the media is actually saying that he's won.
Yep. That's when you really know, when the media starts calling it.
Yeah. Now, Ohio, this is an interesting state, everybody. Think about the large cities that Ohio has. You got Cleveland, you've got Cincinnati, you've got Columbus, but you've also got Dayton in that area. I don't like Dayton very much, but you got military bases there. Yeah. The Air Force has a very strong presence in Ohio. So it is a very important state, no matter how you look at it. Plus, of course, Cleveland sits on Lake Erie, so they have access to shipping routes into the Atlantic Ocean. Very, very important place to have victory. Plus 17 electoral votes. That's significant, no matter how you look at it. Absolutely significant. All right. I'm just having a quick look here. Alex Jones, I don't know if what he's saying is true here, but he's reporting the fact that Harris's staff is already bragging about the fact that they've got the machines in the bag. Lord knows if that's true or not.
Well, since they're a bunch of uneducated dolts, it's hard to say.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised in any particular way that Harris would be bragging about stupid crap like that. That's not the smartest thing in the world to say at any time, no matter who you are. But nobody ever accused Democrats of being smart.
Well, this is interesting. Now, this is from a reliable source. Breaking: per a White House official, the Harris campaign is already firing staffers due to being useless.
Oh, now that I believe. That's definitely real. That is real.
Let's see. Andrea Mitchell on MSNBC. There are a lot of men, black and white, who just simply don't trust a woman to be chief executive, commander-chief. I think that's kind of stupid. And I'll tell you why. Because I think, and I asked some hardcore people, what guys, if they would vote for Sarah Huckabee, and they said they would.
Yeah, the deal with men, as I am one, I can tell you this: if a woman is really stupid and equally as annoying, if not more than she is stupid, we don't even want to be around them, let alone be led by them or told what to do by them. Intelligent women will always command the respect of men. That's just how it is, because a man will look and say, "Wait, whoa, that's new," and they'll follow. But Kamala is not a leader. She is the harbinger of destruction is what she is. All right.
Let's see.
So just, it looks like Antifa's up to their normal nonsense
what are they
here.
doing now?
Well, they're just running around assaulting people that have Trump flags on and Trump hats on.
Decision Desk has Donald Trump winning Ohio so far, 54% to 45%. Now, like I said,
Ohio's update just came in, 56.7 for Trump, 42.6 for Harris. So Wow. Ohio? That's a swing state.
Well, I'm just going to tell you now, it has always been in the past, except for 2020, that when Ohio was red, that's what governed who the president was going to be. The only time that ever changed was in 2020. It's always been if whatever Ohio is what it is. So I don't know if they're gonna do it the same. I don't know. They rig everything under the sun because they can't. It just floors me how someone could actually be okay with winning by cheating. But that there's money and power at stake, you know?
The power is probably intoxicating. You know, to control the White House would be intoxicating. I think anybody would say, yeah, I'd cheat to be in the White House.
Oh gosh, I wouldn't. I would never want that job. Are the judges brainwashed or just paid off? They're paid off. Yeah, paid off.
Well, of course they are. Well, I mean, the judges are paid off all over the place. The left-wing judges out there are all completely paid off. I mean, I've had paid off judges scream at me in courts in Canada. Absolutely just rip strips off me. Yeah. So yeah, and of course they're paid off. Think about this, April. Think about this.
Mm-hmm.
In Canada, you can get an 18-month jail sentence handed to you by a left-wing, liberal, Marxist, pedophile judge just for cracking jokes about someone who is one of his supporters.
That is so ridiculous. That's tyranny.
18 months of contempt of court. Contempt of court in Canada, like the States, is anywhere between a couple of hours and 30 days. You know, contempt of court in the United States, to get something crazy like 90 days, you got to be a maniac in a courtroom. But certainly not someone who cracked jokes 3 or 4 months earlier.
Man, I'll tell you what. They're having a real tough time, these maps, on actually calling the races that the mainstream media is calling.
Well, the mainstream media, they're calling stuff because they want you to stick around, right? But I'm watching 3 different maps right now. We've got one map sitting up there right now from Axios. They seem to be pretty close to the other ones. Now, I've got concerns about Virginia and North Carolina because they're showing that Harris is winning both of those right now. North Carolina by quite a bit. Nothing's in for New York and Philadelphia, and Pennsylvania yet.
Mm-hmm.
And New York, if Trump took that one, and Ohio,
oh my gosh, that would be awesome.
Because I guarantee you, he's got Texas.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You can absolutely guarantee that he's got Texas. Oh, here we go. Austin makes a good point. Pennsylvania polls close in 12 minutes. Okay. Well, we'll be live here, guys. We're sticking around.
Yeah.
I'm sticking around at least until we see Texas. I got to see what happens in Texas. So I guess that's going to be about an hour from now. Yeah. There we go. And just in case this goes longer than I thought, I've got my sun mix, and I've got my secondary trail mix, and I've got my gallon of water. So we're good. Right?
No, I got my troops that can bring me snacks and all kinds of things. Let's see. What does this say? Now, see, I did when I went to vote today, I did take pictures of my ballot. I was not sure if someone was going to come over and say something to me, but I would have said, it's my ballot and I'll do with it what I want. But I did take my picture with it.
All right, I just want to throw some numbers out if I could here. Alabama, nothing's in yet. Georgia is 62% to 37% Trump. South Carolina, 61 to 38 Trump. North Carolina, they're saying it's 68 to 30 Harris. Virginia, 55 to 43 Harris. All right. Ohio, 57.7 to 41.6 Trump. Nice. Vermont's been called for the Dems. Indiana, Kentucky, and West Virginia have been called for Trump. There we go. I can't even say Harris because she's not even in charge.
No.
It's the party and the puppet masters who are in charge, nobody else.
Okay, so Sean is asking me a question. Do you have any comment on the election official in Maricopa County saying today the election will take days to count and those results could flip whoever had already been suspected to win? Yeah. Fraud, and fraud again. That person needs to be arrested. And when the polls close, that should be it. And Maricopa County, if there's any election fraud whatsoever, the entire thing in Maricopa County should be thrown out. I really think if you find out that there's election fraud going on in that county, which, by the way, it's every county but 3 in the entire United States of America, should be thrown out.
Should be.
I do. I think it should be thrown out. And if that doesn't work, throw out the whole state.
Okay, April, I'm just going to put the map up for you right here. If you have any commentary you want to make on, I am going to be right back.
Okay.
For sure. But we're looking good in Georgia and South Carolina. I am quite happy about that. Oh, you know what? I actually did. I did want to know something here, and that is your central United States.
Yes.
Now we've got that line of states right down the middle: North Dakota, South Dakota. You got Kansas, you got Nebraska, you got Oklahoma. Are they going to be red?
I think they'll be red. Yeah. I know. I'm pretty sure Missouri's going to be red for sure. I can't imagine it being anything else. I haven't only seen in all of my travels 2 Harris signs. Iowa, I would think would be red. Michigan or Minnesota. I mean, I don't know. Those guys are really far Looney Tune. I think that might be blue, which is unfortunate. Kansas should be red. Nebraska should be red. Yeah, I think all those lower southern states are going to be red too. Colorado obviously is going to be blue because they're stupid. They have mail-in ballots. You might as well just know that. Wyoming should be red, but I'm afraid it might be blue because I have noticed that there's a lot more liberals moving into Wyoming and Montana, and I have no idea why.
I can tell you why. Oh, Wyoming? I'll tell you exactly why.
And Montana.
Wyoming, frontier law is the thing. All right. So with frontier law, and I know this because my corporation in the United States is registered in Wyoming, is there's no state tax for your corporation. It's only $95 a year to keep your corporation running. And the state itself has pretty much declared itself completely independent from every other system in the United States. The judges in Wyoming will not allow any decisions to come in from any judges outside. People like that.
But here's the problem with that. Okay. So if you're going to be part of the United States of America, federal law absolutely will rule if someone took it to the Supreme Court, whatever it is. So all their stupid little rules and all that crap that they say is null and void because they're part of the United States. You can't be part of the corporate United States. Now, the Republican can, but you can't be part of the corporate United States without and say that precedent doesn't hold any water. You can't, because then you're going to get a federal indictment. But see, the problem is that people are too stupid to go that far. I would go that far, but they're too stupid to go that far. Does that make sense?
Well, yes, it does. I mean, when you're talking about the Fed, I do recall that when California and Colorado were making it legal to have dispensaries for marijuana, the federal government still came in and shut them down anyway. The Fed will always exude dominance over top of the state whenever it possibly can. Not that it wasn't good for anybody's economy, that's for damn sure, but they were doing it anyway. Whereas I guess Wyoming and that whole thing about frontier law, then as what you just said, that's more of a marketing gimmick than it is anything else. But Wyoming is cheap to live there. That we know. I was looking at farms and houses and properties there. I'm thinking that would actually be a place to buy, because you've got the Canadian province of Alberta just north of it. You got Wyoming, then Montana, then Alberta. And in Alberta, housing prices are between 5 and 20 times the price of Montana and Wyoming.
That's ridiculous.
So, it is. It's crazy. And it's the same view. You've got the Rocky Mountains to the west if you're looking westward in Wyoming and Montana. So why would you want to look at the mountains in Canada for 10 times the price when you can do it in Wyoming for 1/10 the price, right?
True. Well, here's another question, and it really seems to be that Learn at Every Age is really concerned about this digital technocracy. You already have one. I'm just going to tell you that right now, because if you have a phone, you're already there. So
yep, you're right.
You have a phone, you have a computer, you have an iPad, you have a car that's got tracking in it. You're hooked up to the internet. You're already there. So you're assuming, I'm guessing, some kind of chip installation in people. He's not going to support that. The only way a totalitarian state can even be had is if the people allow it. You cannot rule people who will not comply. If the masses, and I say masses, if all the people said, no, we're not doing it, what happens to dictators? I mean, all through history, what has happened to dictators? They are executed.
Yep.
They're either executed or exiled because they ran away, but they do not last. And the only thing that ever lasts is like 25 years. Yes?
I agree. Now, we're getting questions here because on TikTok and Kick, they can't see the screen here. So I'm just going to go through what's happening. For those who need the updates, Indiana, Kentucky, and West Virginia have been called for Trump. Unfortunately, Vermont has been called for Harris. Florida is 55-44 in favor of Trump. Alabama, nothing's in yet. Georgia right now, 60-40 in favor of Trump. South Carolina, 60-40 in favor of Trump. North Carolina, 62-36 in favor of Harris. And Virginia is 53-50 Harris. Nothing Pennsylvania, nothing New York, nothing in Michigan. Ohio right now, just refreshed, it's 52.6 to 46.7 in Ohio. We also have New Hampshire, Harris 54.4, Trump 44.5. So one of the concerns that we actually were talking about a few minutes ago was Minnesota flipping to blue. Now, they are a bit goofy in Minnesota. I get that. But that's 10 electoral votes. You have to look at the number of electoral votes per state. The popular vote is just how many people voted for you. But you got to look at the individual states. And the thing with the United States and the Electoral College, it's all or nothing. So if you win the state, even by one vote, you get all the Electoral College votes in that state. New York has 28. Florida has 30. And yeah, everyone asks, why does Florida have so many compared to New York? My thoughts, that's where all the retirees go.
Yeah,
it's right. Loaded with retirees. I used to own property in Florida. I'm kicking myself in the ass for selling it. Florida is awesome, no matter how you look at it. It's a great place. So, of course, everybody wants to be in Florida. And why wouldn't they be? You can live any life you want there. And Florida's got, check this out, for international airports, starting with the Northwest, we got Tallahassee, Jacksonville, Orlando, Tampa, right across the bay in St. Petersburg, and Miami. That's 6 international airports, and then all the sub airports. Technically, you've got these landing strips all over the place that will go to Cuba, Barbados, Bahamas, and so on. They are also considered international airports. So if you want to get anywhere in the Caribbean, there's a dozen or so airports in Florida that'll get you there. Florida will get you anywhere in the world. It's easy to get there.
Here's what's happening in Arizona. Polls are down in Arizona in Bullhead City. I'm at the Hope Church in Raymar. Polls have been down since 6 o'clock. Nobody can vote.
Now, there's a surprise.
Yeah. Fort
Like
Myers,
I told you, everybody, I ran for mayor in my hometown in Canada, the city of Mississauga. They did the same thing. 3 full power grids went out. 20 plus schools had no power for me to vote, or for people to vote for me for mayor. I placed second, not first, because reasons. All right. And somebody welded one of the doors shut at one of the schools. Okay. Austin's saying Pennsylvania polls have just closed. Let's have a look here.
Look at this. Mississippi and Alabama have been called for President Trump.
I am going to refresh the screen right now.
38 to 3.
Oh my God. Look at that. Mississippi and Alabama have been called for Trump. We still don't have call. Oh, Ohio just kind of flipped a little bit. Uh-oh. Dang it.
It did? Oh, Ohio. I think it will go back.
52 to 47 in favor of Harris. Virginia, 52-45 for Harris. North Carolina, 52 to 47 for Harris. Georgia, 54 to 44, Trump. And as you said, Alabama and Mississippi have been called for President Trump. That's remarkable. Absolutely remarkable. All right, this website doesn't work very well for the mouse overs.
Which one?
This is Axios. This is the one that you like.
Oh,
it's yes. The mouse, like you can't get the numbers up individually.
Texas is blue right now, and so is Pennsylvania. Oklahoma is red and called 95-35 for Harris. What?
Okay, something's going on here, everybody. I'm following.
They called Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, and Maryland for Harris.
Yeah. Okay, so Connecticut and Rhode Island. Yeah, you're right. That's true. Now, South Carolina called for Trump, 59 to 39. Florida called for Trump, 55-44. Alabama called for Trump. Mississippi called for Trump. Tennessee called for Trump. South Carolina called for Trump. Kentucky and Indiana, Wyoming. Now, for some reason, Oklahoma just turned red on the map. I don't know why. Why would that be?
It's called for Trump. Oklahoma is called for Trump.
All right. Now, this is kind of weird. Texas is right now 53.6 to 45 for Harris.
Yeah, I know. And if Texas doesn't turn red, everyone is going to boo Texas. I will never visit Texas again, ever.
Yeah.
Texas,
that would be...
wow. They're still counting votes there, though, so they say. In Ohio and Pennsylvania and Texas, better flip. Well, it's getting closer now, 52 to 46. So let's see. North Carolina still, Virginia still the same. 72% Harris. I don't believe that. I think somebody needs to challenge Pennsylvania, because that's where she was getting booed. Are you seriously kidding me right now? Sean says they have to recalibrate the machines based on the votes coming in the East.
Yeah. Recalibrate or just recount? With whatever it is they want to add.
We're going to have to make that red or blue, I mean. Whatever it takes. We can't lose this. Oh. I don't even know how she's got 35 votes at all. I don't even get it. But we can tell right now which states have stupid people in them. I mean, it's really...
The problem with Texas is that the left-wing nuts who actually had money left California.
I know.
And went to Texas, and they infiltrated Dallas and and Austin. They turned Austin into a left-wing dump. That's not good. The capital city is completely influenced by leftists.
They don't have property taxes there either. You know that, right?
No, I've never been to Austin. Dallas and
No,
Houston.
I mean in the whole state of Texas.
Oh, that I didn't know either.
Yeah, there's no property taxes there. So left-wing nut jobs probably moved there to do that to them. But I wonder what Elon Musk will do now if Texas does stay that way. I'd move my company right the hell out of there. Trump
Well, yeah. A lot of companies left California and they went to Texas to escape the left-wing California nonsense.
Yeah, see, Austin is saying that Trump had a 50,000 people rally in Pennsylvania. He doesn't even have 50,000 votes yet.
Yeah, that's a very valid point, by the way.
Yeah.
All right. So the popular vote is 9.99 million Trump, 8.5 million Harris. Again, no way is Harris got that much of the popular vote.
Yeah,
My
I don't
Lord.
believe it.
Absolutely.
I have been traveling this country for a while, back and forth doing different things and whatever. And I can tell you that it is a very rare thing to run into anyone who likes Kamala Harris. So if that's there's no way. There's just no way. But they will make it a very narrow margin.
Well, they're putting it down here that Harris has 150,000 to 60,000 in Pennsylvania. Now, you talked about Philadelphia, the city of Philadelphia, playing shenanigan games here. We found out earlier this evening that law enforcement was already called out to watch the polling stations.
Yeah.
Frightening fact there. So
yeah, that's true.
Ohio, they're showing now 906,000 to 783 for Harris. New Jersey, how does that little dumpy state have 14 electoral votes? I've been to New Jersey a few times. So usually when I go to New Jersey, I click a stopwatch. And if I'm not out within 10 minutes, I just feel dirty. I don't like New Jersey at all. Never did.
Yeah, I don't like it either. My mother's from there. She didn't ever go back there at all. You think Texas is getting even with who? Oh, you mean the vote? 49.6 to 49.1. It better flip.
Well, the numbers I've got right now is 50.6 Harris, 48.1 Trump.
On which one? Because I got 49.6 on Axios and for Harris and 49.1 for Trump. And that's pretty close. So I'm thinking it's going to be flipping the other way.
All right. Well, let's certainly hope so.
Because this is ridiculous.
Well, right now, Trump's got 95 electoral votes to 35 with Harris.
I guess figure out whether or not that Texas is going to become a man bun.
Let's hope not. My God.
I know.
And for all the men out there who wear man buns.
It's flipping. It's going red.
49.6 Harris, 49.1 Trump for Texas.
Okay,
That's
I have 50.1 and 48.6. 50.1 for Trump and 48.6 for Harris.
And Texas is now red. It's not called yet, but it's red. Between Texas and check that out though. Look at the numbers here.
Look,
Between
Georgia's
Texas
going
and Florida,
red. Was Georgia always? Has Georgia? Didn't Georgia go? No.
No, Georgia it's been kind of light red the whole night.
Yeah. Right.
Texas and Florida is 70 votes, 70 electoral votes in total. All right, here we go.
Michigan.
Hello, everybody on TikTok. A lot of people are saying hello to me on TikTok and on Kick. Hi, everyone. Thank you very much for being here. If you're on TikTok or Kick over here, get the double fingers going, everybody. Please, just double fingers. Like. We're only at 12,000 views right now. Sorry, likes. We should be at 100,000 right now. Let's get everyone rocking those fingers. It helps the algorithm spread the word that we're here. If you're watching on X, everybody, my name is Kevin J. Johnston. I am a Canadian journalist, now tax expert, especially for Americans when it comes to their taxes. But I had to escape communist Canada because of all the attempts on my life as a Christian conservative journalist. I had to leave the country and move here to the capital city of Panama, not Panama City, Florida, Panama, the actual country where I'm living a really good life and I've got complete and total freedom of speech, which if the Democrats win tonight, everybody, you'll never have again in the USA. That's a promise. Now, April, you and I covered this topic once before. If the Dems were to win, one of their strategies was to turn Washington, D.C. into a state and not an autonomous zone like it is now. What's the implication of that? Go ahead.
Well, obviously, they're all liberals there, so they want to have a electoral. They want to have their say, and they would try to make sure that they run the show. From I don't even know what they did. I think it would be ridiculous to have them as a state. Now, you do know that you're talking about District of Columbia, right?
Yes.
Yeah. District of Columbia is actually its own.
It's an autonomous zone. It is kind of like its own country, like the Vatican.
It's its own country within a country.
Yes,
so
I
I don't
agree
think
with that.
it should have anything to do with any of this stuff at all. They're going to try to rule the entire United States of America. And that is not cool. Not cool. Not cool. No.
No, not one bit. All right. So we got Trump in the lead in Texas right now for 40 electoral votes at 50.2 to 48.5 against Harris. All right. He's in the lead. He's in the lead. But I'm worried about this Pennsylvania and Ohio. I am worried about that.
I know.
No, that's what is that? That's 36 electoral votes between two states.
Yep.
Yeah. So
Kansas coming in red.
Yeah, it's coming in red. Good.
Yep. Michigan. I hope that Pennsylvania and Ohio turn red. I really do. It would be great poke in the eye to the Democrats.
It certainly would.
Yeah, and they should be. I mean, where was Harris and Biden when they had two major disasters in both of those states? They were nowhere.
Well, probably at cocaine parties in the White House. I mean, where else would they be?
Yep. You got 3 maps. He's got 3 maps showing Kansas red also. I've got 3 maps.
Yeah, Kansas. Everybody who's curious about Kansas, right now Trump's in the lead, 70.2 to 28.4. I think they're going to call that one very shortly. It's not going to be long now. Yeah, Trump's still in the lead in Georgia, has not been called, 56.8 to 42.7. North Carolina has not been called. It's apparently 53.5 to 45.5, sorry, in favor of Harris. New York, no numbers yet. Pennsylvania, I don't know how it's possible for Pennsylvania to be 76.5 to 22.6.
I don't either.
It's not possible. So we need recounts in Pennsylvania. That ain't right. That is not right.
Yeah, I don't think it's right either. And it's the same with Michigan. Really? The blink of an eye. I know those 10 votes from Missouri are going to go to Trump. I can't even 35. She doesn't even deserve 1. When she had 3, that was about right.
Well, here we are. Left-wingism at its finest. There just can't be that many Antifa guys in the United States to vote this way. Who is voting?
Well, you consider the fact that only 5% of a population is even something other than regular. It's only 5%. So how could, even if you had 20% liberal people, that's why I don't think these things are right. It's like a selection rather than an election. And I don't think that is right. The only way that I could, here's Illinois 19, which is kind of, Illinois has where the cops can be illegals. Illegal immigrants, illegal invaders can be cops in Illinois.
That's frightening as well. Absolutely frightening.
Yeah, I would. Anytime I've had to travel through there, I don't even stop. I don't even stop for gas. I make sure that I have gas on both sides before I go through it because I'm not stopping. I'm going to keep going right on through. And I got there.
You know, when I lived in New York, I got mugged back in '96, but that was before Giuliani got in there and cleaned everything up. I got mugged again at knife point a year later in New York, and then once in Chicago. It is kind of frightening. I'm not saying that the towns were bad at that particular time. It's just luck of the draw. If someone's going to rob you, they're going to rob you. But now with all the illegals coming in, it's a different type of robbery. It's not an American robbing an American where everyone speaks English and everyone knows the culture. No, now it's the psychos, the crazy psychos from all the third world trash nations out there that are coming in, whose first choice is to kill you and then take your money, not to not kill you and get away with the cash only so they don't get a murder rap. You know, these foreign invaders don't think along the lines of, I will only get 3 years if I rob somebody, as opposed to life if I murder them. They don't think that way, and they honestly don't care. That's the other big problem, is foreign invaders just don't care. And I know, April, as a former journalist, I've been to war zones. I can tell you the way psychos think. They don't have any respect for the sanctity of life whatsoever, and America is now full of millions of them. And that's a very big problem.
You know what? Austin makes a good point. How North Carolina could go blue is disgusting. Hope they hold on to that $750. That's why I don't think that it's real there. And besides that, if I remember correctly, they were saying we're going to make it so that North Carolina people can't vote. Remember? Do you remember something like that? They were saying that we're going to make it so that they can't vote. And that might very well be happening. We don't know in all those areas because they were afraid. Now, see, Kansas is blue, light blue. Let's see, what is it? 53 to 44.8. Kansas, I swear, Dorothy, you're dead to me. You don't turn that red.
I've spent quite a bit of time in Kansas in the 90s, and I can tell you back then it was nothing but an absolute Christian conservative area. And somehow Kamala just got 10,000 more votes in Kansas. Don't even know how that's possible.
I don't know. Yeah. See, let's see. Kansas just gained 10,000 votes. I know, in an instant. You know what was weird when I put my ballot in the machine? Okay, because I was like, I didn't even want to put it in the machine at all. But what are you gonna do? I did not vote for any judges. Okay, and the judges that I did put a vote on, I put no. Because I don't like judges. I think they're all rigged, and I would prefer that they all were gone. Okay. And then there was some that I didn't even do at all. Like I didn't do the coroner. I didn't say anything about the coroner. I didn't vote for the coroner. I didn't vote for the assessor. I didn't vote for any of those. They only had one person. And I'm like, I'm not voting. I'm not voting for you. Okay. And so when I put my ballot in there, it said that there were 5 spaces that I didn't have a vote on, and something about like it was under the amount or something. I don't know. And I thought, who the hell are you to tell me what I'm going to vote? So I know it can instantly tabulate. Oh. And I thought, great, that's not good at all.
Okay. So just so you understand, for Americans who may not know this, the Dominion voting machines were, I don't know if they still are manufactured in Toronto, but the president of the company was in Toronto. The office was in Toronto. I had a chance to actually look at the machine up close when I was running for mayor of my hometown back in 2014. And back then, it had slots on the back for SD cards, for USB, and it had network jacks. It had all of the above. Then it had some of the larger and more out-of-date card readers in there. Remember the old 2-inch cards? It had a reader for that too. There was all kinds of, and an infrared eye on the back facing due backwards, kind of like a infrared laser printer used to have. That I couldn't believe how many ways there were to interact with the Dominion machine. So here I am as a Canadian telling Americans Dominion is a complete and total scam. I don't care that Fox News got sued and a crooked judge awarded Dominion defamation money. They are criminals.
They are criminals.
So,
well, Uncle you know what's interesting in Missouri now? Missouri's red so far. Call it. The Dominion is banned from having any machines or anything, any business in Missouri, yet they're still here.
Wasn't that
banned? I know. They're banned.
Isn't that absolutely bizarre?
Yeah, but yet here they are. Just so yeah.
Okay, so Missouri is parked at 73.6 for Trump to 25.7. Kansas, for some reason, still 53 to 45 in favor of Harris.
Yeah.
Texas, 53 to 45 for Harris. Mm-hmm. Not possible. Not possible.
No, I don't think it's possible either. Yeah, and Pennsylvania, no, North Carolina should, man. I mean, I don't know if it's kind of like Jackson County. Okay, when we were running for office, we told Jackson County, if you vote for anybody else, they're going to raise your taxes probably 50% or better. And they still didn't vote for us. They voted for them. And then their taxes were raised over 50%. Most cases it was somewhere around 75%. And I saw one that was 4,000%. Okay. Many people had it 1,000% raised. And I didn't feel sorry for them at all, because I thought, if you're coming to us now for help, and I'm supposed to somehow, for some reason, feel sorry for you after we warned you. Now, President Trump went to North Carolina to help those people. Kamala and company only gave $750 while giving tons, billions away to foreign countries over these people. So yeah, that would make me not even want to help them one little teeny tiny bit.
I hear you.
But I know that's not the way that Donald Trump operates. He doesn't do that.
No, he doesn't, because he's America first. Look, I think at the end of the day, Donald Trump has been rich twice and broke twice. And he is well aware of the fact that with his demeanor, the United States of America is the only place a guy like that could become a billionaire, because America loves a big mouth. That's why I always did well financially when I lived in the States. I got a big mouth that never stops moving. I love America for that. God bless America for that. And he knows that. And he's giving back to the country that gave to him, and gave to him quite well, I might add. All right, so we're just going to have a quick peek here at, I've got a couple of windows open, and Kansas is now, it's 51 to 47 for Harris. Texas, 54.5 to 40. Oh, sorry, Trump. Wait, the refresh on Texas. Trump, 54.6, Harris, 44. Do you see that on your map?
Yep.
There you go. We're going back to red for Texas, because that's 40 votes. That's 40 electoral votes. God, we need Texas so bad. We really need Texas in the worst way.
Oh, come on, people. Now, see, I am surprised. Yeah, see, I thought our polls closed at 7, and they did. 7:24. Let's see. What does this say over here with Iowa, Illinois, Iowa? Results for Iowa expected around 8 o'clock, which is 30 minutes. Results for Arkansas in about 7 or 8 minutes. And Louisiana about 8 o'clock. Wisconsin about 8 o'clock. Minnesota about 8 o'clock. Yeah, South Dakota. South Dakota has Kristi Noem. Or is it North Dakota? Which one is she? Kristi Noem.
South Dakota.
South Dakota. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. So then we have polls that are closing in 5 minutes across the country. I don't know exactly which states, but 8:30 p.m. Eastern time is fast approaching. In fact, in 4.5 minutes now, we're going to have a whole lot of closed polls, possibly even New York could be closed.
Yeah, I'm
Although
surprised that New York isn't open or isn't closed yet.
Okay.
What it says about New York. Results expected around 8 p.m. So that's 30 minutes for New York. I mean, it looks to me like they're going to do the typical thing where, oh, that state's always blue, so we're going to do it blue. You know what I mean? Dumb. Like, we're supposed to believe this. There's no way. There's just no way.
All right. So I'll do a quick refresh here on the whole bit. All right. So we still got Trump leading by 3 points in Texas. We got Harris leading by 4 points in Kansas.
North
we got
Dakota
Trump
came in.
All right. Missouri. Check it out. Missouri. We got 10 electoral votes there, 73 to 25 for Trump.
Mm-hmm.
Illinois, it's 63 to 36 for, 62 now to 35 in favor of Harris. Yeah.
North Dakota just came in too.
All right, let's have a quick peek at North Dakota. What do
I
we got
cannot
here?
believe the stupidity. 13 million to 15 million. No effing way. No way.
Yeah, so Trump's at 15.6 million, and they're saying Harris is at 13.1. Not a chance.
Yeah, not a chance. No way. No, that means there's 13 million some odd stupid people running around the United States.
Okay.
Although we have 35 million people, 335 million people in the United States.
Austin's asking a really good question here. How do California votes count? You don't even have to show identification in California.
I think they should have it all. Because they said so. Yes, they should have 0 seats. A Canuck here can't believe so many votes for Harris. Neither can I, and I don't believe it one bit. But I think they're going to have it neck and neck as much as they possibly can, because otherwise they would be totally embarrassed and obliterated off the face of this earth. So they're going to have to make it close.
Wow.
I think that's what I knew. When I was running for office, I was like, okay, I'm not going to campaign at all. Okay. I'm not going to campaign at all. And I'm going to see what happens. And believe me, it was close. It was a close race. He only won for 500 or 600 votes or something. And I'm like, that's stupid.
Update. Ohio, Trump 49.9 to Harris 49.4. It's cool. It's slightly getting there.
Look at Kansas went blue again.
I'm just gonna okay. Kansas went blue. Oh, for God's sakes, you people.
I know.
You people.
I'm gonna text my Kansas friend and say, what the hell?
Well, what could there possibly be in Kansas that would attract the left wing at all? I've been through Kansas. It's Kansas. If you were to take Kansas and shrink it down to the size of a pancake, Kansas is flatter than a pancake by texture. What would attract the left wing there? Why would California want to be in Kansas? It's landlocked. They don't like it as a result of it being landlocked. It's the frontier land. God, man, this is insane. So Michigan is 57 to 41. Harris. Nothing on New York, everybody. Trump is 75 to 23 in North Dakota.
Hold the phone. Rhode Island and Maryland just flipped to Trump.
Oh, my God. Rhode Island, 50 to 47 for Trump. Wow. Maryland, you said, huh?
Yeah, Maryland, 65 to 31.
Woo, 65 to 31. Look at that.
And look at this. Okay, Look at that Maryland vote right there. Hover over that. It called it for Harris, and yet it's Trump. 65.5.
Yeah. The other maps, they haven't called Maryland yet, but the one that you and I are looking at, yeah.
Called it. And it's
look,
like,
yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah.
Okay, so what happened? You're right, everybody. So what April's talking about here is the media, I suspect, called Maryland for Harris. The check mark is still on Harris's name, but it's now been called for Trump.
That's right.
Wow.
Wow. 66.3%. Arkansas just went Trump. Called for Trump.
Woo!
Donald Trump has 101 to 35. Wow. Okay. So that's
Arkansas.
all.
All right. So for those on TikTok who can't see the screens right now, it's been called for Trump in Oklahoma, Arkansas, Mississippi, Alabama. Florida's been called, everybody. South Carolina, Tennessee, Kentucky, Indiana, West Virginia, Maryland, and this little guy over here that's Vermont. I'm sorry, that's not Vermont. What's the small one?
Rhode Island and
Rhode Island. There you go.
It's actually Trump, and they called it for Harris, and it's not Harris. It's actually for Trump, both states. So that's another 14. So he's got 115 electoral votes so far.
Yeah. So right now they're showing 101. I guess we're just going to wait and see what happens. But look how stupid this is. Trump, 17 million to Harris's 14.4 million. No way she's got that many. No way he's got that few. You don't win that many states this early in the game and only have 5 million more votes. My God.
It's so ridiculous. So he's got 100. He needs 270 minus 115. He's got 155 to go. Wow. She's got a whole lot to go. She supposedly has 49. So, they called, they flipped Rhode Island back. They flipped it back. You lying pieces of crap.
Look at that. They did.
Yep.
So Trump right now is 101 to 49 in the way of electoral votes. Georgia is getting closer, it seems, to closing up shop. 56 to 1. Mm-hmm. Sorry, 55.1 to 44.4.
What's the matter there?
Yeah. Okay, so Arkansas's polls are closed, and they've called it.
Yep. Louisiana should be getting in here pretty quick. I think theirs was 8 o'clock.
Oh, it's 8:30 now.
Yeah, let's see. 8 o'clock. Iowa, 8 o'clock. Nebraska is 8 o'clock. Louisiana, 8 o'clock. South Dakota, Minnesota.
Okay, hold on. I got to adjust something. Whoa. Hey, this one's good. So Helen Diamond is saying in the Rumble chat, bomb threats to polling locations in several states. The media says, many appear to originate from Russian email domains.
I know. So
come on. For my American friends, Putin wants and needs Trump to win. Putin can't afford a war and doesn't want one. Putin wants to work with the USA. Putin wants to make money. All right. So get it into your heads, everybody, that Putin is not the enemy. The Democrat Party of America is the enemy to America. You got to remember, Russia tried to become part of NATO. It was the Clintons that put the kibosh on that. So come on. It doesn't make any sense that a guy like Putin would want to be at war at all with anyone for that matter. It's not going to help. In this whole Ukraine thing, he got what he wanted. He's got Crimea. If Ukraine stays out of NATO, everything's going to be fine. That's all he wants. He wants a small buffer space between NATO and his borders. Because you got to remember, Moscow, the capital, is on the west side of the Ural mountain chain. So Moscow would be susceptible to bomber runs if they could set up shop in the Ukraine. Ukraine, just don't become part of NATO and everything's going to be fine. I think Trump is going to rectify that. So Putin wants Trump in there. There we are.
I hope they
All
don't.
right.
Maryland. I can't believe they flipped Rhode Island like that. They miraculously found a few more votes underneath the desk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure that they did.
That's bizarro world.
All right. Well, we still have Trump 101 electoral votes to 49. We're waiting for Texas. That one's going to make a very big difference here.
Oh yeah, that's going to be awesome. I just can't see it. I can't see it being blue at all. And hopefully, I'm guessing Ted Cruz is going to win. Let's see what it looks like. As far as Texas is concerned, Cruz, he's got 49.3. Allred's got 48.8%. So hopefully Cruz will win that.
Well, Ted Cruz has been pretty vocal on a lot of issues. I mean, the only thing that I was ever against Ted Cruz on was the fact that he stated that all of Congress got vaccinated. That was a stupid thing to say. But beyond that, he's been pretty bang on with the things that he's got to say. Isn't he from Calgary, Ted Cruz, originally?
I don't know, but I know it's Canada, but I just don't know where.
Well, like any Canadian with a brain in their heads, he realized Canada wasn't worth living in and went down to the States. Take it from the guy from Canada. And you guys, everyone can look up my name. Look up KevinJJohnston.com. You'll see the amount of slander and libel there is about me in Canada. When I showed promise of winning the Calgary election to become mayor of the city of Calgary, they locked me up for 7 months just to crush any chance that I would have of winning. You can't have a guy with this much popularity in Canada winning anything, everybody. So there we are. And now for my American friends, also, if you have any IRS debt, if your corporation is dying because the IRS and your local state and county are looking for tax payouts from you and you're simply not making the money to cover those bills, get a hold of me right now. I will buy your corporation from you and take away all of your IRS debt. My name is Kevin J. Johnston, and I am a tax expert in Canada and a corporate tax expert in the United States. I simply cannot wait to take all your debt away from you. Get a hold of me right now. My website, kevinjjohnston.me. That's kevinjjohnston.me. You can also use the com that you see at the bottom right. Wow. All right, let's get back to our maps here. So I'm glad that we got Kentucky, Tennessee, Alabama, Mississippi. But here's the thing: is Ohio has 17 electoral votes, and the combination of Indiana and Kentucky is only 19. Ohio has got a lot.
They called Maryland for Kamala Harris. They had to look under the desk, but they wait. Are you seriously kidding me? Look at Maryland. She still only has 31.3%, and Trump has 7,529 votes, 66%, and they literally called it again for her and gave her.
Yeah. How did Arkansas just flip to blue?
Arkansas is not blue. Mine's red.
On the secondary map.
I got to take a picture of this because this is ridiculous.
Oh, look, here's Arkansas right there. You see, it's blue.
Well, on my map, it's not, but I'm going to take a picture of this because this doesn't make any sense at all. Let me refresh this. No, my map still says red.
Okay,
Arkansas.
now. Sorry, which?
Red.
On the other map, okay, so on the other map, which is at apps.npr.org, it's red in color, but it says Harris is at 62 to 36.
That's weird. Mine doesn't. Oh, that's Alabama. See. That is weird. I see it. I see what you're saying.
Okay, see it there?
They just called Illinois for Harris. She's got 71. So they're gonna flip something so it's neck and neck. See if they
there we
go
go.
to Pennsylvania.
Okay, Arkansas just went back to red. And there's Illinois for Harris. So Illinois, everybody who's watching on TikTok, has been called for Harris. So she's got Vermont. She's got New Jersey. She's got Illinois. Now, it looks like they're still undecided on what's going on here in Maryland. Maryland's showing 67.
Maryland is saying that Trump has 66.9% and Harris has 30.4%. So it should be called for Trump. And where was that Arkansas one? 58% Harris, 39% Trump. That doesn't look right in Arkansas. What? Man, these guys. Kansas just flipped red.
Thank God for that.
Yep.
Okay, come on, Texas. Close your polls. Let's get this done. Let's get it done. All right. Because
TikTok to see if any or not TikTok on I'm looking over here to here's Polymarket. Let's see what Polymarket says. 72.3% to Harris. Let me see Polymarket. Polymarket map, electoral map. Let's see what they're saying.
okay, would Ohio please close your polls? It's 51 to 49 for Trump. Come on, close it. Just close the polls, for God's sakes. Close it up.
It's saying here that the Republicans are going to have 287. That's Polymarket is a bidding, like a gambling site.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. And I think
Okay.
that they have more insight into what's really going on than, yeah. So Donald Trump is projected to win on Polymarket 71.2% to 29%. Kamala Harris. And it's going up for Trump right now and going way down for Harris right now.
All right. So New Hampshire is, I guess we're still waiting to see what they're doing. I've got it at 74. Sorry, Massachusetts, my mistake. 74-22 for Harris. Harris is up 54 to 44 in New Hampshire.
Mm-hmm.
And Connecticut's been called for Harris. Rhode Island was called for Harris. New Jersey was called for Harris. District of Columbia, nothing yet. Although there's no electoral votes there. It's just, it says 3. That can't be right.
No.
I
then, as far as I know, they don't have any. So, don't know.
No.
Come on, you people. Get this to go.
Yeah, you people, let's go. The anticipation's killing me here. Close Ohio and Texas. We need those two.
Yeah. Ohio.
We need those two.
Okay, something just happened on that one. Well, it looks like everything we already knew.
Yeah,
It
well,
themselves.
I'm not at all surprised with Michigan. Nothing's in Wisconsin yet. I am very disappointed in Illinois. I figured people in Chicago would have gotten fed up with the fact that Harris dumped all that third world garbage into Chicago and the crime rates skyrocketed.
I'm pretty sure they are because they have the two systems, remember? So that's completely rigged. That Chicago overpowers the entire place. So when you can rig the entire system, you can do whatever you want. I mean, do you really think the people are going to vote for their own demise? Really? I mean, this map says that 16 million people, 16.5 million people will vote for their demise. That's what it says right here. And that's 45%. So they're saying that almost half the country will vote for their demise. Maine is turning red.
That's surprising.
67% for Trump. There's only 160 votes for Harris. 340 for Trump. That's
Oh.
really bad.
All right. So yes. Now you see here on the map, we've got split votes. Could you explain that to the non-American audience, please?
Well, I'm not sure what their split vote means, but usually the split vote means that you have to vote for the president and the vice president, not as a team. So I don't know. I don't know what theirs. Let's look and see what it means for them. Split electoral. Oh, I think in this case, it means that they can actually split their electoral votes so that if they have two, they could actually split it to 1 and 1 if they wanted to.
I see. I see.
That
Okay.
really is not good. The popular Maine and Nebraska, I guess, do that. While most states allocate electoral votes in an all or none manner, the popular vote winner, Maine and Nebraska can split it if they want to.
All right. Well, I see that Nebraska's got 5 splits on the map.
That's stupid.
Kansas just went back to blue. What's going on? What are you people doing? What are you people?
They can't make up their mind what they're doing.
You're supposed to be farmers. Farmers always go Republican. What are you? Come on.
They're supposed to be.
Wow. Okay. Well, we're going to keep following this for everybody here. It's looking like Trump's got this for those who are making that particular commentary. It's just that we have to make sure we get a couple of states here. Ohio and Texas are what we need now. Now, Ohio's got 17 electoral votes and Texas has got 40. Very important that he wins Texas and Ohio. Because Ohio is a swing state that can actually affect the entire election. To get 17 electoral college votes, especially in a tight race, very key. Now, we all know this is not really a tight race. We all know that all of America is sick to death of left-wing politics and just tired of Joe Biden filling his diapers everywhere he goes and Kamala Harris sniffing them. We're all sick of it. All of us are. But it's a matter of can there be enough votes in there to counter the cheating that the Dems are going to do?
I don't think they're going to be able to call Pennsylvania for a while because I just looked at a video that was posted 15 minutes ago and people are still in line waiting to vote.
Oh, boy.
So even though the poll is technically closed, it's technically not closed because people are still waiting in line.
Okay.
So that
Missouri.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
That could actually go red. And they might not be able to call it for a while, for real, because of the people standing out in the lines. Now Missouri better get its act in gear. Don't you embarrass me.
Alrighty. Well, it looks like Maryland has been called for Trump. Remarkable.
Really?
I didn't see that one coming. Well, that's what it says here on the map. If you have a look at it, this Axios map it seems to be the most recent up to date, but it's difficult to get the mouse overs to work here. So if we come over here to Maryland, Trump's at 10,000 to Harris is 4,600.
Yeah. And it's for some reason dark blue. And I don't get that. So they're going to have to take 10 electoral votes away from her and give them to Trump at this point. Let me see what it says over here. Yeah, see, same thing over here on this other map. That they shouldn't be calling it for Harris. It should be called for Trump. Okay, that one's right. That one's right. Well, who knows?
Although, I am a little bit, I'm kind of floored that Maryland has got 10 electoral votes. What's the population of Maryland? Because I've been through, and there was nothing there. I mean, I'm not insulting Maryland. It was nice, but there's no major cities that are worth talking about that have populations.
6.18 million people in Maryland.
6.18.
6.18 million. But
in the entire state.
But a lot of those politicians live there too, But I don't know what's the population of, okay, let's say Missouri, 6.8 million, 6.19 million. So they have more people in Maryland than that teeny tiny. Maybe they're the ones who are causing all this pollution that they're always talking about. How dare them?
Maybe. Well,
you hypocrites.
Yeah, North Dakota. I think we're going to have North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, and Kansas and Texas calling everything in about 10 minutes. It looks like the polls are going to be open for 10 more minutes. So sit tight, everybody. Let's see if Texas wins. God, we need Texas. Please, come on, America. Come on, Texas. Believe me.
California has 54. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, here's the thing with Texas. All right, I got to make this commentary. You've got, well, it's Houston or Dallas. One of those two cities has not one but two retractable roof dome stadiums. You got football everywhere. You got hockey there. You got baseball there. You got beef. You got oil. You got everything the left wing hates in Texas. Why is this even a competition? It should have been 80% Trump right off the hop.
I know.
It should have been.
Missouri's blue. What the hell are you doing? What the hell is going on there? That's stupid. 54.5 and 44.5. You know, just so you know, let's be very clear here that on paper, Missouri has a super majority red. Okay, Republican.
Okay.
This is why if that even would come close to being blue like that, I'm like, who the hell is counting this crap? Because I'm telling you, I don't even think it would take me a long time to go find somebody who would support Harris around here.
Yeah. Well, all right. Here's the thing. Depending on which map you're looking at, Missouri, it just refreshed on me. I've got 54.6 to 44.5 in favor of Harris. Wow. How is that even possible?
I don't think it is possible.
So what are they going to do? Wait until like the very end of the night and then just surprise us? Okay, it's red.
I don't know.
Here, look at these numbers up here. Trump, 21 million votes, 17.8 for Harris.
I don't
wrong.
believe it. Yeah.
Absolutely wrong.
Yeah, I absolutely don't believe that. Not at all. Axios, by the way, is a left-wing thing too. All of these things, all of these maps are lefties.
I'm scratching my head. I don't want to see another one of these things happen here, a stolen election.
I don't either.
So politics is trending right now on Twitter. And essentially they're just saying it's blue, it's blue, it's blue. Pennsylvania is blue. Although some people are stating that it's over 90% voting for Trump. Who's to tell? Unfortunately, with the internet, everyone's got an opinion.
Yeah.
Everyone's got an opinion. By the way, how many Amish are there in Pennsylvania? I figured they would all vote for Trump.
They have.
Would he not?
They went. There were more Amish people voting this year than ever before. Also, it appears that in Pennsylvania, they've closed a few. They've evacuated some polling stations because disruptors stormed the building to upset the election results.
Again, no surprise.
No, it doesn't surprise me at all. Where's the cops?
In on it. Some of them are in on it. Some.
I agree.
There has to be an equal number of left-wing cops in America as there would be in Canada. Well, the left seems to infiltrate every branch of government.
But if you're going to put a badge on illegals, what do they expect?
You should see it. It's in Canada now. It's been that way for a while. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police, that the costume that they wear with the red jacket and the black pants and their hard rimmed hat and whatnot. That's the logo of the country, essentially. What they did is they changed the uniforms to have black pants with white shirts, no jackets. And now they've put, it's really funny and disgusting and disturbing, but a lot of really morbidly obese Indian and Pakistani women into those costumes. And now you've got women that you can't understand barking commands at everybody who know nothing about Canadian law at all. Nothing. But they're giving full powers of arrest and detention and make up whatever they want. And unfortunately, the courts go along with whatever they say because diversity hires, they would never tell a lie.
It looks to me like Maryland or Maine has split the vote 1 and 1. 1 and 1. I guess they get 2 electoral votes. So they have 1 vote for Kamala Harris and 1 for Trump, but they haven't added it to the into their tally yet.
Okay. Well, Trump is gaining a little bit of ground in Pennsylvania. It's no longer 75 to 25. It's now 66.7 to 32.5 for Harris.
Well, like I said, the people are still in line voting. So
okay, well, Louisiana, what are they doing?
I don't know. Stalling. I'm looking over here on Twitter or X to see what is going on here.
Oh, you know what? Louisiana's in the central time zone. So it's only 8 o'clock. Their polls close in 3 minutes.
Oh my gosh, 3 minutes.
2.5 minutes, and the polls in Louisiana are going to close. I assume they'll close in Missouri at the same time.
I don't know. This says Florida has voted against a proposal to legalize abortion.
Okay, so April, Missouri is in the same time zone. So in 2 minutes, we get the official. Well, Arkansas has been called. Louisiana, Missouri, Iowa, and Minnesota. We're going to get those votes in about
South
3 minutes.
Dakota and Wisconsin too, I think.
Yeah, I believe you're right.
Trump's going to win.
Yeah. Well, you're central right now, which means all the rest of them are going to be central.
Look at this. Sean says the New York Times estimates that Trump is going to win the presidential election with 279 electoral college votes. It has a real-time estimator. The New York Times. See, that's what I'm saying. The Democrats are even saying Trump's going to win. They didn't say that last time during Biden's old thing. Oh, no, Biden's got it. Biden's got this. Like, yeah, if you're talking votes, get a lot of data for the vote.
Cheating the word cheating is trending on Twitter right now. So, yeah.
Of course
you're right.
Is.
Pennsylvania. Yeah. So you're correct about Pennsylvania. There's a lot of people still in line.
Yeah. Ohio just flipped red. I don't know if you saw that or not.
Which one? Sorry.
Ohio.
Back to red. Yeah. It's showing Trump. Let's have a look here. I'm just going to refresh the numbers. Trump's 52 to 46 in Ohio.
Interesting.
Come on. Ohio and Texas. Come on. Georgia is still 53 to 47. Trump so far.
Good.
Nothing in Wisconsin, nothing in Minnesota, nothing in Iowa. Missouri, for some reason, is still showing 53 to 47 for Harris.
It says only 6% of the vote is in, supposedly. I don't know. It better not do something stupid.
And look up here. So check it out. We got 22.1 million votes countrywide for Trump and 18.6 for Kamala. Again, lies. She don't got nothing.
No. Yeah.
She's not getting jack. Nothing.
Yeah. I don't believe that either.
All right. So it's 8 o'clock. Polls will be closing now in a lot of the central time zone states. Let's keep our eyes on it. Louisiana, Minnesota, Iowa.
This New York Times map shows that there's only 15% of the vote in Pennsylvania.
Well, that would explain why Harris dropped 75 down to 66.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe the Amish vote's not in yet.
And Missouri says 7%, and Kansas says 31%. Louisiana just came in, it looks like, and they are Trump. If you look at the New York Times map, it just came in, called for Donald Trump. And they have 8 votes. What is Virginia? So you see, Virginia is 50% in. North Carolina is 37% in.
Okay, so from what it depends on the map that you're paying attention to. PBS.org is calling North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Wyoming, and Oklahoma, Arkansas, and Louisiana for Trump. So they just jet the numbers now to 120 to 99.
Okay, great.
Okay, there we go. There's Axios. So we're calling it North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Louisiana. Called for Trump. There we go. Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, Tennessee, Kentucky, Indiana, West Virginia, Maryland. Wow. New Mexico is showing Trump in the lead. Actually, check this out. Look at New Mexico. Trump is at 656 votes. Oliver at 655. Abkay 655. And Harris is 4th place behind 2 independents.
I don't think
the real election numbers.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way she can catch up.
No, no, she cannot.
That's crazy.
Oh, I'm loving that.
That is just ridiculous.
All right. There's a prediction here of 305 seats for Trump coming out of the Middle East. Although I can't confirm it. It's all in Arabic. I have no idea what it says. And I can't even run the Google translator on it because it's all in an image.
Oh, boy.
I'd be happy with 305. That'd be all right.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be very happy with that. Okay. So Shawnovision is showing us the is it the New York Times?
Yeah.
I'll call up the New York Times here and see what it's
there's less than 1% of the vote is in Iowa, but usually they call it right away. It's turning red. 64.4% for Trump.
Okay. Again, another map here that I've got from NPR.org. Trump's 120 to 99. Now, Nebraska.
Yeah, I got that.
Yeah, so apparently, well, Nebraska's got the 4 split votes, it looks like. And they're calling it for Trump, even though they're showing Trump's numbers are low.
Yes.
Strange.
I see that too.
All right. And don't worry about the New York Times, everybody. They are left wing. And if they're saying that Trump's winning, then Trump's winning. All right, what's going on in New York? What do we got? New York's been called. Well, I think we knew that was coming.
Oh, yeah.
72.7 to 27.4. New York got called. Well, that's the state that tried to put Trump in prison for nothing.
That's right. I mean, that was kind of like a given.
Yeah. Now, we knew New York was going to be the gimme.
Man, this is really just sickening to think that 21 million people in the United States would actually cast a vote for a cackling moron. I don't believe that for 1 second.
Okay. So I've got a question here from Sweet Stuff is asking, can you bring 1 kilogram bars of gold into Panama and sell them to avoid Canadian taxes? You could listen, I'm a tax expert. You could sell your gold anytime you want, so long as you actually have the bars and you don't have to declare that as a capital gain. Why would you? Why would anybody declare anything? If you had a garage sale and you sold your stereo, would you report that? If you sold your couch, would you report that? Why would you report gold bars? You can sell them anytime you want. If you have gold bars and you want to leave the country, I would just convert them to XRP at this particular point, because it's only a matter of time before Russia takes XRP on as a currency. But, you know, the only way to move 1 kilogram bars of gold, God, what would that be worth? You'd have to smuggle. That's the only way. And I'm not a professional smuggler, so I wouldn't even have a clue on how to tell you to do it. I mean, let's say you're going to do it by boat. If you leave Canada by boat, you're most likely going to be in American waters, which means the American Coast Guard, they're pretty radical. They're maniacal. They're going to constantly pull you over and give you a tough time.
Breaking news. Virginia has flipped red.
Really?
Yep. 49.9% for Trump. Remember, it was sitting there at blue the whole time, all that time?
Yeah. So 49.9 to 48.4.
Mm-hmm.
That's an important one. That's 13 electoral votes.
I know.
Yeah.
Now Colorado gonna probably be blue because they're stupid. That Rocky Mountain High is real.
I think it's also the chemical indulgences. I think it's the fact that you can grow mushrooms, magic mushrooms, anywhere you want in that state. Yeah, I think everyone's on glycerin all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Just an opinion. I can't prove it. Yeah, Colorado's a bit wonky. I lived in Denver. This might have been 4 months or so. I was in Denver. I thought it was strange what they had done to the land around Denver. They built a lot of concrete and a lot of asphalt flatlands. It didn't make a lot of sense. And you got this little bitty city. It's not even in the mountains. It's in the foothills. Like, actually, it's about maybe 30, 40 miles from the foothills.
Mm-hmm.
And then the airport was like 20 or 30 miles out of downtown. It didn't make any sense. The layout of Denver doesn't make any sense to me at all. So I figure with it being that sparsely populated, with a downtown core that you can jog through in about 8 minutes, no wonder everyone's high all the time. There's nothing to do. It's so high above sea level that the Goodyear blimp is not allowed to fly above it. The air pressure is too low.
Yeah.
The blimp could burst, as they say.
They are 70% in Georgia with leaning Trump, and 53% in Virginia leaning Trump. Pennsylvania is 18% in leaning Trump. However, the New York Times is saying that they believe that Trump will get 280 electoral votes, and that the extremely stupid, moronic bubblehead will get 258. You know, if that were actually a reflection of what really America is, 40 to 45% of the people. So that means out of 10 people, almost half of them are going to be too stupid to even talk to. That's what that means.
Yeah. Yes. Well, I agree. Correct. If it is a reflection of what's really going on in America, that America has no hope. And it frightens me that there's that many people that would vote for someone like Harris in a country that has over 4,000 nuclear weapons. So,
I know.
Okay,
so Trump has 137 and the cackler has 99.
Yeah. But they haven't. Minnesota is Trump. I'm surprised about that so far.
I am too. Let me see.
Iowa so far is Trump. Missouri is Harris. I don't know how that happened. Probably a lie. Kansas is Harris in the lead. Colorado is Harris, and I believe that.
Well, Missouri just turned red, which is better. 49.6%, 49.4%. What was the percentage on that? 14% of Missouri is in. Don't you find it interesting, though, that usually only 1% of the vote is in, and they usually call it right then. They're not doing that this time.
Oh, a lot of people looked really stupid last time, and the time before that. A lot.
Yeah. And Colorado's only 6% in, but I just pretty sure that's going to be.
It'll be blue. Colorado will be blue.
Yeah.
And California, they haven't learned any lessons yet from anything, so they'll go blue. And I'm willing to bet also that the Oregon goes blue. And I'm looking very forward to the day when every single square inch that's part of the Rockies and east of the Rockies in Oregon joins Idaho. That would be a good move.
Yeah, that would be pretty good. Uh-oh, it went blue again. Stupid.
Yeah.
Stupid.
Absolutely ridiculous.
What are they saying? 15% in Missouri. Likely Republican, though. Yeah. This is so, to me, it's kind of annoying. The way that they have this set up. Donald Trump has 137 electoral votes to Kamala Harris's 99. 99 electoral votes. Can you even believe it?
No, it's a lie. Of course I don't believe it. All right, hold on. Sweet stuff. If you're in Toronto and you need help with gold and taxes and crypto, get a hold of me. Just go to my website, kevinjjohnston.com, and hit the contact form. I'm looking forward to talking to you. Please, by all means.
Now, so far, Minnesota is red. Let's see how many. It still says less than 1%. And also Wisconsin is less than 1%. Michigan is 10% in. Oh, Wisconsin just went red. Man, I just can't believe Missouri. What are they thinking?
Are they thinking?
Well, half
is
of
there
them
something,
are. Apparently,
is there something wrong with them? Is the Missouri River poison or something? Are they drinking something that's awful?
I don't This is just totally unacceptable. If Missouri, that's why I keep saying, and actually one of our senators keeps saying it, that on paper we are a supermajority red Republican, but they do big Democrat things, and that's not cool. That is not cool at all. So I guess this would actually prove it, but in reality, it's the people who are the Republicans and it's the representatives who are the Democrats.
They just called Texas.
Yes, 40.
They just called Texas. That's 40 electoral votes. It's 177 to 99. Texas, Oklahoma, Wyoming, South Dakota, North Dakota called for Trump. Thank God. So between All right, so the central time zone, we got Louisiana, Arkansas, Oklahoma, Texas, Wyoming, South Dakota, North Dakota. That is phenomenal. Kansas is still screwing around, everybody. They're still screwing around.
I know.
My God. It's they say it's 51-46 for Harris. I don't buy it, but I don't have control of those Dominion machines. Not yet. No. Nothing I can do for you yet.
Now Iowa is likely to turn red. Does it look red over there? Yeah, okay. What is Wisconsin still 1%, Minnesota still 1%. Wow. 20% now in Pennsylvania. It's 59, supposedly 59% Kamala, the cackler, and Donald Trump 40.
This is actually okay, April. That's good news because 2 hours ago, or an hour ago, I believe it was, Pennsylvania was showing 75-25 for Harris. Now it's 59.5 to 39.7 for Harris. Maybe it'll flip. Maybe. We can only hope and pray.
And still, Maryland hasn't been updated, and it's literally 18,000 for Trump, 10,000 for Harris, and they called it for Harris and gave her those electoral votes when that's not correct.
Well, right now Trump's sitting at 177 electoral votes to 99.
Yeah, and if they give him Maryland, which they should, because he's at 60.6%, every single one of these maps has Maryland blue, when in reality, it's red. Every one of these maps. And so I'm like, okay, that does not make sense. The New York Times estimator has Trump at 285. Ooh. It does. It lowered hers to 253. All right. Good.
Let's just keep looking here. All right. So for those of you who are watching on TikTok, okay. So actually, good question. DSOL is asking how it works in the States. There's the popular vote, which is the sheer number of Americans who vote for column A and column B, but they're also voting in their individual state. So the individual state has a number of votes that can be taken to the to the final voting process. It's called the Electoral College. Now, because when America was forming, everybody congregated in the big cities. So New York would have a lot of votes, but you didn't want to have just New York City control the entire country. So they started giving electoral college votes to the individual states based on population and economic supremacy. So North Dakota and South Dakota have 3 votes to the electoral college they can bring forward. You need to win 271 electoral college votes. So when you win the state, you get all the votes. It's all or nothing, except for 2 states. But Texas, for example, gets you 40 electoral votes. Florida gets you 30. Trump's just got both. Ohio has been called. 17 in Ohio for Trump, 11 in Indiana, which is called for Trump. So the Electoral College, they actually write their votes down on January the 6th, and they are supposed to write down what the American people voted for in their individual states. So the Electoral College was to have fairness when the United States was expanding as rapidly as it was, because no country had ever expanded so rapidly in such a big area before. I mean, Russia was always a big country, but it was around for thousands of years. It had an opportunity to slowly grow over that period of time. America grew right now, fast. So the Electoral College was created based on population. All right. So on the West Coast, Washington State has 12, Oregon has 8, California has 54. All right. But to win the election, the big states are Florida and Ohio. Those are swing states. Those usually flip back and forth every election. Usually the guy who wins Ohio and Florida tends to win the election. Those states are that important. All right. Go ahead.
New Mexico just turned blue.
Yeah, I saw that. Damn it.
But it's still 50.7. Let me see what the ratio is there. 9% is in. So. All
right. Well, we got a little ways to go. Wisconsin is 60-38 Trump. Minnesota 67-30 Trump. Michigan 53-44 Harris. Pennsylvania, Harris has come down a little bit more. So it's now 58-41 Harris, not 75 for Harris anymore. Yes. All right.
What did you say? 58? Okay.
Yeah. So for those who don't understand the Electoral College, really what it boils down to is you really got to win the states, the individual states. And you got to focus. You got to hit Florida and you got to hit Ohio. Florida's 30 electoral votes, Ohio 17. Trump did a hell of a job. Well, first off, he's smart. He moved his house to Mar-a-Lago in Florida. And the Floridians love that. Then the FBI raided his house, and that won him the Florida state election. So think about how bad a move that really was to raid his Florida home. Floridians didn't like that at all. You see, I know Florida very well. I've been to Florida a lot, and I lived in Florida for a while. I owned property in Florida for a while. And I can tell you this, Floridians are there. When someone moves to Florida from New York, from Canada, from England, from whatever, they become Floridians very quickly. They just adopt it. It's a beautiful place to be. Good food, cheap food, lots to do. And Floridians are very protective of their state, even if they are transplants into Florida. Think about what Florida's got. You've got Orlando, Disney World will be due, but Universal Studios and all the amusement parks. There's hundreds of amusement parks between the big ones and the small ones to go to. You've got Daytona. They got the Daytona 500, the big racetrack. There's races happening there all the time. Daytona Beach is huge. On the east coast of Florida, you've got New Smyrna Beach. You've got Miami, Fort Lauderdale, Hollywood, Florida. Huge beaches, beautiful areas, lots to do. If you want to live off grid, you can go live in the Everglades and shoot yourself an alligator whenever you want dinner. I paid a guy to take me on an airboat. I shot an alligator right in the skull, pulled them in with a big hook. The guy showed me how to skin an alligator. I had food for months. Alligator's good when you bake it or saute it or barbecue it. Then you've got the Florida Keys at the south. On the west side of Florida, you've got the whole Tampa Bay area. You've got pro sports. Florida's got 2 professional hockey teams, 3 professional football teams. There's two pro baseball teams. Everything that you would ever want to do is in Florida. Everything. So Floridians took that to heart. When Trump moved there, they loved him for it. When Trump's home got raided, they hated Harris and Biden and the FBI for it. So it was only a matter of time before this happened where Trump took over Florida. Thank God for it. So thank you, Florida. Thank you very much for that. So what's the percent? Oh, 70%. Georgia's 70% in now. North Carolina, Trump is leading, 50% in. Virginia, Trump's leading, 52% in. Pennsylvania, only 22% of the vote is in. Mm-hmm. Now, they're calling it for Harris, but only 22% of the vote is in.
Yeah, Missouri is 20% in, and it's still sitting there. I can't even believe it's even the color blue at all.
Yeah, it is shocking when anybody in the central United States is voting Democratic. Huh, it's shocking.
I know. It doesn't make any sense at all. It's like they don't have any brains in their heads. So, I don't know. And how many did they say was going to be for? Okay, 254 for Harris and 284 for Trump. That's what the New York Times is saying. they're saying that they believe that Trump is going to win. So
yeah. Now, which amendment was it that they might try to use to keep Trump out? Is it the 18th Amendment?
25th.
The 25th Amendment? So
Yeah.
break that down for us, that something in the Constitution can
Unless you're
brought-
talking about the insurrection thing, that's the 14th Amendment. So they were going to try to use the 25th Amendment and say that he wasn't fit mentally for office. And then they were going to try to use the 14th Amendment that says that anybody who is involved in insurrection cannot be disqualified for the president to be the president of the United States. But see, that's the problem. No one's ever charged him with insurrection. That was just a propaganda thing that they've been pushing on their people to make them think that that's true when it's not. Who's leading in the votes? Donald Trump is, total overall, and in the electoral college. Trump has what, 177 still? Oh, 178. So he just got a split vote from somewhere. It looks like Nebraska. Nope. He got a split vote, which I want to say is yes, it is in Nebraska. He got a split vote from Nebraska. If you look at the Nebraska map only on npr.org, they gave him one of their votes.
Yeah, that's correct. Okay, so Trump got an additional seat right now in Nebraska. So he'll probably get 2 in Nebraska.
Yeah.
He'll probably get 1 in Maine because he's got 1 right now in Maine, and Harris has got the other one right now, but they're still not in.
Yeah, they're still not calling it.
Yeah, well, so New York, with only 24% of the vote being in, how are they calling it so early?
I don't know. They just always seems like they just do whatever they want. Whatever they want.
Yeah, New York's bizarre that way. And you know, when I lived in New York City, that was 1996. That's pre-Giuliani. Even though New York was dirty and rough, it was still far more interesting and far better run than it is now. Giuliani cleaned everything up. I was shocked when I got back in 2001 and saw it. Oh, wow, was I shocked. It was only 5 years and it was all cleaned up. But now, is there any hope for it? Can New York bounce back? Do you think? It's way gone. All right. Do I think that Trump hurt himself at some of the rallies, derogatory comments saying people are ugly? Well, I think he's referring to very specific individuals. Remember, he used to call Hillary Crooked Hillary, and then he started calling Joe Biden Sleepy Joe. People resonate with that. You see, he's talking like an average person. And I agree. Hillary's crooked. I probably would have called Biden diaper filler if I was Trump, but he went a bit classier than I would have gone. But people liked it. They absolutely liked it. He liked it when he would call them stupid too. You know, he was making fun of the fact that Kamala Harris was horrible off script. You know, he would call her dumb, and he's correct to call her that. So it might have hurt him with really uptight individuals. There are some people out there that just don't like anything. There are people in the world, everybody, who think that they are the moral authority of the planet. So they'll be offended by that kind of thing. But really, does it matter? He's winning right now. I mean, I wish we saw these types of results back 4 years ago. There we go. So what do we have? What do we have? Let me just do a quick refresh. We're still at 178 to 99. 174 votes to 99.
Somebody said, I hate that city. Many voted for Harris just to have the first woman in office. Yeah, but that's a stupid reason. That's just a stupid reason.
Remember what happened, Canada, when you put a woman in office just because they wanted one there? We got Kim Campbell. What did she do? She embarrassed the country every single day. She wasn't qualified for it. They just shoved her in there because it was easy for Brian Mulroney, the prime minister at the time, to step down because he was under investigation for copious amounts of fraud. So he steps down, ends the investigation, and they just replace him with her. and she was such a prize fool. Kamala's worse, 1,000 times worse. And she's got the nuclear football if she wins. Think about that. Okay,
Well,
now, there you go. Yes, Chrystia Freeland is a divine example of that right now. The Deputy Prime Minister of Canada is the granddaughter of a Nazi. Literally, that was already proven. And she loves to wear short skirts, but she's got more cottage cheese on her thighs than every cottage cheese manufacturing facility in America combined. And she likes to show it off for some reason. Just disgusting behavior. And she's the one that she's actually high on cocaine all the time because she tweaks like this. Just watch her. That could be the prime minister of the country. That's Kamala Harris, except with nuclear weapons.
That is like, this says that Trump has 3 of the split votes from Nebraska now.
That's all right.
Mm-hmm.
We'll take it. That is all right.
Yeah, this is, oh boy. This is going to decide whether or not, my son said it's going to be feast or famine. You're going to either have a feast or you're going to have extreme famine. Yeah. Man, I hope Virginia does not go and flip back. It's still 50.1% Trump and 48.2% Harris. I just can't, I don't know. When I talk to people the majority of the people I talk to aren't this stupid. So that's why I don't believe this at all. I mean, maybe less than 1% of the people that I talk to would indicate that they are this dumb. At 31, he's got 31 million votes. She's got 28 million votes. Hard to believe she's got 28 million votes, especially when they're booing her. I've never seen any people boo somebody at their own rally. Have you?
No, I've never seen that ever. Not at their own rally.
That's what I'm saying. Okay,
hell, you know what?
Go ahead.
Even when I ran for public office in Canada, every rally that I had, not a single solitary person would boo. Some people would ask hard questions after I was done rawing up the crowd. But no, I didn't get booed once at one of my own rallies. I got booed at some of the public rallies where Antifa would show up and call me god-awful names because the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation told them to. I kept telling them, guys, think for yourself, man. It's really unbecoming to repeat CBC's words. It'd be like repeating what CNN says. Worse. The CBC is actually quite worse because they get $1.4 billion a year of public money to run their corporation, and they suck at what they do. Large.
Well, most of the time, okay, so when Trump and Obama were against each other, I think there was like 60 million or maybe 62 million votes cast, somewhere in there. Okay. They said that in 2020 that Biden got 81 million votes. Okay. So that is ridiculous already. All right. So far in this election, it says that 59 million people have cast, 59 million plus, almost 60 million people have already cast their votes. See, that's why I don't believe this, because even with an increase of some small percentage, it would still only be around maybe 65 to 68 million people casting their votes. And the way they're going at this right now, there's got to be cheating going on. I just don't believe it, because there's only 335 million people in the United States. And what are they saying? That the largest percentage of the people that live here are adults old enough to vote? I don't think so. It just doesn't make any sense to me. The numbers don't add up to me. Is the U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff still the people Trump picked when he was in office? No, he can choose whoever he wants. In fact, he can fire them and get somebody new if he doesn't want that person.
Well, that is the prerogative and the position of the presidency to select and to fire anyone.
Mm-hmm.
And it is his duty to make sure that he hires the best possible people going for his cabinet, for his presidency. Because I mean, the U.S. presidency goes well beyond one man. It is a collaborative group of individuals that do run the country. Very much so. And you've got to make sure that you're hiring all the right people.
Now, this just put Minnesota is red, Wisconsin is blue, Michigan is blue. It seems to me like Wisconsin and Michigan were red just a minute ago. And now they're blue.
But they have not been called.
No, they haven't been called.
Yeah, so Wisconsin, Harris is up 50 to 48. Minnesota, Trump is up 57 to 40. Michigan, Harris is 53 to 45. Pennsylvania is the interesting one because, Trump caught up a little bit again.
Oh my gosh. They just put Trump at 287. New York Times, 287 electoral college votes, and Harris at 251. What do they think? What do they think is going to happen here?
Well, I think what they're looking at right now, if they're making that kind of prediction, they're looking at Georgia, North Carolina, Virginia, and Pennsylvania being Trump. That's what they're looking at. And it's looking like 3 out of the 4 will be Trump.
178. Okay, let's see. And they said, what is going on with this thing? All right. Oh, my calculator. Stupid. All right. I want to see this here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So he's at 178.
Yep.
178. 16 plus 16 plus 13 plus 5 plus 2 plus 10. It's 240. So they must think he's going to get something else. That's just of the light color. I didn't put Maine in there. Man, what a sleazeball Harris is. I mean, just a whore sleazeball. That's what she is. She does no accomplishments whatsoever. None.
I think one of the biggest problems with politics is the average person simply doesn't ask the question, what has this person done the entire time that they were in office? And I was always asking everyone that I spoke to, especially the left wingers, name one thing Biden has done in his entire career, aside from get Alzheimer's. What's the one thing that he's done that sticks out? And nobody knew anything that he did. Nobody.
Of course, because there isn't anything.
Yeah. Now, let me tell you what I did. About, say, 3 weeks before the previous election, I put a video out on YouTube that really angered the Canadian government, where I showed over 250 things that Trump had done for America. And I had stated in my video, I said, now, wouldn't it be great if this guy decides after he wins the next election to annex Canada and do all of this for us?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. My lawyer calls me up saying, why are the cops calling me today? I said, well, I don't know. What do they say? Well, did you say something seditious? Well, I asked a question. So they were trying to find a way to charge me in Canada with sedition for suggesting that it would be a great thing if Trump were just to say the hell with this nonsense and annex Canada. I would love it. if Trump was to annex Canada. It would be the best thing that ever happened to the Canadian people, to get away from the stupid parliamentary system that does not work and get into the constitutional republic. But it'd be a matter now of how would the electoral college work if you brought all the Canadian provinces in. Canada's got a population of 40 million people. 14.5 million of that live in one province. That's Ontario. Out of that 14.5 million, about 10 are in the Toronto area. So Toronto would have to split and become its own state and then give it a bunch of electoral votes. The problem is it would always vote blue. That's the problem with Toronto. And same with Montreal. Montreal's the second biggest city in the country, blue. Ottawa is the fourth biggest, blue. Vancouver's the third biggest, blue. Edmonton would be what, the sixth or seventh biggest? Blue. So all the major Canadian cities would just screw everything up. So to annex Canada, I don't know, you'd have to deport everybody who's a left-wing thinker. Send them to Saudi Arabia.
Why can't we just like make an island and give them like lottery tickets? Pretend like they're lottery tickets. You won your on all life paid trip to over here, and take them and pack their stuff. Whatever, go duke it out on your own little island. Leave the rest of us alone. So sick and tired of them. I can't even stand cackling Kamala's face. You know, I didn't even like Biden, like looking at him. Okay. And so then to think that this cackler could even have that many people, I can hear the gnashing of teeth, the weeping and the gnashing of teeth right now from those disgusting pieces of crap that support her.
Well, Biden came out today and called all Trump supporters garbage. Isn't that funny?
Oh, that was like a couple of days ago. In fact, somebody said, why don't you guys wear trash bags to go cast your vote?
Sure, because that way I can spray paint the word Trump in white and it'd be bigger. Why not?
What? Sure. I don't care about that.
Why not? All right. So let's have a quick peek here.
Well, Kansas is back to red, but Missouri is still hanging on to by a nail for the freak, the whore.
Yeah. So for those who are on TikTok watching right now, we got Trump leading 49.8 to 48.6 in Kansas. Colorado. Oh, wow. Trump has caught up. It was 75% earlier for Harris. Now it's only 54.
I see that. That's
amazing. New Mexico. Trump's in the lead again in New Mexico. That's excellent news.
Mm-hmm.
Minnesota, Trump's in the lead. Iowa is Harris for some reason. Missouri, Harris by 1.7, 1.8%. Wisconsin is Harris. Illinois is Harris. Michigan, Harris is in the lead. But it certainly does not mean in any way that that's the way it's going to stay.
Yeah, it's amazing though that they're like not really calling them like they normally do. Normally you're like, hey, whoa, wait a minute, the poll just closed and you're already calling it. They're so not doing that this time. This is actually the first time that I've seen them be super cautious. I think they're gauging the temperature of people like us and the general population. Like, are we going to believe this or are we not going to believe it? No, we're not going to believe it. We can barely believe that there's 30 million people in the United States, 30.8 million people in the United States that are this freaking stupid.
Well, okay,
so did they all work in customer service? Because yikes.
Yeah, so here's the number. 34.6 million votes for Trump, and you got 30.8 million votes for Kamala Harris. It's not possible.
No, I don't think it's possible. And where are these 81 million people that supposedly voted for Biden the first time? Where are they? Oh, that's right. They didn't exist.
Yeah. So coming from a Canadian who loves America, I can tell you that nobody voted for Biden. that the Canadian manufactured Dominion machines were the things that controlled that entire election. Every time you notice how Biden didn't actually take the lead in most states until about 10 minutes before the election was over.
Yes.
That was the bothersome part. So what Donald J. Trump needs to do is literally send the soldiers into downtown Toronto and wipe out every living thing inside the Dominion voting machine head office. I despise those people. Yes, America, the Canadian government got involved in the election last time with those stupid Dominion voting machines and cost Trump the election last time. But now that the left wing has had their day to shine, and you've seen the end result is the complete and total utter destruction of all the left wing cities in the United States, America's had a taste of failure, and America didn't like it. America did not like Democrat rule. America looks like they're retaliating with this election.
If you click on these states, you can see the counties that have reported. I'm going to click on, and you're going to have to go to the New York Times map to do it. I'm going to click on Pennsylvania.
Okay, so do you want me to put the New York Times thing up? If you want to stick it in the private chat,
yeah.
I'll.
Okay, hold on just a second. It's right. Actually, it's right on their front page, but I'll put it there. Because this is interesting. Because I looked at my county where I live, and it's not even reporting at all in Missouri. There's no reporting at all.
And did you forget to vote today?
Of course not. My man voted for Donald Trump, period.
All right, so let's get the New York Times up here.
So I was going to look at Pennsylvania is what I was going to look at. So I wanted to see how many. It says 33% have actually put their votes in. But if you look at it, Pittsburgh and Philadelphia are not the ones that have put there's no reporting there from what I can see. Well, wait a minute. It does say 73%, 59%.
There we go.
2%. Hover over the little counties and you'll see, okay, Pittsburgh, 63% reporting. But see, like we've got some of these other counties that there's no votes in yet.
Okay, so no surprise, Philadelphia is blue. No surprise, Allentown is blue. No surprise, Pittsburgh is blue. These are big areas. They're big cities.
Yeah.
Allentown, not so much, but it's still big enough that the blue folks would show up there. All right, so Clearfield County hasn't reported yet. Yeah, so I see what you mean. Now, all of these, I predict all of these small areas are going to be red because you've got that massive Amish population there, which they're fed up. They want nothing to do with left-wing politics. So, yeah, check all that.
Yeah, see, Denver, Colorado, same thing. Denver has obviously reporting, so they're going to dominate everything until the county comes in. The other counties come in.
Okay.
Yeah, because La Plata County isn't saying none of these. And this, you got to remember, these are mail-in ballots only in Colorado. There's no in-person voting.
Oh.
Now, of course, if you don't have a mail-in ballot, you can go to the polling station at the county clerk's office, and you can cast your vote there if you want to. So still, it has to go on the ballot. It has to go on that mail-in ballot. They'll hand you one, and you just mark it and give it back to them. But
all right, look, this is weird. Okay, look, I understand Denver, Pueblo, Colorado Springs. I was expecting Pueblo to actually be blue, but what's the deal here? These are the ski resort areas, are they not? Are these? No, they're out here on the west side of Colorado. Is this not the mountains?
Yeah, it's the mountains.
Why are they voting blue? What the hell's going on here? Like, mountain people don't vote blue. Mountain people are survivors.
Oh, yes, they do. They're trust fund babies. Oh, yeah, they're trust fund babies. They don't have no concept of life in general. They do whatever their parents do, and I mean, they're like so liberal, it's ridiculous. They will be in the forest. and hug a bunny before they eat it because they're dying.
Okay, well, I eat rabbit stew all the time.
Well, they
subsequently down here in Panama, I also eat a lot of fish and I eat alligators. It's great.
Yeah. Now, Pueblo has been going red a lot lately. Now, they are they got a lot of crime there too, which is
so here. Hold on. Why is Atlanta, which is what is it, 80% black? I thought black folks had enough of this Obama nonsense and this Kamala nonsense. I mean, Barack Obama was only half black. Kamala is not black, and she pretends to be. But somehow the black vote is going blue. What the hell's going on? What's going on?
Remember, they have two voting, two election boards. Remember, 2 election boards. So they're going to overpower whatever they can, if they can.
Yeah. So all the rural areas are red.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Savannah, Georgia. Okay, it's disappointing.
Oh, Missouri finally turned red. Thank God.
All right, let's have a look at that.
Oh, good. Now that's more reflective of the truth.
Let's head over to Missouri right here.
Missouri is 49.9% Trump, which, but 49%, that means that 50% of the people that I bump into are freaking ridiculous. That's what that
again. Look at this, America.
All right. They called it. They just called it. They just called it for Trump. Missouri just called it for Trump.
Did they? Let me switch. Let me switch windows here so we can have a look at the whole thing. And what's it called? It was Axiom, right? That's the one you want me to look at? Here we go. Boom.
Yeah, they just called it for Trump.
All right.
That means the rest of them will be turning it for Trump too.
All right, let's do a quick refresh to the screen.
Yeah, Missouri, the AP has called it for Trump.
Yeah, there you go. So Missouri is Trump. 188 electoral votes to 99. Fantastic. All right, so Colorado, New Mexico.
52. Kansas is going Trump.
All right. So Trump is 50.6 Trump to 47.7 Harris in Kansas. So going through the central time zone now, because it looks like the mountain time zone is going to close their polls in 8 minutes. So that would be Montana, Idaho, Utah, Arizona, probably Nevada. And then we got Pacific time, Washington, Oregon, and California. Although
now, this race in Wisconsin is 49.8% Kamala, 48.7% Donald Trump. It could flip.
Yeah, it could, couldn't it?
32% in.
Oh boy. I am like what I'm seeing. I just really want those East Coast states to just call it, for God's sakes, please. Georgia. Georgia, please just call it.
Exactly.
So, yeah, getting back to Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
Atlanta's a very unusual town. I haven't been there, I'd say, for the better part of about 8 or 9 years now. And again, with it being predominantly black, there is a divide within that city where you have hyper successful black folks and then not so successful black folks. And you figure hyper successful black folks and their families are going to vote Trump or the conservative side of the argument. So I'm a little disappointed that black folks have allowed themselves to be exploited this way by Obama and Harris combined on this ridiculous ad campaign. But it looks like the rurals might pull this off.
Oh, look at that. Pennsylvania is 50% Kamala, 49% Trump.
Now that's good news. Like when we started the broadcast, 4 hours ago?
72% or 73%?
It was 75. She had 75%.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
And that's only 38% of the vote is in there. So that might go big time red. That's great.
Yeah, just I'm remembering how heartbroken I was when the last election didn't go our way. Now there is a Canadian photographer. I'm not going to give you his name because he ended up just not being a good guy. I don't want him to benefit from this, but I did work with him for a while, and he was there for the fake insurrection in Washington, D.C. that the Democrats put on, I might add, to try to put the blame on Trump and blah, blah, blah. We all saw the footage where the supposed cops for Capitol Hill just let these maniacs in. We saw it all.
Mm-hmm.
They're not fooling anybody with a brain in their heads, but the guy got a whole lot of really interesting photographs. You know what bothers me is that he put a book out and the Canadian government came straight to his place and demanded that he discontinue complete production of the book. He actually only managed to get 150 plus copies put out. Wasn't many. Yeah, the Canadian government got involved to stop a Canadian photographer who was in Washington, D.C. for the fake insurrection put on by the Democrats. And because obviously you're not allowed to have conservative views in Canada, his books were confiscated and he couldn't release them. So I have to warn Americans. Again, I'm a Canadian citizen. I had to escape my own country because the Canadian government locked me up for 7 months in solitary confinement just for being a podcaster and a journalist telling the truth. Now, April, could you imagine they hit me with 75 criminal charges to shut me up? And we beat 74 of them. There's only one more outstanding. It's hate speech from 7 years ago. I cracked a Muslim joke.
You hater.
Yeah. I cracked, yeah. So I just want to say that if the Democrats get in America, you can expect that type of Canadian communism to completely infiltrate every facet of your life.
For
Canada
sure.
has 305 political prisoners right now. Conservative Christians who just simply disagree with the Canadian government, they're all in prison on trumped up charges. Some of them have been held for more than 6 months without even a bail hearing. Canada's as communist as they come. Stay out. And for any Americans who are looking to invest, don't invest in Canada. You're never going to get your money back at all. It doesn't matter that if you take $1 US, you get $1.30 Canadian. It doesn't make a difference. What are you going to invest it in? It's a completely dead economy that's run by far left pedophiles, just like the Democrat Party in the United States.
That's true.
So I'm just going to beg you, please, 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 America, do not become Canada. You are going to regret it. Every single day of your lives, you're going to regret it.
North Carolina was just called for Donald Trump. That's 16 more.
Is that right?
Mhm.
Is that right? Let me just do a quick.
Scott Pressler, I know I'm waiting for them to update it, but Scott Pressler just reported that. You know who he is, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay,
Yes,
he just reported that.
Isn't it funny how Harris, she's been at 99 electoral votes for 2 hours now, and Trump just keeps gaining and she's got nothing? I love it.
Yeah.
Stay where you are. We just don't.
Now, the New York Times is predicting that Donald Trump will have 289 electoral votes. And
well, that's not a prediction. If you can change your prediction every 5 minutes, that's not a prediction at all.
Well, they're doing it. They're doing it based on, they're saying that they're doing it based on the people that have voted already. Now, Pennsylvania is 41% in, and it's still 50% to 49.1% in Pennsylvania. So he's gaining on her.
Yeah, I really hope he gets Pennsylvania. God, I would love that.
Donald Trump is, I don't know if they've turned Wisconsin. Yeah, they did. Okay. Let's see. Michigan is 53%, 45%. No, I don't like that. Donald Trump has still Michigan. I'm looking at the New York Times map to see what exactly they're doing. And for some reason, they still haven't on the New York Times called it for Missouri, which is weird. North Carolina is still Donald Trump.
Let's keep going here, everybody. By the way, if you are on Twitter and joining me for the first time, my name is Kevin J. Johnston. I am a kind of former journalist now. I'm a tax expert. I've focused all my energies now on helping Americans and Canadians save a bundle of tax dollars. I lived in the United States from 1996 to the year 2000. I have visited the United States over 100 times. I've done a lot of business in the United States. America is very near and dear to my heart. As a Canadian citizen, I can tell you that I want to be an American. I cannot stand my home country. The left-wing politics have absolutely just destroyed what was once a pretty decent place to be. So I'm really hoping here that America does the right thing and gets Trump in office, and that America does the right thing and makes sure that the Republicans control the House and the Senate, because we cannot have anybody on the Democrat Party having any influence over America's future ever again. Unfortunately, it looks like they might, but America, you just got to stop that from happening, please. I also, April.
Oh my God. Pennsylvania just turned red. Montana and Wyoming are called for Trump. North Dakota, South Dakota, Trump. That's 192 to the still 99.
Wow. We 192 to 99. Pennsylvania. Woo!
49.6 to 49.5
votes.
Yeah.
Wow.
When they call Pennsylvania, that'll be awesome.
Well, that'll be it. She's done. They call Pennsylvania. She's done. Like, the best she'll be able to do is California. That's about it.
See,
all right. So, April, I don't know if we talked about this on the show, but just to talk about a little bit here about the communist part of Canada that just is the most dangerous thing going, and why a Trump victory is so important. I have an Islamic fatwa on my head in Canada.
Yeah.
The Islamic groups in Canada did not like the fact that I exposed a large number of terror funding groups that were working out of the Toronto and Niagara Falls region. So they put a fatwa on my head for death. I have been ordered by a Canadian judge to fly to Toronto from where I am in Panama City, Panama, not Florida, to stand in a courtroom for 3 minutes and book a court date on a hate speech charge from 7 years ago. The judge is fully aware, April, that there's the Islamic fatwa on my head. So he has actually ordered me to my death in Canada. That is how badly they don't want me talking about how bad Canada has become. So, America, if you want to get a hold of me, if you want to know my story, I'd love to tell more of it to you. We're not here to talk about me and my tales of woe. I don't want sympathy. What I want Americans to understand how bad Democrat type thinking is, and how bad communism is. And take it from me, Canada's biggest mouth and number one podcaster, I can tell you that the Democrats will take you down the same road as Canada, where you won't be able to say a thing. Elon Musk is right. When he said that the Democrats would take Twitter down, or X down, if they win, he's correct. And they'll put him in jail, and they'll put Alex Jones in prison. They'll put Vivek, what's his last name, in jail. They'll put Candace Owens in jail. They'll put every conservative in prison. All of them. Okay, now this floors me. Have a look at Oregon. It's red.
I know. It's
wow.
great.
Wow. It's red. I can't believe that. That's Commie Central, Portland.
I know. They've only got 0.3% in as far as their reporting is concerned. But now here it says less than 1% on the New York Times. But in Arizona, they have 36% in that has Donald Trump winning by a very slim margin, but I think he will win. And what was that? Did I just see? No. If he won every state that he's got that's red right now, if he actually won them all and she won all the rest, he'd have 319 electoral votes. So I think he's definitely going to win this one. And unless, of course, they go to bed and they truck in more stuff. And you know what I mean.
I know what you mean. When Reagan did this, how many electoral votes did he have?
I don't remember. Let me look.
Yeah, look that up, please, because I'm really curious. I mean, I remember everyone talking about the Reagan landslide. And now I just want Americans also to understand from the outside perspective. I was a kid when Reagan was in office, and I do recall that under the Carter administration, there were Iranians stormed the American embassy and held Americans for a year. And as soon as Reagan won, what happened? All of a sudden, magically, oh, we're going to release them now. Yeah, because they knew
how many. You're not even going to believe it.
Yeah, how many?
300 and something. 525 electoral votes to 49.
That was Reagan.
Yeah, that was Reagan.
Well, that's why the Iranians knew that he was going to send every single warship and every single plane and missile to their country. So that's the difference that leadership makes. When you are feared, which Trump is around the world, your country will prosper. No one's going to mess with your country when you've got a strong leader in place. Yeah, so we need Trump in office, America. We absolutely have to have America in office. By the way, for all of my American friends who are watching right now, if you have IRS debt, if your corporation is suffering with IRS debt, state tax, county tax, municipal tax, any kind of debts whatsoever, or in Canada, if the Canada Revenue Agency is attacking your corporation and you just can't meet your tax bills, I will buy your corporations from you. That's right. I buy corporations that are sinking in tax debt, and you get to walk away within 10 days. I have your entire debt. You get to start over. Get a hold of me right away. My name is Kevin J. Johnston, tax expert, corporate purchaser at kevinjjohnston.me. Oh,
I gotta show you this.
What do you got? Hey, wait! Something just flipped. Something just flipped to red. What was that? What? Ohio. Oh, did it just flip?
It's called.
They called Ohio?
Yes.
Oh, no way! They did too.
Oh,
yes.
Yeah.
He got Florida and he got Ohio.
Oh yeah,
man. He got the swing state.
I think he's going to get. I bet you he's going to be pushing 300. There was this funny thing. I'm going to show it to you because it's just ridiculous funny. I'm going to put it in the chat so you can put it up there if you want. Or not that there. Right there.
Right.
This is the projected winner for Ukraine. Just saying.
All right, let's just going to remove this for a second and we're going to add a different one. Don't see it.
I put it in the private chat.
So it's the Anon Patriot status. Is that the one?
Yep, that's it.
Oh, here we go. Found it. Projected winner.
And that's true. And they can have her, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. The Martians can have her. Anyone can have her. We don't want her. We don't need her at all.
Yeah, listen to this. And I forgot about this, which is kind of weird that I forgot about this. Pennsylvania. Trump took a bullet right there in Butler for us. It only makes sense for us to secure that win in Pennsylvania. Do your part. Let's finish this. Stay in line. And they're staying in line to vote. They're not getting out of line.
God bless Americans for that. Stand your ground. Get your vote counted.
Yeah.
I am ecstatic about that.
Well, you do know that they're watching the polls super, super close. The Republicans are, whether they're standing inside or outside, whether they're poll workers or what. They're going to be watching those election board places, all the voting boxes, all the stuff. We've got people everywhere, manning everywhere.
We needed that. Okay, here's the thing. I want to explain left versus right. People on the right, conservatives, they wake up, they get their kids fed, they get their kids to school, they go to work, they pick their kids up when they come home, they have dinner. It's the family time. They live the American expectation, not necessarily the American dream, but the American expectation of take care of your family first, and then be part of your community through sports, through school, through church, and so on. That's what conservatives do. The left wing are dead set against that. They hate that for some reason. So they spend all of their time not working, not educating themselves, not going to the gym, not building families, not trying to build a family legacy of any kind, not investing, not doing anything aside from joining little silly cults like the LGBTQ cults and then collaboratively destroying what the conservative side builds. Left-wing thinkers have destroyed the United Kingdom. They've destroyed Ireland. They've destroyed Canada, France, the United States. Now that we have a hardcore liberal president in Mexico, I guarantee you that country's going to start to go down the toilet too. We need to stop all of these left-wing influences everywhere. Drag queens should not be dancing in front of children. Even in Canada, for those who don't know, in the province of Ontario, which signifies Ottawa and Toronto, those two big cities, in that entire province, this is what, 8 years ago, is Kathleen Wynne, who was the premier of the province, kind of like the governor, except with more power, believe it or not, decided to bring forward a man named Benjamin Levin, who spent 3 years in prison for kiddie porn possession. He was hired by the premier of the province to write the sex ed curriculum for children. And one of the courses was actually called The Joy of Anal Sex, which started in grade 4. That is what left-wing thinking is. Left-wing thinking is meant to break down the family unit. Is what they're saying to you is that you're conservative parents, you don't know anything about raising your own kids. We're perverts and we want your kids to be perverts so we can exploit them. So we will be the ones to teach your children our ideology. It can't stand anymore. And look at this red map you're looking at. Americans obviously agree with me. These procedures and policies cannot be allowed to grow. The left wing has to be crushed because what the left wing has done in America is treasonous. It has destroyed the fabric of America. It has destroyed the ingenuity of America, the flow, the feeling of America. And you've gone out of your way to side with all these terrorists moving into your country. Now, as a Canadian citizen, I can tell you this. Canada is a huge problem for the United States because of Canada's stupid immigration policies. Canada has brought 11 million non-English speaking Muslims and those who hate America into the country. So imagine a country of only 41 million people to the north of your border where 1/4 hate America, don't speak English, have no skills of any kind, cannot contribute to anything, and can't wait to cross the U.S. border to kill Americans. That's what the Canadian government is doing, America. So get Trump in office, and please, someone put me in touch with the Trump administration because I want to tell him everything that I know about Canada. I'm a Canadian citizen. I hate Canada. It's got to be taken down. So Trump needs to not declare war on Canada, but just push the tanks over the border and just tell Trudeau, you're done. You're out. We are not going to allow this to happen anymore. It would be a 30-second war because the Canadian soldiers are too busy wearing lipstick and bras to fight anyone. And the Canadian people who've got brains in their heads would be waving American flags and clapping because about 25 to 30% of Canadians love Trump and love America for that matter. It's the left-wing nuts that seem to be very easily influenced by left-wing media in Canada. So Canada is the enemy of the United States right now with liberal mindset. And that's why I'm no longer there. I can't be in that mindset. As somebody with a conservative mindset, more of an American, well, I've got a big American mouth, as you can tell. I have that mindset. I cannot be in a country that wants to destroy America. I can't be in a country that wants to allow pedophilia to become okay and legal. I can't be a part of it. And America, you got to stop this stuff dead. So get Trump in office. If you haven't voted yet, get out there and vote for Trump. Get this done. Let's see if we can beat Reagan's record. Make sure that Trump controls everything. Because the last time he was in office, I'm telling you as an outside observer, he was the best president in the history of the United States. Mm-hmm. He took over from the worst at the time. Barack Obama was your worst. The worst. He was a traitor.
Well, Jimmy Carter wasn't right either.
Sorry, who?
Jimmy Carter.
Jimmy Carter was useless, but he wasn't a traitor. Barack Obama was a traitor.
True. I have to give you that.
That's the difference. I understood Jimmy Carter. Like, I get the fact that he was a peace and love guru. I get that. The fact that he built homes for homeless people all over the United States. Obviously, his heart's in the right place. But he wasn't.
My God.
Yeah,
my God. Listen. This is crazy. Remember when Oregon was red just a minute ago?
Yep.
Now they're nothing.
Yeah. That's weird. Okay.
Yeah. Nothing.
All right. Well, Arizona is 50% Harris, 49.2% Trump. Utah has been called for Trump, everybody. 198 to 109. Utah has been called for Trump. Woo!
Awesome. Now
Wyoming has been called for Trump. Montana has been called for Trump. I love this. I'm enjoying myself tonight. This is better than any nightclub I've been to. This is great. Politics shouldn't be this much fun.
Well,
all right.
I'll be for the left, I don't think.
I
hope they invest in Kleenex.
Yeah, I should have bought stock in Kleenex.
I think that's very odd about Oregon, though. On both of my maps, okay, so it had Oregon red, had the percentage, all that stuff. Now it's nothing, as if they didn't report anything at all on all of my maps, all of them.
I noticed that. I saw that they had Trump ahead 70%, and then it all just disappeared.
I don't even think their polls are closed yet.
No, they're on the West Coast. That's Pacific time. They still got 45 minutes.
Mm-hmm. So somebody jumped the gun there, didn't they?
It looks that way.
Mm-hmm.
I call shenanigans. I definitely call that.
Pennsylvania, 51% to 48%. He's gaining and overpowering her.
I'm loving, God, like Pennsylvania made me nervous earlier tonight, about 4 hours ago when Harris was showing at 75 to 25. And now he's winning Pennsylvania. I would actually love to be able to be at Trump's after party tonight. I would love that. I would absolutely adore being there.
Now, Michigan and Wisconsin went back and forth blue and then just turned back red again.
Wow.
Of course, they called Colorado for Harris because whatever.
Well, I think everybody knew that that's exactly what was going to happen. By the way, everybody who's watching up here on TikTok, could you all just go double tap with your fingers, please? Let's get the likes going here. We're doing very well with the likes, and the same thing over here on Kick. Can we get you guys doing all the flips and whatnot? Let's get the fingers going. Let's get the likes going, please. We do appreciate that. If you're watching on X right now, formerly Twitter, could all of you please share this video out? It's not called retweeting anymore. It's something. Could you all just send this out? Let's get the numbers to be as high as possible. We're having a lot of fun here covering the American election. We have April to June up there in the top right corner, an American journalist and podcaster. I met April about 6 years ago. We did a bunch of podcasts together. Always a good time to see April. And I am a Canadian citizen who does not want to be a Canadian citizen and desperately wants to be an American citizen. I am divorced 4 years. So any good-looking ladies in America want to get married, let me know. All right? Let me know. All right.
Arizona is 50% Harris, 49.2% Donald Trump. Now, even with corrupt Maricopa County, I think that might go red.
Yeah, too early to call, but it's looking that way. It's exciting stuff.
Maricopa County just said that their tiny county might flip the entire race. It's like, really? No matter what you have, you still only have 11 electoral votes, no matter what they do. So if it stayed blue, it doesn't matter. Right?
Yeah, I hear you on that. Okay, Big Thrills is asking, how many seats does Trump have now? Let me just scroll down for you. 198 for Trump, 109 for Harris. 109. All right, so we're gonna wait. We're gonna be on with you guys for at least another 45 to 60 minutes here, because we're just gonna wait now for the West Coast. East Coast is still kind of monkeying around there. I think because we still have lineups in Pennsylvania and Georgia, we're not going to be able to call those yet. That I'm curious to see what happens in California. All of the rich leftists got out. They all left. So who's remaining to vote blue in California? Anybody who's still there hates what California has become. Hates it.
I know.
But
Gavin Newsom also made it illegal for them to ask for ID, you know.
Well, that was, you know what? That happened in Canada in 3 elections now. That's happened in Canada, where you didn't have to have identification. To make a point, I went in wearing a burqa. Yeah, they didn't ask me for ID. I said, here's my name. You know, why are you wearing that? So it's like, I am a Muslim. I identify as a Muslim. And there you are. They had to let me in. It could have been anybody under that burqa. But that's exactly what happened. Is I just walked right in.
Your face?
What's that?
They didn't even see your face?
No, I put the whole thing on. I did the whole burqa. I went down to some flea market, and I found a guy to sell me one. He wasn't happy that I was going to wear it. I said, look, dude, I'm just making a political point. That's all. I even asked the Muslim guy that ran the shop. I said, do you think that we should show identification when we vote? He said, yes. I said, good. Now I'm going to go make the point that no one's going to ask, because for the most part, white people are dumb, and they think that someone calling them racist when you're enforcing the law matters. And it doesn't matter. If you're doing your job properly and someone says you're racist, please tell me, how does that affect anything? All right. So come on, grow up.
Do you guys have in Canada or anywhere?
Oh, yes, those are in Canada, but only in specialty shops. Only in specialty shops, not in. Really? Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh my gosh, they're all over the place here. They're really good. They're popcorn, like they're corn. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like I know exactly, because I've had them, but only in specialty shops. Even though the interstate highway system is connected to most Canadian highways at the U.S. border, for some reason, all the good stuff just doesn't make it into Canada. You should go into a Canadian grocery store. You know, you want to see proof of that? Walk down the cereal aisle in a Canadian grocery store compared to an American grocery store. It's like the American store is Ferrari and the Canadian store is a tricycle missing a tire. It's not the same. You know, wow. And I miss America for that. I mean, everything in America is big, which is part of American culture. The grandiose scale of everything I love. Example, in St. Petersburg, Florida, I went into a Circle K. It had 24 gas pumps. And when I walked inside just to go and get some Gatorade, there was 5 cashiers in a convenience store gas station combination, 5 checkout counters, and they're just rapidly firing through, typing all these numbers in, and people are walking out the door with all kinds of junk food. I mean, it's not like you're going to buy something healthy there, but I was amazed at the efficiency of bringing money in the door. It's money in the door. Money. We want money now. America's amazing for that. If I'm doing anything, I want to get paid. And in Canada, you can't set shops like that up. You just can't. The law won't let you. The number of permits that have to be magically found as you're trying to get these new kinds of concepts to work. You'll never get anything like that built in Canada, period. Which is what sucks about Canada, which is why there's no economy in Canada anymore. Is that every single solitary good idea gets quashed before it can even form.
That stinks.
It does. It sucks. So as I'm telling Americans, the United States of America is an incredibly unique concept, not just today, but compared to everything that humanity's ever achieved, when you stop and think about all the previous civilizations that have come and gone, you know, the Babylonians, the Persians, the Romans, the Peloponnesians, all of them, the Greeks, and so on, it was always around the same premise: build a city-state, tax the hell out of everybody inside of it, and hopefully it spreads a little bit. And once in a while, an interesting leader would come around, not necessarily a good leader, but a good military commander like Alexander the Great would go out and capture a whole bunch of stuff to try to expand the borders, which would make it a multicultural center at that point, and it would all just fall apart. America, for 300 years, managed to expand and keep its culture completely intact for 3 centuries, and then sold it to the entire world saying, look what we have. We've got the biggest movies, the fastest cars, the tallest buildings, the best banks, the best amusement parks, the biggest water parks. Not anymore. Now the Middle East and China, they have all that stuff now. And so America has slowed down immensely in its capacity to hold its culture together. And now with this left-wing divide, this Marxism nonsense that's coming into your country, it's going to be a very, very difficult thing without Trump to be able to get America back on track. I want to see America survive. Its uniqueness in history is needed for the human race to finally get past the idea of just living in stupid city-states. The United States of America is the pinnacle. The concept of that type of a country is the pinnacle of human achievement. I know that the system is not perfect. No system is. But the constitutional republic concept is the best concept ever developed in politics, ever. Look at how prosperous America was for 3 centuries based on what was developed by the forefathers. Or the founding fathers. It has to survive because nothing else. If America falls, it'll never come back. A constitutional republic will never again be established anywhere. There'll be too many dictators trying to rule the small pieces of it that are left.
Look at Georgia, 91% reporting. Very likely Republican, the New York Times said.
We have 198 electoral votes to Donald Trump and 112 to Harris right now. So Georgia is showing 51% to 48% in favor of Trump, and 88% of the vote is in. Now,
New York Times is saying 91%, but whatever. It's still in Trump's favor.
It'll reset in a second here.
Right.
Now, what are you showing for Virginia? I've got 67% in with Harris in the lead, 49.4 to 48.9. What do you got?
I have Kamala Harris is winning right now, 49.4%, and Donald Trump has 49%. So that's very slight at 73% of the vote in.
Remarkable.
So he can still catch her.
He can catch her, and Pennsylvania.
Can you believe that 91% of the vote is in Georgia?
Well, I can believe it if it's done properly. Sure, the technology is there to get these things done fast.
Of course,
it's just a matter of, is the technology being abused? Which, last time it was. I don't think it is being abused this time. It looks like it's actually starting to work the way that it's supposed to. Although I still do not believe that her numbers are this high.
I don't believe they are either. Too many boos. Never seen it before.
Yeah. Well, at the same time, also comparing Trump's rallies to Biden's rallies, where Trump fills stadiums and Biden gets about 90 people to come out.
I know.
Yeah. Oh, and 4 of those people were diaper changers for him. So it's not even like they were coming out to see him. No one made a trip to see Biden speak at all.
Of course not. Now here's New Mexico. Oh, Arizona just went red again. And New Mexico is blue right now, but they only have 29.9% of the vote in.
Whew.
I Don't
Keep
you
at
find
it.
it interesting also that Maine has kept their red when they have split the vote between Kamala Harris and Trump, and yet instead of turning it blue, they turned it red.
Yeah. Oh, I just got asked if I have taken a break yet. No, April and I have not taken a break. We've both been here for, we've been here for 5 hours, 29 minutes, and 56 seconds. And it's now officially 5 hours and 30 minutes we have been here. Yes, my ass is sore from sitting in this chair. Yes. Yes, my lower back is sore from sitting in this chair, but I'm not moving until I see what's going on the West Coast. That's in 30 minutes, everybody.
So Gordon said that Nixon had 520 electoral votes.
520 for Nixon.
Mm-hmm. Didn't know that.
No, I didn't know that either.
That's very interesting. I bet Kamala Harris is already like, oh my God, no.
Yeah, she's not happy. And that's okay. If she's unhappy, I'm happy.
Christine says, I'm craving chips. I have no idea why.
It's got nothing to do with April eating chips. I guarantee it.
This is my game stuff. I only get to do that like once every 2 years, but once every 4 years for the big game.
You want to talk about games? Actually, I had this very interesting conversation with the upper echelon of City Hall here in Panama City. Mm-hmm. And Panamanians are absolutely crazy for American rock and roll, obviously, NASCAR, and the Super Bowl. So I'm actually looking forward to Super Bowl parties downtown Panama City. Just so you understand the dynamic of Panama City here. Panama has about 4.5 million people within it. Now, it's probably closer to 5 because it's predicted that there's at least 500,000 Americans and Canadians that have moved to Panama in the last 5 years. It's a lot. So there are a lot of gringos here, a lot of white skin with money here. And half the country's population lives here inside of Panama City. So when the parties start, they're good. They're really good. There's a lot of parts of town where it's every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday night. The parties will start around 6 p.m. and they'll go right through till midnight. So if you feel like dancing, just pick a street corner. Someone's got a DJ out. Someone's got music blaring. Someone's got a good time happening. And by the way, everybody who's watching on Twitter, could you do me the kindness of favors and please follow me? Follow me on X. As I was telling everybody at the beginning of the show, I've had more than 40 Twitter accounts over the last 8 or 9 years. And because Twitter kept shutting them down, I had to keep opening them up. And Elon Musk has given me back about half of them so far. So could you just follow me? What I'm going to do is put forward a proposal for Mr. Musk to grab all my Twitter accounts that were taken from me by Jack Dorsey and see if he can merge them into one. Maybe he can. Well, of course he can. It's his platform. But follow me now, please, if you could. We certainly do appreciate that. If you're on Rumble, everybody, you see below my logo there. If you could just go ahead and click the thumbs up button. And if you're watching up here on TikTok, please double fingers. Get the fingers rocking there, everyone. Please like the hell out of what we're doing here. It helps the algorithm find us. All right. So what state is that? Something else just got called. Oh, yeah. Sorry, Utah. I already said that. Utah got called. Mm-hmm. All right. Colorado. You know, Colorado doesn't have the lead for Harris that I thought that they would.
Well, you got to remember all the counties in Colorado, for the most part, all the counties are Republican. It is only the cities that are actually Democrat, which is unfortunate. What is this? Okay, that's Nebraska split vote. Trump wins 2 electoral votes. Let's see. Oh, Trump wins he wins 2 electoral votes in Nebraska for the whole thing. Interesting.
Well, it says Nebraska at large 2, so they've called that. Mm-hmm. Nebraska also has a
There's
third one.
Yeah.
So he looks like he's got 3 electoral college votes in Nebraska.
Mm-hmm.
And there's still 2 up for grabs.
Yeah.
Okay. Come on, Pennsylvania.
Mm-hmm.
57% in for Pennsylvania. Trump's still in the lead by 3 full points. Amazing.
Yep.
Now, what is Maine doing? They
I
only have
know.
only 9% of the vote is in Maine.
I don't know what's going on there. It's still pretty close, but have they called it? Didn't they call it? No, they didn't call it for her. New Hampshire is 52.3 to 56.7. And then Michigan is pretty close. It's 49.2% Harris, 49% Trump. So I think Trump's going to flip that one too. And it's still pretty close. Trump actually is 48.9 in Virginia, and 49.5% is Harris. So she's a little bit, but not much. Not much.
No, that's not much. Look at how red this map is. I've never seen anything like it. Well, I shouldn't say that. I did with Reagan, but I wasn't expecting this. I was expecting him to cheat so much more successfully this particular time. But
well, like I told you, let's look at the Senate. You can look at the Senate races there. The GOP in the Senate has 48 seats, 38 seats, not up, 28 seats. It's 48 to 36 so far. Republican. And let's see, the House is 136 GOP to 91 Democrat. So like I told you before, yeah, but still, if they put rhinos in those positions, it might look good on paper, but that doesn't mean it is good.
So we got to win 2 fights. Yeah, I see what you mean. We got to win 2 fights. All right. Well, America, come on, get out and vote, especially if you live in California. Look at what the Democrats did to your state. So get out and vote. Put Trump in office. You got to fix what you got. Oh boy, this is tiring. I don't often do 5.5 hour shows. My show is every single Tuesday night at 9 p.m. Eastern time, which is only 2 hours. Now I'm up to the challenge. It's just April. I want to say thank you very much for joining me for this long.
It's game day.
Oh, and I do enjoy this. I mean, don't get me wrong. I've always enjoyed politics. So this is it's game day for me as well.
Oh my gosh. So Arizona is 49.6 and 49.6. That's what it said over there. Yep, 49.6, 49.6.
Okay, perfect. And I am going to be right back.
Which is Trump in the lead, 49.6. So that's good. What is New Mexico is 53.6% Harris, which, it doesn't really surprise me about New Mexico. I don't like it. You would think that the people in New Mexico would get a clue, but they don't. And maybe it will flip back. I don't know. 53.6% Harris and 44.5% Trump. So let's look at Michigan, 49.2. I think he's going to flip that back. 49.2% in Michigan and 49% Trump. So I think he'll flip that back. Oh, he did. Just as I was saying that, he flipped it right back. So good. Let's look at that. Let's see. It's 49.5% for President Trump, and the cackling Kamala, 48.8%. Can't stand her. Can't stand her. It says there's 41.5 million votes for that cackler. And there's 47 million votes for President Trump. I wonder, now they're not going to be able to truck in votes like they did last time after the fact, because we've got people watching everywhere. You know that.
Well, I certainly hope so.
Well, they're going to be taking video of it just like they did last time. Now, nobody really thought that they were going to actually, I wouldn't have thought that they would do that. I knew they were cheating. That part I knew. But who knew that they were actually going to truck in votes, like have trucks in the middle of the night, bringing in all of these ballots? Who knew that? Who knew that they were going to pull ballots from underneath their machines to run them through in the middle of the night? Who knew that? And still, many of those people have not been prosecuted for what they did.
No, and they're not going to be until Trump gets in office. Now, let's hope he does. I mean, election interference should be a big deal. Absolutely should be a big deal. Now, you want to talk about trucking in votes. They did this stuff in Canada, actually, to get to ruin conservative areas. So for those who are familiar with the map, in fact, I probably should just bring the map up right now. Oh yeah, because I think
I'm
a lot
laughing because of what Sean just said. CBC or CBS is interviewing liberals who say Canadian broadcasting, they think they will cry tonight.
Let's hope so.
Well, last time we were happy, and then they did all that crap in the middle of the night. So, and Joy Reid apparently is losing it on MSNBC. I'll put this over here in the private chat. So if you want to bring it up, I don't even know if you can hear what you're saying, but
here, April, I just wanted to show you very quickly here what's going on. All right. So this is Canada. You'll notice the 48th parallel here to separate the countries, but then it kind of gets wonky and weird. Toronto is way down here. So if you have a look at all these states, Washington, Oregon, Idaho, Montana, the Dakotas, Minnesota, all further north than Toronto. It comes way down.
Yeah.
Now, about 10 million people live right here in this area because the weather's obviously better than the rest of the country. Calgary is a 2-day drive from Toronto here. Calgary was conservative 3 years ago, but what they would do is they literally would bus for 2 days, like a full 2 days of bus driving from Toronto all the way across this ridiculously big piece of land to Calgary, specifically so they could come in and screw up the vote. All right, so we had all these Antifa, Black Lives Matter losers being carted in from all the liberal centers into Calgary, and Calgary ended up having an excessively, disgustingly pedophilic piece of scum in office as mayor right now. To give you an idea of what I'm talking about, how bad this Canada nonsense has become. The mayor of the city of Calgary right now, her name is Jyoti Gondek, not born in Canada, doesn't speak English very well, Indian woman from India, married to a white dude, because they always marry white dudes in politics. And she took her son and deliberately started dressing him up in dresses and lipstick and high heels and makeup and forced him to grow his hair in, specifically so she could go to the left wing and say, look how sensitive I am to all of you. And it worked. So she absolutely destroyed her son, his psyche, his everything, his future sexuality, the whole 9 yards, so that she could win that spot. Now, she didn't actually win the election, but she got the attention of Justin Trudeau, another pedophile, who just said, you know what, let's just select you. Let's just put you in office. And they did. So that happened in your last federal election, where through cheating and through propaganda, whatnot, the wrong party won, destroyed America for the last 4 years, and now's your chance, America, to put yourselves back on top of the world. This is good news. I'm liking where this election is going.
Well, they called Kansas and Iowa just now, which gave Donald Trump another 12 points. So now he's at 210 and Harris is at 112.
All right. That is fabulous news as well. Check it out.
Yeah.
I'm loving that.
That is really awesome. I really, really am liking this map too. Now, if we can just get Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia. I just did see something though that said we may not know the results of the Pennsylvania election for another week or so. Here's what it said. Something like that. Okay. CBS says we probably won't know the results of Pennsylvania tonight, and delay does not mean anything nefarious is happening. And then this is from Liz on TikTok. Third world countries get their results on election night, but Pennsylvania can't figure it out, and we're supposed to believe everything is fine.
Well, I seem to recall that Bush did this nonsense to Gore in Florida, did he not? Delay.
Well, they were challenging that hanging Chad thing, which, I mean, do you really blame him? Do you really blame him? I mean, that was kind of ridiculous. The whole thing was ridiculous. And he had no reason to actually concede. Why? I mean, why not just wait and see what happens? Wait till the last minute. I mean, you've spent millions and millions and millions of dollars and all that work. Why not just wait? And didn't wait.
Problem is the end result of a politician who could have won and didn't win. What's he going to do with his time? So he makes up a whole bunch of crazy stories about climate change, global warming.
Matter which one, at this point, I don't even see which one would have been better, because they were both bad now. But we know that now. We didn't know that then.
I think the only difference really was that George Bush Jr., he was funny accidentally.
Yes, that's
right?
true. He was accidentally.
He didn't bumble and stumble as much as Gerald Ford did, but he certainly was funny whenever he'd get things wrong. When he tried to get off stage in the Middle East there, and he walked to a fake door, and it took him a second to realize it's not a real door. And then when that guy in the Middle East threw a shoe at his head, that was just beautiful. So he wasn't popular at all, but I didn't really necessarily view him as dangerous. Barack Obama, I viewed him as dangerous. He was a dangerous guy, that one.
Well, this says the New York Times, and Sean, thank you for saying that. For the first time tonight, we consider Trump likely to win the presidency. It says Trump is very likely to take Georgia and North Carolina to win. Harris will probably need to sweep Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, but Trump has an advantage in all three. Duh. And it's getting worse for Harris. Awesome. Yeah, he's got a lead in all of those states, all of them. I mean, it doesn't even make any difference if she got California or not. He only needs 60 more, and that would be pretty much the ones that are red already. So, Idaho's most likely to go red, I would think.
Well, for those who cannot see on TikTok, they have called Montana, Wyoming, Utah, North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Kansas, Oklahoma, and Texas for Trump, which is amazing. Now, down the other wing there, we've got Louisiana, Arkansas, Missouri, and Iowa called for Trump. We're still waiting on Minnesota and Wisconsin, Illinois, and that one's Kamala Harris. Indiana, Ohio, West Virginia, Kentucky, Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, South Carolina, and the big one, Florida. All of those have been called for Trump. So, everyone, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia, that is 16, 16, and 19 electoral college votes. Yeah, you know what? We could really use those right about now, because that'll put him just about over the top. Right now, it's 210 electoral votes to 113. And I'm telling you, from a guy from a country with the first past the post system, I absolutely adore the Electoral College. It is so much superior to Canada's nonsense of first past the post. It's god awful. Because like I told you before, all the left-wing fruits live in Toronto and Montreal. And whatever those two cities vote for, the whole country follows. It's disgusting. And those are the two most deplorable cities from the standpoint of morality and business. Neither one of them is a good business center. They used to be, but no longer. I would love to have the electoral college system in Canada.
Minnesota is 62% Trump and 36% Harris, but they've only got 8% of the vote in. Now, Wisconsin is 50% Trump and 48.5% Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
I think I'd be more comfortable with a bigger lead there. And this Michigan is the same thing, 50% to 48%. But Minnesota, 62%. Isn't that Tim Walz, Tampon Timmy's state?
I believe it is. I believe it is.
Yeah. Tampon Timmy is losing in his own state.
Oh, good. I always like it when bad people lose their own ridings. It's wonderful.
Yeah. And now Georgia, they're predicting is very likely to be Republican again, like, 51% to 48%. 93% of the vote is already counted and in. North Carolina, 86% is already counted and in. It's just, I don't know. I'm just so worried. What I'm worried about is in the middle of the night, like we go, good, we won, and then in the middle of the night, they change the figures again, like they did last time. Because that's exactly what they did last time.
Yeah.
They started bringing out all of these ballots and trucking stuff in. Now, obviously, I know they can't truck stuff in. We have too many eyes on it. But what really worries me is the under-the-counter ballots. You know what I mean? Because they're hidden in tubs right now underneath the voting, the tabulators and stuff. And that kind of worries me right there.
All right. Georgia is trending right now on Twitter again, or X.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Carson Crow is saying that Georgia was just called for Trump, although I don't think it's been called yet. So that's jumping the gun a little bit. Well, and then there's another guy here who says that Kamala Harris has taken 86% of the black vote in Georgia. I somehow doubt that is true.
Well, Colin Ruggs said that because of the Decision Desk HQ. That's why he said it. So it probably is going to be called for Trump.
Yeah, CNN looks like they're going to call it for Trump shortly, but it hasn't been called yet, not officially. And then Colin Rugg, he's talking about Donald Trump is projected to win the state of Georgia, according to Decision Desk headquarters, an extremely important swing state. Of course it is. It's huge. Georgia is positively huge.
Yeah. And that's going to boost him even further. Oh, Kamala Harris, you need a Kleenex. She needs to go to her safe space and hug a teddy bear and get under her blankie. Because that is just not going to happen today. Now, Virginia is 50% Harris, 48.4% Trump. 73.3% of the vote is counted. I don't know why it takes so long. I really don't. Because I know how many precincts we have in the state, in the state, okay, here. And those tabulators, when you put the stuff in, it already has a count. All right. It was already, there's no way it couldn't be calculating the count from our precinct right away. If it can tell me that I left 5 spaces blank. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I totally see what you're saying.
So there's no way. Why would it take so long? I don't know. Let me see. How many precincts are in Missouri?
All right. There's a lot of people saying that Trump has already won Georgia on X.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah, everyone's saying it now.
Well, it's not telling me how many there are, but I want to say there's like, I don't know why 3,000 something comes to mind. Precincts, not counties. Those are different. I don't know why I want to say that, but it seems like there's a lot. Okay. Maybe it's 1,500. I don't know. But you can count that before the end of the night. Unless you're stupid.
Yeah, it's all over X right now. Everybody on X is talking about the fact that he has won Georgia, but I'm just waiting for them to vote.
That's the place where Fulton County said, we're not going to let any Republicans come in and vote and count the votes or see what's going on here. It's like, really? I hope those people were blocked from even going to do anything with the election. The people who said that.
Well, here's hoping. Oh, by the way, the polls are going to close in 5 minutes on the West Coast.
Yeah, I know. I saw that. Man, that's going to be awesome. So that would be another 16. That put him to 226. 226. Make it happen. Boom.
Come on, America, get out there. Yeah. So we're at 198 to 112 right now.
I don't know if you saw that thing, but Christine put in the comment or in the private chat part, she put Trump tells Republicans to stay in line. That's probably most likely in Pennsylvania or wherever they are.
Well, yeah. So America, if you are watching what I'm saying here, please, I beg you, stay in line. Stay in line, because I know that in Canada, they won't let you in. If you don't get inside the building by the end of election time, they just close the doors. And there's always been arguments and like not fist fights because Canadians are wimps, they don't fight, but it's god awful when that happens. I'm glad that there's a proviso to allow Americans to stay in line and get that vote in. So maybe
this is hilarious. So Ben Shapiro is on some show, I don't know, and he's talking with a couple of people. Oh, it's on the Daily Wire. And he says, Ben Shapiro predicts how the media will react if Trump wins the election. And here's the quote. They'll blame it on the American people. Man, I hope so. It's like, really? Really? Okay, I'll take it.
This is an incredible phenomenon that's been prevalent in the Western world for about a decade now, this blame thing, where everyone does really stupid stuff and it's always someone else's fault. All right? Prime example, that ridiculously god-awful piece of trash nonsense that Disney Plus put out called The Acolyte. Mm-hmm. It's some god-awful, anti-white, anti-America, anti-male screed rhetoric junk. It's supposed to be Star Wars. It's as far removed from Star Wars as I am from being a Chinese astronaut. All right. It's not. It was garbage. And the fan base reacted to it because Star Wars was supposed to be good, clean, wholesome, family fun, not left-wing political trash statements meant to alienate the very fans who made George Lucas rich in the first place. Mm-hmm. So the fans don't watch it, and everybody insults every actor within it and the director and the quality of it, and Disney in general. Disney loses something like 8 million subscribers over that ridiculous show. So whose fault is it? First, it was white people's fault because the main character is black. Then it was men's fault because men don't want to see a woman in a lead role. And then it was the Star Wars fans' fault for not being open-minded. It wasn't his fault for producing, let's face it, anti-white racist trash. That's what it was. It was garbage. So it's someone else's fault. The media is going to blame the American people, hopefully, rightfully so, for this Trump election. Now, here's the rest of the world. In France, in Spain, in United Kingdom, in Canada, Trump's going to get the blame for all of the mistakes and crimes being committed by the leaders in those countries. I can tell you Trump's going to take the blame for absolutely everything wrong in Canada.
I'm pretty sure he won't care. Just like, like when they said that we were all trash, I'm like, you know what? Fine. This trash is voting for the outlaw and the hillbilly. That's what's happening.
Absolutely.
I don't care. You can call me anything you want to. It doesn't make any difference. You can prosecute him 5,000 times and it's not going to make any difference because we know bogus when we see it. All
right. Someone's reporting here in TikTok. There's apparently a fake gas leak at a polling station in Michigan. Hold your ground, everybody. Stay in line. Get the votes in.
Hold your
ground.
For sure.
Don't leave. They want you to leave. Don't do it, man.
Man, they are trying every single thing that they can think of to get people to get out of line.
Why don't we try let's do their game. If you vote for Kamala Harris, it's scientifically proven that you will end up with herpes. Because that's the stupid stuff the left wing says all the time.
It is. They say that stuff all the time. All the time. It's so dumb.
Yeah. Like the left wing, I saw this article yesterday. The left wing was releasing a number of articles stating that women who have husbands who give them orgasms in bed are more likely to leave their husband. So the left wing is now telling men not to please their women or the woman's going to leave. Now, that, of course, it's just made up tripe. But this is how far the left wing is going to go to break up the family unit, to break solid, loving, caring relationships up. That's all they have is lies and propaganda.
I know.
The attack, this big attack that we have on the family unit is disgusting, and it's got to stop. Okay, looks like California and Washington State, are in. Let's have a look.
What's so funny is they have 0 votes in, and they've already called it for Harris. They've already called it.
Yeah, look at that, everybody. Look, Harris, there's no votes, but it's been called. There's no votes
in, but it's for Harris. Yeah. Sure. Okay. Sure. Yeah, that's gonna happen. How can that happen? Isn't it funny if the votes do come in and they weren't Harris?
214 to 179. So if Harris wins California, so they're already giving her California and Washington and Colorado, and you need 270 to win. So what's left on the table at this point? How many electoral votes are there in Alaska?
3.
And they're outside of Pacific time, right? Are they going to be 1 hour later?
I think no. Hawaii is like, I don't know. Let me see. Hawaii is going to be supposedly expected to have theirs around 11, which is another hour, and Alaska is 2 hours.
All right, so that's that between Alaska and Hawaii.
7 votes.
All right, and for clarification, Puerto Rico, Guam, and American Samoa do not have electoral votes. Is that correct?
As far as I can tell, they don't.
All right, very good.
Something changes,
All right. So let's start doing some mathematics here. I'll break out my calculator.
I cannot believe that they would do that. There's 0 votes in, but she's going to win.
All right. So Trump's at 214, 270 wins this thing. Mm-hmm. So if he does get Georgia, that puts him at 230. If he takes Pennsylvania, that's 249. If he's able to pull off North Carolina, that's 265. So if he gets Georgia, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, he just needs 1 more state. And he's already got 4 that he's leading in: Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Arizona. Yeah,
see, the New York Times is saying that they believe he's going to get 300 electoral votes. I think he's going to get maybe 310, maybe. Okay, now Oregon is light blue. It's 59.3% Harris. Oh, are you meaning that now, because now the polls are actually closed, that you can report on what's going on, where before when you were reporting before the polls were closed that now you just wanted all the Democrats to come out as quickly as they could to try to overthrow that thing? Because they got it's like 220,000 vote difference on in Oregon. How did that happen so quickly? It's only been 4 minutes. Yeah.
Well, let's just keep watching this map and see what's going on here. So for those who can't see on TikTok, we've got California and Washington are being called, but there's no votes showing in any way, which means Trump's at 214 and Harris is at 179 for electoral votes. Trump, if he takes Georgia, North Carolina, Virginia, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, he's got it. He's got it. It's over.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter what Alaska and Hawaii do at that point. It's all done.
But don't forget, okay, so the New York Times also said, this is their headline, polls are closed in swing states, but none are called.
None are called.
That's right, because we're talking about the same states that had the problem last time. Arizona, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota. North Carolina was not in that debacle, but those are the states that had the same problems last time.
Well, then here's hoping that there's armed militia right now watching the polling stations. Here's hoping.
Right. Because that Georgia vote has stalled now at 93% vote of the vote counted. Stalled. Because it's been that way for at least an hour. Where before it was ticking up, ticking up, ticking up, ticking up. Okay? So it's the same thing with Pennsylvania. It's been at 72, 73% for a little while. 53% has been in Arizona for a while. So now it's like they're stalling it because they're going to try to figure out how they can cheat there.
Please be watching the polls. Armed militias, go to all the polling stations now. Protect it. Protect the polling stations. We cannot have another stolen election. Cannot.
And some people are still in line in Pennsylvania. Now, I don't know about these other places, but I've seen where they've had what'd you say? There was a gas leak or something. They've had people being threatened at the polls, stuff like that. But the people are still standing there wanting to vote. Last time, I want to say it was Hawaii, that people were still standing in line to vote, and they called the state. It's like, wait a minute, the polls aren't closed there. And I think Brett Barr did the same thing for Arizona. I think it was Arizona. And the polls hadn't closed there either. So I think this is probably about where we're going to be for a long time, until they can figure out how much the American people are going to tolerate. You're looking at it right here.
Yeah. Well, here's hoping, and this is me telling you, America, you really, 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 really need to watch those polling stations. I seriously hope that all those militia videos that I saw on YouTube, where you had a lot of Americans get together saying that they were going to defend, they say democracy. You got to say we're going to defend the republic. You got to say it that way. But regardless, they had a good idea, and that was to make sure that they were ready, willing, and able to police themselves, all the polling stations, because it's not like the cops are going to do it. You know, when the cops fail in their duties, then we, the people, have got to take up the slack. Completely. All right, let's get another look at this here. So Virginia is 75% in. They still got Harris ahead by 1.5%. Pennsylvania is still 51.4 Trump to 47 Harris. New Hampshire doesn't have its head on straight yet. They're not called. Maine has 2 votes. Is that correct?
Yes, and that one is going to Harris and one is going to Donald Trump.
All right. Well, they split one.
Mm-hmm.
Trump is still in the lead in Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, most of Nebraska. And I guess we'll find out shortly here what they're doing in Washington and California. They're calling it. They still have not put a single vote up. We don't know what the percentage is in Washington or California.
Doesn't have any votes at all. Here's Washington is 49.6% Harris. Trump is 48.2%. Now that's only with, let's see, how many are they reporting? That is with 11% of the vote in, and they've already called it. That's ridiculous. They have no votes in California, 0. So Trump could easily flip Washington. Will he? Who knows? Does he need to? Not really. If the rest of them come in, I don't think he needs to.
Well, here's the number I've got right now. It's 49.6% Harris, 48.2% Trump.
In where? California?
In Washington State.
Oh, in Washington.
California has no votes. There's no numbers.
Right.
Oregon is 58.3% Harris and 39.3% Trump with 46% of the vote in.
Which, of course, you'd go, of course, you guys are stupid. I mean, Oregon is just dumb. That's the place where they did the Antifa city thing. And oh my God, it was so dumb. And took over the city of Portland for a while. And it's like, okay, so what did that gain you?
No, it got some of them arrested. That's about it.
There was no advancement. There was no gain on anything for their cause, except for we are really, really brain dead. We have no cause. We're brats, and we want you to give us everything. That's it. That was their cause. It's like, and go cry in the corner, take a timeout, whatever it takes. I mean, this is the generation of timeout. This is what you get when you give kids timeout. This. Because timeout doesn't mean anything. It's like, oh, so I got to sit in the corner for a minute. Okay, great. I don't care. So they sit in the corner for a minute, and then and have you seen the ones who are adults throwing fits in the store? I mean, literally throwing fits in the store like 2-year-olds. My kids never did that. So,
yeah. The Karen phenomenon.
Yeah. And that's what you get when you put kids in timeout.
Well, you also get that when you allow the left wing to take over the education system, which has unfortunately happened in most Western countries.
The parents should be teaching their kids at home, I think. Homeschool is the way to go.
Homeschool is the way to go if you've got someone who's got the patience for it. I actually had to homeschool my kids for a while. There's a couple of radical leftist teachers just didn't like me. Children's Aid Society started showing up at my house all the time just to get even with me for my political views, for my political show. So I had to get a restraining order against the school principal, sue the school, and move my kids into the Catholic school board, getting away from the public school board. So I had a good time. I mean, I got them doing math together, and they did coloring together, and we did gym in the backyard. You know, math. What else? We had geography. We did provincial capitals and state capitals and world capitals, countries on the map. I had fun, but I also couldn't get any work done. So I got them. I homeschooled my kids for about 7 or 8 weeks. Thoroughly enjoyed myself. But we finally got them back into school because I did want them to be around other kids. That was the big thing. But I also started looking at the curriculum that they had, and it really wasn't an awful lot. So I would sit the 2 of them down on the weekends and just say, okay, guys, I'm going to give you a quick 1 hour. Listen to everything Dad's got to say. I turned one wall in my house, which was 9 feet high by 25 feet wide. I got that chalkboard paint. So you make it really smooth with drywall, sand it down, paint the chalkboard paint on. Now I've got this 20-foot wide chalkboard. And I'd go through the life lessons that they needed to know.
17 minutes ago, Ian Yeager, I don't know if you know who he is, on X. He's pretty reliable. Breaking. The Harris campaign reportedly working on a concession speech and could be giving a speech by the end of the night. I hope that's true. I would, if she concedes, it's over.
Why do you think she would, just out of curiosity? After all they've gone through, do you think that she would actually concede?
Yeah, because all the commentary tonight, probably from conservatives like us, is probably saying there's no way in hell. There is no way in hell that that woman, the cackler, has gotten that many 47 million votes. Are you insane? No way. Because that is almost half of the people that you meet in life in the United States of America have absolutely, you have no reason to engage with them. None. Because they are that freaking stupid. I mean, I'm just telling you, I cannot personally tolerate that much stupidity in a person at all. And I know that that's not true because I go out of my house every day, engage with people every day who have at least somewhat common sense in their head. And there is no way that half of the people that I engage with are this freaking stupid. They're just not. So we're not going to buy it. We don't believe it. We know that they're rigging it to the point where at least it's close. At least, come on, at least you got 47 million people that voted for you. No, they didn't even vote for her the first time. Nobody even voted for her ever. No one has voted for her. She was installed.
Yeah, you're right.
She was booed at her own rallies. There is no way that if that was true, where were they at her rallies? Where were they? They didn't go.
Nope, they did not. They did not. You know, you're probably also correct about the whole idea. I'm sure that there are millions of broadcasts like this one on tonight to do with the U.S. election. You know, on Rumble, that's the main platform I'm on because YouTube has kicked me off the platform. I don't know how many times, 20, 25. It's the problem when you tell the truth, right? We weren't even swearing on the show. That's the funny part. There are guys on the show at every second word's the F word. You know, like one guy, a show I do like, he is funny. The Angry Video Game Nerd, where he plays old games from Nintendo and Sega Genesis, and he just swears about how terrible the games are. You know, the F word is probably on his channel 2 million times. I said the F word maybe 4 or 5 times when I was doing my show. I've been kicked off YouTube so many times. I had to switch over to Rumble. Rumble is actually it's a stable platform, but they select who they want to have become the Rumble heroes. So if you don't follow certain criteria, you don't get noticed all that well. Rumble anticipated tonight's election being huge. You actually had to register, even though I've had a membership with Rumble for six years now, and I pay them a monthly fee to have server space. I had to book this a month ago. So it's to give you an idea of every broadcasting platform out there knew in advance there was going to be everybody covering this election tonight, regardless of what country they were in. And a lot of Canadian podcasters are covering this on Rumble right now. A lot.
Well, they did send out an email to ask if I was planning on doing a podcast or something like that on my channel. And I had said yes, because I didn't know what I was going to do. So I decided, okay. The Salty Cracker is very big also. Yeah, that's true. Now the headline on the New York Times has said, Trump shows strength as swing states count votes.
Okay. Basic headline doesn't mean anything. Yeah. Rumble actually, I had to say yes to the same email. They fired back at me and asked me how long I was going to be on, what my audience was going to be, and so on. I said, audience is going to be whatever you allow, and I'm going to do at least 7 hours. So there you go. Here we are in hour number 6 and 19 minutes. Yeah. You're a trooper for sticking it out this long.
So apparently, North Carolina has been called for Donald Trump, and Fox News is not reporting it, but apparently somewhere else is. So I'm looking for the somewhere else.
Yeah, I'm just looking through all of it as well. I've not seen it yet. That there's a couple of counties that aren't counted yet. Like, for example, Guilford County has 540,000 people. It's only 27% in. Henderson County, Trump's in the lead. 97% of the vote is in. All right, so Trump is ahead in almost every county that's not yet fully in there. I think he's going to take it.
I think he is too, as long as they don't cheat between now and the morning. And I'm looking at this particular post here, and it says, in Wisconsin, we know this is a Harris campaign memo that was leaked. It says, in Wisconsin, we know there is significant amount of vote remaining in Dane and Milwaukee counties, and we are seeing signs of strong performance in the WOW, the WOW counties, whatever that means, where we have partial data. We don't expect complete results from Wisconsin until tomorrow morning between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m.
Is that right?
That's exactly what it says.
So they might still pull a fast one.
Oh, yeah. That's why I said, if they pull out the containers that are sitting underneath those tables like they did last time, all they have to do is keep running the votes through. And that's the part I'm worried about, because I'm thinking that the map that it looks like right now, with the exception of Nevada and Alaska and Hawaii, this is where it's going to sit. They're not going to call this at all, those other states, because that's the cheater states right there. Those are the big time cheater states. That's what happened last time. And they have the same things, the same exact states again. Yeah. And see, Trump only needs 40 more points, 40 more electoral votes to win.
Okay, so here's the listing right now, 230 to 179. He needs 40 more. So, well, hey, there we go. North Carolina just got called. Look at that. It's red, solid red. There it is. North Carolina is called.
Okay, that's
very
nice. 230. That's what put him up to 230.
Very nice.
Wow, 230 to 179. I would be embarrassed if I was her. Too bad you didn't take a 3, though.
Okay, so 40 more. So he just needs 3 more states. That's it. That's it. Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan. He's got it.
Well, see, that's the point. That's what I'm saying. It was Arizona, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Georgia last time that were the issues. Those are the same exact states. They're not going to call those tonight. I don't believe they will. Now, Georgia, they should, because Georgia, I mean, they don't really need to. They could call Georgia right now if they wanted to and put it in his category and make the other ones the cheater states this time. But I'm just like, wow. They are that stubborn. But like I told you before, it's very, very possible that they're going to let him win because they're going to block him in a different way.
Okay, well, the ways that the Democrats will try to block him is that they absolutely will get impeachment paperwork done. Like within weeks, a couple of weeks of him taking office, they'll try it. They might even try impeachment beforehand. Now, I don't even know if that's been done before, but I wouldn't put it past them in any way.
I already know they're trying to draw up the impeachment papers. I know that. People have been saying that for a while. And I also do know that they have also they have the transition team already getting ready to put Trump in there. So
I'm only a little bit concerned about another stab being taken at him. You know, like with him winning, he'll be president-elect until January. Someone's going to take a poke at him between now and then. So what are your thoughts? Should he reduce the number of public appearances he makes after victory, or should he be louder than ever before?
I think he should be as loud as he can. And I think he should call them all out. I don't think he should step back at all. But I will tell you that, see, that's the other part that kind of worried me about the Manchurian candidate thing. Because, I mean, really, seriously, if you put J.D. Vance against the guy that was the actor in the latest version, the last version of Manchurian Candidate, they almost look the same. I mean, they look like they could be the same person. And so it's kind of like, in movies, we already know they tell us what they're going to do before they're going to do it. And so that part worries me more than anything else, is that they might try to do that and put up J.D. Vance, and then J.D. Vance isn't what we think he's supposed to be. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, so I'm kind of worried. I'm worried about it in all different ways. But this is the best that we've got right now, and we got to deal with it, you know?
Yeah, Philadelphia seems to have not riots, but they're having, there's a lot of anti-Trump stuff going on. I'm watching it right here on X right now. Mm-hmm. It's not terrible. It's not riot status. It's just people behaving like jerks. That's pretty much all that it is. So maybe there's been a little bit of interference in Pennsylvania tonight at the polling stations, just like Alex Jones was saying earlier tonight. Okay. Let's get back to the map here. Colorado. You know, funny enough, Colorado, they've called it, although Kamala didn't win by much. She won by 11 points.
Not the big landslide that you would normally think of Colorado. But, you know, the liberals have come in and they've just ruined Colorado. They've just ruined it. That's why I moved. Trump has promised to deport millions of undocumented immigrants. Where do we think some of those undocumented immigrants are going to go? Canada? I don't know. I think he's going to deport them back to where they came from. Not necessarily Canada, because they didn't come from there. They came from Somalia. They came from somewhere in the Middle East. They came from China. A lot of them come from China. And they've infiltrated our communities throughout the United States. And it's almost as if it's like they're going to all rise up at one time. And I don't know if it's an MK Ultra situation. I don't know what it's going to be. But it's like if they all attacked all at the same time, that could be a pretty bad thing for the communities in the United States. And believe me, they have infiltrated every single community in the United States. Every single one.
Yep. A lot of them, it was easy for them to get into the United States from Canada. So you can always say thank you to Trudeau and his party of bumbling idiots, left wing. Well, they're all traitors, every single one of them. They've all committed high treason. It's just that no one will ever hold them to an account. And they have allowed unfettered immigration to destroy Canada and to allow all the third world trash that they brought into Canada freely, flew them in at the taxpayers' expense. Now they're just walking over the American border. And I don't know why the border guards aren't stopping them.
Well, because if they can destroy the country, if they can destroy these countries, they can control them. Because the American people, the Canadian people, the people wherever they are would be more interested in survival. And what is the easier survival than anything else? I expect them to take down the grid.
Well, that would be the easiest one.
Yeah. I think they're going to try to take down the grid. And I think that the people who voted for Donald Trump and all that kind of thing, they need to hold their ground and not let it bother them. I realize that has to do with a lot of people's health because they're on different kinds of machines to help them live. And I get that. And I wish it wasn't going to happen, but they don't care. They don't care about babies. They're not going to care about you.
That's the worst part about America right now is how little America does care about unborn babies and about babies in general. The number of interviews that I have seen where young people under 25 will say that it's okay to kill a baby up to birth and after birth because they're too much of a financial burden. What kind of a society thinks about children that way? Yeah,
I don't think it's the majority. I think it is the minority. It's like having a brat in the room and the brat is screaming and yelling and kicking and doing all kinds of crazy things. Everybody pays attention to the brat because they want the pain to stop. So the brat usually gets what they want, and that brat is really the minority, not the majority. And if the majority would have just stood up and told the mom to get the kid out of the room and go discipline that thing and don't bring it back until you take care of it, then the majority would win. But that's what's happening. The majority is not standing up and saying no. Yeah. Christine says the squeaky wheel gets the grease. Of course. Yeah.
One thing I can't stand is the fact it's the far left maniacs that say this awful stuff are the only ones that get the microphone. The mainstream media is absolutely responsible for this.
Yeah.
They're not giving intellectuals the microphone. And one thing I do hate about the internet, thinking back to when America was great, when American television was great, when you had an intellectual on TV to offer an educated opinion on a subject matter, they had doctorates. They had for years. They were professors. They learned it. They lived it. They knew it.
Mm-hmm.
But now with the advent of the internet, every idiot on the planet, every moron in the world now has an opinion that the whole world can hear. And the more radical and the more ridiculous, the ruder and the dumber it is, the more society latches onto it to give them the attention that they so desperately crave. There's this young kid out there named Jack Doherty, for example. His whole platform is about him walking through malls, puffing himself out like this with his arms, bumping into people and challenging them to fights. But then he's got these huge black dudes who are his bodyguards who push people away that try to attack this kid. That's his entire shtick. And he's all over Kick and TikTok, YouTube, and so on. He's made millions of dollars behaving himself like a maniac and an ass.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody honors this stuff. They're all thinking, oh, Jack's great. I got to meet this guy. He walks through malls pissing everybody off. Let's watch him. Let's give him kudos. Let's donate to him. That's what the internet's done. It's brought the dumbest of the dumb and the worst of the worst to the forefront. And they're the only ones that get to speak into the proverbial microphone. And albeit I am all about freedom of speech, I truly am, because I come from a country where there is no freedom of speech. It has to be protected. But at the same time, we all have to elevate our standards. Every single one of us has to say, I don't want to be a dumbass. I don't want to associate with idiots. I don't want idiots in my personal life. I'm not going to watch idiots on television. I'm not going to lower myself to that standard. So it's all about personal responsibility. But we don't even have a media out there that says, hey, everyone, up your game, get better, improve yourself, forget everything that doesn't make any sense and get rid of everybody in your life who's not good for you. Build yourself up. We don't say these things unless you're Tony Robbins. But, he started at a time before the internet. So he already had his audience. We're just not holding ourselves to the standard that we need to as a society to keep it functioning. This red wave that we're seeing here, this is the kick in the ass that we need. America needs this. The left wing needs this. Hopefully the left wing spends the next 4 years shouting at the rain, but realizing that the shouting's not doing anything, and that everybody else around them is getting fitter and happier, thinner, richer. The ones who go back to the conservative lifestyle where the family unit, the strength of the nuclear family was number one. The community was number one.
Mm-hmm.
When we do that, when we go back towards that, the left wing will have no choice. They're going to have to join that society if they want to get by.
Now, I just sent you in the private chat another thing from X, and that is a picture of a woman putting stuff into the tabulator, but notice her hands. And this is in Arizona.
Okay, I'm going to actually upload the photo right now.
Newsmax has Trump at 246 and Harris at 177. And that means that they have probably called at least probably Michigan and maybe Pennsylvania. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Now, this is in Arizona, and Arizona has already said that they basically aren't going to tell you anything tonight. And one county, Maricopa County, could change the entire election. I want Arizona to be irrelevant.
Yeah, wouldn't that be nice? Okay, here we go. This is the image you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Arizona Secretary of State reports multiple unsubstantiated bomb threats at 4 Navajo County polling sites and blames Russia. Of course they do.
But look at her hands. Look what she's doing.
Yeah, so it looks like those are automatic feeders, and she's scanning a whole bunch of them. Or is that a photocopier?
Well, it's supposed to be some kind of a tabulator of some sort. And she's using gloves so her fingerprints don't get on the pages. Because remember last time they didn't have gloves. They just put them on there. They just put them in. And this time they've gotten smarter. So that way they can't trace it to her. Oh, excuse me, we have a picture of you. That's how good they are. And she probably doesn't even know. She probably doesn't even know what she's doing. She probably doesn't. They probably gave her a bunch of stuff and said, just put these in. That's how stupid these people are.
Ask questions, everybody. When someone tells you to do something, don't just blindly do what you're told. It's unbecoming, and it's not going to protect you in a court of law.
No.
If you commit a crime because your boss told you to do so, you still committed the crime. You're still doing the time. Everyone thinks it's okay to break the law because my boss told me to. I'm just doing what I was told. I'm just following orders. The Nazis said that at Nuremberg. Didn't work for them. They all hanged. And that's what we got to do here is punish everybody. Stop blaming your boss. It's you. You took the job. You did what you were told. You didn't ask any questions. I have no sympathy for people that break the law because they're doing their job. At all. All right, so let's see. Is any more statesmen called here? Because right now I've got on my reader Trump at 230 and Harris at 192.
192? I've got 187.
Yeah. Well,
yeah, okay. If you're talking about Washington, Oregon, and California.
They called New Mexico for Harris.
Oh. All right, let's see what he's got. No, they haven't over on the New York Times. But that doesn't surprise me at all.
Yeah, they called Washington. I'm not surprised. They called Oregon. I'm not surprised. California, not one bit surprised at all. And that's 54 votes. So that's what California is what ramped her number.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. If it wasn't for California. And you know what's weird is I don't believe that number either at all. They have on this map that 58.8% voted for Harris and that Trump got 38.8%. Let me tell you this too. So I was at the post office today doing some stuff and somebody brought in a mail-in ballot for Illinois.
Okay.
Yeah. In Missouri. Now, there was a Supreme Court, or not a Supreme Court, there was the Fifth Circuit District Court made a ruling that all of the ballots have to be in on election day. That means midnight, in order to be counted in the election. Otherwise, it is against federal law, because the federal law says that they all have to be in on election night. So anything that comes in after midnight tonight doesn't count. So that person's ballot that is going to Illinois and probably will be counted because Illinois is crooked is actually not valid now. And that person obviously doesn't live in Illinois. And Illinois sent out a ballot, a mail-in ballot, to somebody that doesn't live there.
None of which is surprising, considering how many tons of ballots were found scrapped all over America. And it was remarkable that the police were the ones that were finding all these things, and nobody was getting charged. Like, they weren't even filing proper reports.
In Durango, in La Plata County, in La Plata County, Colorado, which is Durango, at the Durango post office, the main post office, in the 2016 election, about 8 months after the election was over, they found a whole bunch of ballots at the post office that were Trump ballots. All of them were Trump ballots. Now, you can see there's a little window on the back of these mail-in ballots that you can see whether it's a Republican or a Democrat. And so it's just remarkable that it wasn't just random. It was all Trump. And if those ballots would have been put in, La Plata County, Colorado, would have been Trump. Then that was in the 2016 election, because I was the county co-chair at that time. And I thought, I thought it was pretty good that we came within 3% of beating Hillary Clinton, because I didn't get any help from the Republican Party at all. Okay. Zero. And also it was huge liberal territory. So to come within 3% of actually winning was pretty good. And then to find out that these ballots, we probably could have won if it wasn't for the fraud by the post office. And nobody's in jail.
Yeah, that's disturbing to say the least.
Yeah. So I can't see this map changing much. I just don't think it's going to change much.
Okay, so I'm gonna throw some numbers at you right here, because Newsmax, they seem to be on top of things here. Georgia is 51-48 Trump, so 94% reported. Pennsylvania 51-47 in favor of Trump, 75% reported. North Carolina 50.8 to 48 Trump, 88% reporting in. Michigan's close, 49.5 Trump, 48.5 Kamala, 39% reported in. Wisconsin is Trump 51, Kamala 47.6 at 72%. Nevada, no reporting of any kind yet. None, zero.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah, that's very strange. Arizona's close. It's 55% reported. Trump at 49.7. Harris at 49.5. Wow. That's the president. Yeah, that's presidential.
Well, right, I'm gonna just say I hope that they don't do something stupid. I just hope they don't. Yeah, see, the Newsmax also has Trump at 246 and Harris at 204.
Yeah, well, they're doing early callings. That's got to be what that's all about.
Mm-hmm.
But they also are reporting, though, in the Senate, the Republicans are ahead in Ohio, Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Montana.
Yeah, they have it looking like the House and the Senate are going to be for Republican leaning. But like I told you before, I just don't trust it. I just don't trust it. I only reason is because I know how they operate. I know that they put Republican or Democrats in Republican seats just to make it look good, so they can do what they want.
Okay. Maine right now, we're getting reports here from Newsmax that Trump is at 50% and Kamala Harris is at 48.2.
Mm-hmm.
So even though it's a split vote, they're not calling it yet. So we have a bit of an issue. Yeah. Like nobody seems to have called Maine, although I think everybody wants to. Yeah, but Harris got up to 205, 230 to 205. That's where we're sitting right now.
2-5. All right.
Okay, and Newsmax has it different. They've got 247 to 204, which means I guess they're calling nothing for Harris in Nebraska, which has the split vote.
Well, it looks to me like they just called the whole thing for Trump, which who knows? I don't know.
Yeah, so we are having the same issue as last election, early callings.
Mm-hmm.
They don't seem to be as accurate as they possibly could be.
Yeah, see, this one, which is NPR, has 205 and 230. But, I mean, Trump's still winning. And the Associated Press has the same exact 205 to 230.
All right. Now, Virginia's been called by Newsmax for Harris at 51.4%.
Axios did the same thing.
Okay, so
did the Associated Press.
Now, isn't it interesting that Newsmax has no votes in for Minnesota at all? But Minnesota has got 51% of the vote in, depending on who you're asking.
Mm-hmm.
Harris is up 53.5 to 44.4. Trump's still ahead of Michigan and Wisconsin, which is good. So at this particular point, Trump needs 3 states. He needs Pennsylvania, Georgia, and any other state.
So they're saying 107 million people have voted in the United States. I find that really hard to believe. Let me see this here.
Okay. Tell us what you got.
Are eligible. Okay. So I'm looking to see how many people are eligible to vote in the United States. And it says 161.42 million people are registered to vote in the United States. And this says, and typically, like I told you before, there's only like 60 million to 62 million, maybe pushing 65 million that vote. And they're literally saying 107 million people so far have voted. I really find that hard to believe.
So what you're telling me is, based on the U.S. population, fewer than half of the people in the United States are registered to vote. So where are all these extra votes going to be coming from?
I don't know. Illegals. I mean, California should already have all their votes dismissed anyway because they don't have voter ID. Any state that doesn't have voter ID should just be already dismissed.
Well, I agree with that. Yeah, I completely agree with that. California's vote should be turfed completely. That Gavin Newsom, he's out of his mind. There's something wrong with that guy. But there's also something wrong with Americans for putting up with that. There has to be a way. Is there no impeachment process for governors? Is there no way to get them out?
Oh, sure. Absolutely. There's an impeachment. But the problem is getting the Senate and the House to do it.
I suppose you're right.
because the people, I mean, just because the people say something doesn't mean that the legislators are going to do anything. And they usually don't do anything. They do whatever they want because they think they're God. So they just do whatever they want.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Newsmax is still putting Trump at 247 and Harris at 204. But the problem, I think, with that is that Newsmax is calling Georgia when nobody else really is.
Yeah. And that could really flip because of the way that they are.
So Georgia has to get called. He needs Georgia. This has to get called.
Well, I just don't believe they're going to call any of those states that were in the problems last time. I can't see them doing it.
Well, we'll hang for a bit longer here and see what happens. Yeah.
Yeah, we've only got a couple of states left, and Alaska's only 3, or what is it? Alaska's only like 3 or something like that.
Yeah, 3 votes for Alaska. That's all they have.
Yeah.
And there's 4 in Hawaii. So there'll be 7 votes that I probably will not be awake to review. We've been at this now for 6 hours and 50 minutes. Plus, I started my day well before 5 a.m. today. Yeah, it's been lunacy. I'm tired of sitting in this chair. I'm tired of looking at this laptop. It's just how it is.
We got 9 minutes left. 9 minutes left for the last reporting of the mainland. What does it say that? Let's see, Nevada results soon. Whatever. Alaska was Hawaii is the one that's closing the polls in 9 minutes. That's it. And then we're just going to have to wait for them to truck in their votes, figure out where they want to cheat.
Yeah.
It's amazing to me, though, that they're so freaking stupid that they actually did the same exact states. That must be the easiest ones to cheat in. I said, I think that California should just be thrown out already because that's going to have so much voter fraud. What's the point? How can you certify an election when you know for a fact that voter fraud was done in California? How can you? How can you do that? It's not.
Well, they're going to try. I mean, legally they can't, but the big problem is the United States, just like Canada, is the rule of law seems to just not exist anymore.
Yeah.
And when the rule of law does not exist, then Democrats and liberals and Antifa and all the other maniacs that are associated with them will do whatever the hell they want. And that is obviously what's happened here in California. This Gavin Newsom guy, he bothers me. It bothers me that people like that even exist, first off, but how they can acquire political power in a state with a population almost as big as Canada, for God's sakes. One state, 54 electoral votes, I understand. And I understand that when California became a state that required that many electoral votes, that it was the pinnacle of American life and culture. Whenever I watch videos of California from the 1960s, it was heaven on earth, Shangri-La, if you will. But it required that much representation because Hollywood was there, the music industry was there, shipping from China and all over the world was there. California had it all. Now California has nothing that anybody cares about, but still has 54 electoral votes. The millionaires and the billionaires are not there anymore. Silicon Valley sucks now. Nobody is manufacturing properly in that state. So why does it have 54 electoral votes? And why has it got 54 electoral votes in the state that it's in now with a zero economy? Even Hollywood's done.
Yeah, that's true.
Now, I hope that there's a way to cancel the votes on that. I would love to see all those votes just go into oblivion. So right now, Newsmax is the only one that's calling Georgia closed. Everyone else is I think, being a little weary of calling Georgia closed.
Well, I mean, after what Fulton County said, I mean,
Yeah.
it's kind of like, yikes. Thank you for sharing what you think, but Fulton County, and see, I don't know what they're going to do about challenging this. Now, if Trump wins, I wouldn't challenge anything, knowing that California was cheating. Okay. If they win, they certify him and all that stuff. And knowing that they're cheating anyway, I wouldn't deal with it right away, but I would deal with it. I would deal with it for sure after I'm in, if I was him. Now, it's possible he might have to put out an executive order that says something about voter ID. And if you're not going to do voter ID, then whoever it is that's saying that is going to have to face jail time or something. I don't know. Which would put Gavin Newsom in the hot seat, you know?
Yeah, where he belongs, mind you.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
5 minutes. 5 minutes. You can do 5 minutes.
Yes, I can do 5 minutes. Yes, yeah, we may as well. It's been 6 hours and 55 minutes and 25 seconds since we started this whole harangue tonight. Yeah.
And then we'll wait and see what happens in the morning to see if it sticks.
Yeah, but you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to sleep in tomorrow and just kind of, slowly get some coffee in me and slowly lift the laptop lid. I'm not going to be in a hurry to do it.
I'm not either, because I don't know. My gut feeling tells me that they're going to do something.
The problem is they're in power. That's the problem. They were able to pull off the cheating when they weren't in power.
Mm-hmm.
Now that they are in power, they could probably very easily get this whole thing done, unless it's true that the militias are watching everything.
Well, I know that they are. I mean, but that hasn't really stopped them in the past, because they don't care that we see. They literally don't care that we see. They've even announced that's what they're going to do. So I don't see why they would care that we see. I think the only thing that they might not be able to do is get volunteers to do the dirty work. That might be the only difference. Like, I'm not going to have them do that. What if they prosecute me? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear you. That's always been the big thought process. Well, what happens when they come for me? I can't get involved. I don't want to get involved.
That's right.
It's the future of my entire country, my entire family's fortune. What little we have left relies and counts on this, but I'm not going to get involved.
Exactly.
Americans are starting to sound like Canadians. I don't want to get involved. It's none of my business. I'm a coward. I don't want to do anything about it. That's what it sounds like. That's why I had to leave Canada. I cannot be around that level of cowardice. Canadians are not polite. They're cowards. Huge difference. So I'm really hoping that Americans don't become cowards like my former brethren, as they say.
Yeah, I hear you.
I left Canada a year ago. The odds of me stepping back inside that country are just about zero. It has nothing to offer because of that cowardice left-wing rhetoric and nonsense, and the fact that there is no economy and it's never coming back.
Well,
so America can't follow.
If it flips again, like it did last time with ridiculous amounts of trucked in votes or wherever they waved their magic wand, no one's going to believe it for sure. And it just proves once again that we're Charlie Brown and they're Lucy.
Well, here's hoping that Charlie Brown this time stands up and kicks her in the head.
Yeah, because I don't know about you, but I am tired. And it's not like I feel like I'm Charlie Brown. I don't feel like I'm particularly Charlie Brown. I feel like the majority of Republicans who think everyone's basically good at heart are the Charlie Brown people, because everyone is not basically good at heart. They're just not. And that's unfortunate, but true. I think most people are out to do whatever it takes for themselves, and that's it. And the people like us and Trump that actually care. We care. It really doesn't have anything to do with me. I mean, I could live my life and be fine and not have to worry about it. It just irks me about the people who don't have enough, I guess strength is the only thing I can think of to fight back, because they're so depressed or something, not brave enough, I guess, afraid to stand up against these people, that they just don't. And that's unfortunate.
We have 30 seconds before polls close. 30 seconds. Polls are closing in 30 seconds, 15 seconds now.
And it through to Hawaii, not Alaska.
All right. What do we got? Nothing yet. Arizona is still at 50% votes in. Trump is leading 49.8 to 49.4. Nevada has reported no numbers yet. None. Okay, we just got to refresh here. It's 230 to 205. Trump's 230 to 205.
Now we just have to see what they say about Hawaii.
Yeah, and Trump is still leading in Maine in the split vote on one of the splits. So he can still take half of Maine.
Yeah, they only have 32%. What are they doing? Are they having kindergartners count that over there? I mean, what is their actual population?
Population of Maine? I don't know.
Can't
There's
be
Mike
that.
and Rick and a couple of other guys.
Oh my God, it's only 1.396 million. It's not very good. That's like one city, one small city.
Well,
to see how many people are eligible to vote in Maine.
Alaska polls are not in yet.
Alaska's not even going to report till midnight, which is another hour. It's Hawaii that's going to report. Hawaii. Their polls just closed. See, there it comes, Democrat. They've called it for Kamala Harris. They literally called it for her.
There's no votes.
But they're magic.
Yeah, look at it. Look, see, they got the mouse over it. There's 0 votes. They just called it for her. There's no votes.
I know. I figured that it was going to be that way. That's ridiculous.
God, what's going on here?
It's the magic wand.
California was exactly the same way. It was 0 votes. Ah, man. Yeah, it is. It's magic. It's just magic.
It is. Well, at this particular point, Donald Trump has 230 votes, and the whore cackler has 209. Is that right? 209?
That's what it's saying so far, but it also depends on which poll you're looking at.
Well, somewhere between 209 and 204. 204, 209. Somewhere.
So here we go. For example, Newsmax is not reporting anything yet for Hawaii. So this website here, Axios, is calling Hawaii, but PBS has reported no votes of any kind.
Well, it's the same thing with the New York Times. They called it for Harris, but they don't have any votes in.
Oh, man. So Newsmax is, they have not called Hawaii, so they're still calling it 247, Trump 208, Harris.
Yeah, so it's somewhere in that range.
But this website is 230, Trump 209, Harris. So who do you believe?
I don't know. They said that's going to be Some one of these stupid states said something about 2 weeks to vote, to count all the votes, which I think is ridiculous. I think Congress needs to make some kind of a thing, or maybe Donald Trump will put a executive order or something that needs to be, the votes need to be tallied within that the same night or something, or within 6 hours or something.
We've just learned that with the way things work now, you can have the vote result in 2-3 minutes after the polls close.
Mm-hmm.
Polls close, press button, we know the answer.
Exactly. Well, I guess we'll see what happens tomorrow, because I'm not going to sit there and feel like it's a win until after all the states are called.
Mm-hmm.
There's no chance of flipping. I'm just not going to get myself excited about this at all, because that's what happened last time. We went to bed and we woke up to Biden all of a sudden having 81 million votes, which is no way.
Nope, it was impossible.
Mm-hmm. So
yeah, Hawaii's in. So all the time zones except for Alaska are in. And we still don't have an answer.
Yeah. And I don't think we're going to get one tonight.
No, I don't think that we are either. And that is also bothersome, because we've been at this for 7 hours and there's no answer.
Now, see, last time when in 2020 and in 2016, this was about the amount of people that voted. Supposedly 61 million. He got like 62 million votes or something. And then we woke up to Biden miraculously having 81 million. See, that's why I'm saying, what's the point of getting our hopes up or anything like that they're not going to cheat, because Biden was behind just like this when we went to bed, with these same exact states doing the same exact thing. And, but I will say that I don't think they were projecting Trump to win. They were still sticking on, doing everything they possibly can, saying that Biden's going to win, Biden's going to win, Biden's going to win. This difference is now they're saying Trump's projected to win. So I don't know, or they could be coming out tomorrow with a great turn of events. The votes are all in and Kamala Harris, and no one's going to believe that.
I would hope and pray, not that I want to see people dead in the streets, but I would hope and pray that Americans do revolt quickly. It has to be a quick attack and just end this nonsense. Because there is, with the lack of popularity with every single left-wing ideology, the very fact that the Democrat Party is nothing but left-wing ideology. It's nothing but left-wing ideologues that have destroyed everything. Americans don't want it. We've had a taste of it for 4 straight years. We don't want it anymore.
Mm-hmm.
We need to get this done. We got to get Trump back in office. We want to get back to traditional family values, traditional American values. We want to go back to what made the country great in the first place. And then, of course, we'd like another taste of 4 years of Trump without a fake pandemic this time.
Yep.
To boost the American economy to where it needs to be.
Yeah.
Because right now, I don't see an economy. Aside from bankers, I don't really see an economy in the United States at all.
Yeah, it's not good. That's for sure.
And yeah, we are in a position right now where we really don't know who the president of the United States truly is. Is it Biden? Is it Harris?
Oh, no.
Is it their puppet master? I think it's Obama, if you want the truth. I think it's Barack Obama who's actually in charge right now.
I don't think he's smart enough to be in charge. I don't. I think he's taking orders from someone else, but we don't know. And they're going to be faceless, nameless people that we don't know who they are.
Which is unfortunate as well.
Exactly.
Okay. Well, nobody wants to call this.
They're not going to.
Nobody wants to call this, period. What does New York Times say the numbers are?
Let's see. Oh. Okay, here it is. 204 to 230. Same thing. They called Hawaii for Harris, but they're calling all the swing states where they are Republican. But like I said, those were the problems last time.
Yeah.
So, they obviously are the easiest ones to cheat in. Otherwise, they wouldn't have done it again. And this almost looks exactly like the same thing in 2020 as it did before. So I don't know. Unless Harris stands up and concedes, I don't know.
All right. Well, this is interesting.
Mm-hmm.
CNN has got different numbers. They have Trump at 230, and they've got Kamala at 182.
Really?
Uh-huh. This is where everything gets a bit botched. Newsmax has got Trump at 247, Harris at 213. Axios, Trump 230, Harris 210. So everyone's calling different numbers. NPR.org, 230, Trump 210, Harris. We have everyone calling different numbers now.
Now, Nevada is on CNN is for Trump.
Yeah, see that? Okay. We have 2% of the vote in right now in Nevada with Donald Trump at 73%. That's on CNN. Now
Yeah.
I come over to Nevada and it's 0% of the vote is in on NPR.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think that they're making numbers up. I just think everyone's criteria for calling it is different. Everybody. Kamala Harris, no surprise, got 90.4%.
That's weird though.
Yeah.
It's weird because they're always all coordinated. They're all coordinated.
Yeah.
All the
Well, they're supposed to be. They're supposed to be.
Why
DC, Washington, D.C. apparently has 3 electoral college votes. Is that correct?
I've never heard that they do. So this is weird.
CNN says they do. And they called it 90% for Kamala.
Well, yeah, because they don't like Donald Trump. He's going to put him in jail.
Yeah. Here's hoping. Here's hoping. Big time. All right. So CNN has not yet called New Mexico. They have not yet called Georgia, but they're saying that Georgia's vote is 93% and Trump is still in the lead by 3%. They're saying that now it's 86% of the Pennsylvania vote is in. And they're now stating that Wisconsin and Michigan, Trump is ahead in both of those states. Alaska, it's 50. It's another, 48 minutes before the Alaska polls close, but that's only 3 votes.
Yeah, and they typically go Republican.
Do they?
Yes.
Yeah, I've never been to Alaska. It's one of the few American states I actually haven't been to. So I don't know anything at all about the political culture there.
Well, we'll see what happens tomorrow.
I think it's going to be. Well, I'm curious. I'm going to go to Fox. Let's see what Fox News has to say.
Brett Baer.
Okay, here. Their numbers are different. So they've got Trump at 232 and Harris at 216. So they called D.C. and Hawaii for Harris. And they're not even projecting leads for anybody in Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska. And then they're counting Vermont, New Hampshire, Maine, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New Jersey, Delaware. Oh, we forgot about Delaware, didn't we? Delaware, Maryland, and D.C. Yeah, everyone says that D.C.'s got 3 electoral votes. And they're calling all of those for Harris.
Yeah. Also, Fox News also called North Carolina, which I don't think that the Associated Press did.
Yeah, so let's go through the numbers again. Fox, Trump 232 to Harris's 216. CNN, Trump 230, Harris 182. Newsmax, Trump 247, Harris 213. Axios, Trump 230, Harris 210. And then we've got the same numbers with NPR.org. And then PBS.org, we got the same numbers there too.
Yeah, this is really weird.
Yeah, I know it is. Nobody's numbers match.
That's not normal.
Okay, so out of curiosity, I'm just going to go to the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation and see what these maniacs have to say. Nobody really cares what CBC has to say, but we'll see it anyway. So they're calling Trump 229 and Harris 218. Who do you believe?
I think that they're lying on Kamala anyway. And I think most of it is actually Donald Trump. And with the problem, that was the same problem as it had before. I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine.
British Broadcasting Corporation has Trump at 230 and Harris at 182.
They're going with CNN.
Okay. Al Jazeera, Trump 230, Harris 210. Any other news outlets to worry about?
Not really.
Can't think of any other news networks that anybody would really care about.
Yeah.
You know what? Let's see what Alex Jones has to say. We may as well. What's his website address? I forget.
I don't know. Infowars.com, I think.
That's it. Infowars. Info. Thank you. Okay. Now, what's he saying? Because with Infowars, sometimes Alex Jones, he'll get stuff right, like, between an hour and a week before everybody else does. And there's other times he comes up with these ridiculous tales that no human being would ever buy into.
Yeah, true.
It's too bad because he's not a dumb guy, but he's decided to cover a lot of dumb stories. So he ruins his own credibility with a lot of it.
I know.
So he's got Trump at 232 and Harris at 211. And that comes out of BNO News, not somebody I know, but someone he's affiliated with. So the whole world's got different numbers, which means that there's going to be no solution for you and I during this broadcast. So I tell you what we'll do here. I'm going to hang. We'll make it a nice even 7.5 hours, and I got to call it quits. Because 7.5 hours yapping into this microphone is a long time, considering I had yapped into this phone for about the entire day before we started.
Oh boy. Well,
I love what I do for a living. Don't get me wrong. I am not complaining. I love the fact that I can help Americans beat IRS tax. If Americans have, for all my American friends watching right now, if you have a corporation that is in IRS debt and state tax debt and county tax debt, municipal arrears, bank loans, anything at all, I buy your corporations and I let you start your entire life over. So just simply get a hold of me. There's my website address right over there, kevinjjohnston.com. Get a hold of me. I'm going to buy all your debt from you. You get to start over. Let's get that going because the IRS is a nuisance and they'll take everything you have unless you sell your debt to me. I love debt. Debt's a commodity. I want your debt. Call me now. All right. We bought a lot of corporations this year. Got a lot. We have saved a lot of people a lot of money. And I'm happy to state that with the Canada Revenue Agency, we have cost them well over $5 million this year. We've taken that much tax money away from those people. So I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing.
That's pretty good.
I despise the way that the current North American tax systems are working. So whatever we can get back for our clients, I'm happy to do it.
Well, I don't blame you there. Well,
all right. So I'm kind of getting the bit here. Louder with Crowder. He just called Georgia. I mean, how would Stephen Crowder know that? The media just doesn't know at this point.
Maybe he just called it because he's like, it's obvious. It's 95% in on this, and it's 51% Donald Trump anyway. And the New York Times is also saying that it's for Kamala Harris. So maybe he just decided he was going to.
I wish we had a better way to judge this. I mean, I would very much like to see Trump take Georgia.
I would too, but it's a problem state.
Yeah, so I have my numbers here say 93% votes in, 50.8 for Trump, 48.5 for Kamala. And they're also saying that Kamala is ahead in, they called Virginia, but the vote's only 88% in. Yeah, even New York, the vote's not in. Still, it's only 93%. And Hawaii has been called, and there's still no votes showing. Shauna Vision, thanks for being
here. Listen to this. Project Veritas, Eyes on Detroit. It's 11 p.m. Why are boxes of ballots still arriving at Detroit's Bureau of Elections via cars with California plates?
Oh, man. Here we go again.
That's why I told you. I just don't believe these people.
Here we go again.
And that's Michigan. That's one of the ones where they cheated last time. And that's from Project Veritas. Now, I don't really like Project Veritas. After they did all the crap to James O'Keefe, but they do have video. So.
Okay. Let's go through the numbers again. Let's see if we're closer to a solution here, or whatever it might be. InfoWars has the same numbers. Let's go to Al Jazeera. Al Jazeera still has it as Trump 230, Harris 210. British Broadcasting Corporation has it listed as 230 Trump, 182 Harris. Fox News, let's have a look at them. Fox is hitting us with 232 Trump and 216 Harris. So that's frightening. CNN, 230 Trump, 182 Harris. Newsmax, 248 Trump, 213 Harris. Axios, which we're seeing right now, 230 Trump, 210 Harris. We got the same numbers here with PBS.org. And we got the same with NPR. So nobody wants to call it. And I totally understand why they don't. So as everyone's starting to say to me here, it's 1:16 on the East Coast, Halifax and whatnot. It's 12:23 a.m. here in the Eastern time zone. I'm in Panama City, and April's in the Midwest United States. I think it's 1 hour earlier for you, but it doesn't change the fact that, April, you have been with me now for 7 hours and 23 minutes. And I think we've had enough.
Yep.
This ain't getting done tonight.
Nope.
Well,
Let's see what happens. I mean, Kamala Harris is already telling her team, go to sleep. We'll know more by 3 a.m.
Yeah, I'm sure they will.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm going to watch and see if she does actually do a concession speech or whatever, but I highly doubt it.
Nah, she's arrogant to the nines. She'll hang on to the very last. All right, April, tell people who you are and how they can get a hold of you.
Okay, my name is April Lejeune. I am the host of America Matters radio show, which is on rumble.com under my name, April Lejeune. And also you can go to my website, aprillejeune.com, and see all the stuff I do there.
And April, it's been absolutely remarkable to spend a whole 8-hour business day with you here. This has been a lot of fun. It's really good to see you. I love what you do, and please don't ever stop doing it.
I'm going to try to keep going as long as I can.
Oh, I know you will. Thanks for being here tonight. Greatly appreciate it.
See you later.
Yeah, you got it. Take care. All right, everyone. That's April Lejeune, a remarkable lady. It's a pleasure to work with her. I'm sorry that we just couldn't get an election result tonight. It's about bravery. I don't think anybody really wants to call the election tonight because you remember what happened last time. Everyone got really embarrassed and so on. Both times, once for Trump and once for the fake election there with Biden. And I'm pretty sure that YouTube is going to give me a strike for declaring the previous election a stolen election, but I'm pretty sure you all know that it is. I've been saying stolen all night, and the audience hasn't left once after I've said any of that. So for my American friends, if you are having any trouble with the IRS, with your corporation, I don't do personal tax, I do corporate tax in America. I can help you get rid of all of your tax debt. My name is Kevin J. Johnston. You can catch me right there at kevinjjohnston.com. And also for my Canadian friends, same thing, although I can get you out of personal tax debt along with corporate tax debt. Just simply get a hold of me and let's put your money where it belongs, and that's back in your pocket. Wow, what a night, everybody. I've had an absolute blast. If you want to follow me on Rumble, you can go right ahead, right there at freedomreport.ca. I still do the Kevin J. Johnston Show every Tuesday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time on freedomreport.ca. You can also follow me on my social media up here. By all means, do so. It's been an absolute pleasure to have all of you here making great comments on TikTok, on Kick over here, Rumble, Facebook, DLive, Twitch, YouTube, Restream, so many. I have no clue how many platforms that we're on, but we're on many. And I want to thank you all for being here tonight. My name is Kevin J. Johnston. This is the Kevin J. Johnston Show, special edition, of course, tonight, which is the U.S. election. Unfortunately, we're just not going to know until the morning if Trump is our president. We're certainly hoping that he is. Get a hold of me anytime at freedomreport.ca. I am looking forward to our next TED-A-TED, everybody. I love you all, and good night.